file your application with those regional offices, and you can get protection within the countries which belong to that region. Then there is a third route, international route. This is a route through patent cooperation treaty. So this route is really advisable for those people who think that their invention could be patentable and could have a real commercial market. It may bring you really like benefits in many countries, and you really have to go through the patent cooperation treaty. So how this patent cooperation treaty works, what are the phases of this patent PCT application process? So you file your application in your country, and then within 12 months of priority period, you file the international patent application, this PCT application. It can be filed with the national patent office of your country. It can be filed with the regional patent office, or it can be filed with the International Bureau of WIPO in Geneva. So you file this international patent application, and then there is it's called international phase. Your application goes through the international phase, where the bodies, international searching authorities will conduct international search to see whether your invention is indeed new worldwide, and they also issue the opinion whether your invention could be patentable if it goes to the national phase. So compared to this route that I explained, when you approach each country of interest separately, I told you have to file your patent application to the national office, and then within 12 months you can apply in other countries of interest. But if you go to the PCT, through the PCT process, it means that in addition to 12 months, you have 18 additional months to decide where you want to obtain your the protection for your invention, in which countries. So you have more time to decide where you want to obtain patent protection, and it's really great because the decision will be made based on this opinion which is delivered by these international bodies, because international bodies, this international search authority or preliminary examination authority, they will tell you whether your invention could be patentable, or they're likely to be patented if it goes to the national phase, or it may not be patentable. So you may actually save your money if this on the international phase, the decision is that the result of this international search is that your invention already exists in other countries. Then there is no point for you to spend money and then go ahead and file in all these countries. So you may decide not to file, or maybe file or go ahead and obtain patent in other countries. But maybe if there's or you may file, like you may be able to amend your application in a way that your invention would still be complying with the patentability requirements if it goes to the national phase. So so the benefits of the PCT, it's international reach. So as I told you, you file one single PCT application, and that PCT application will have a legal effect in all 157 contracting states. So you don't have to file in each country of interest. You file one PCT application, and that PCT application would be considered as if you have filed national application with all 157 contracting states. This effect significantly reduces the initial transaction cost of submitting this separate application to each patent office. So, and then these are the 157 PCT states that I mentioned. All these countries where you can obtain, these are the countries where this the effect of filing one PCT application have an effect of national application filed in each of these countries. Now, the second benefit, as I already mentioned, is postponement of costs. It's 18 additional months on the top of the 12 months of priority meaning period to decide where and whether you need to you should seek patent protection in that country. And this payment and fees and transaction costs associated with this national application filings are delayed for additional 18 months. And here you can see this. So as I told you, one way is called this Paris to file patent application in one country. You have 12 months to apply in other countries, and at 12 months you have to pay the fees in each country. You have to translate your application in their languages, in different languages. You have to pay them maybe fees for them patent, for engaging the local patent attorney. So it all happens at 12 months. While with the PCT, it happens at 30 months from the filing date of the patent application. So you really have 18 additional months, longer time period to decide whether you should go ahead with your patent application in other countries. Another benefit of the PCT is information gathering. As I told you, during this international phase, you will be able to obtain this valuable information about the potential patentability of your invention. So, and this really will provide you a strong basis to decide about whether and where to pursue patent protection. So, and this international search report and this written opinion of these international bodies are provided at 16 months from the filing date. So PCT applications are booming, and as you can see, in 2022, 278 and 100,000 applications have been filed. PCT applications have been filed, and many companies and if they want patent protection in other countries, they really use the PCT route rather than this Paris route, which is 12 months. They prefer to use the PCT route to obtain protection in many countries. And here I put all the resources, interesting resources about patents, utility models, and PCT system. Please do consult these websites if you are interested to know more about all these different, the different protection systems like patents, utility models, and the PCT system. And thank you. I think I did it within the time. If you have any questions, I will be happy to respond now or later as the moderator prefers.
So would you mind staying online?
Yes, of course.
Okay, okay. Dr. Sibanda, please. We'll have the question later, yeah?
Good morning, everyone. How is the morning after the night before? I saw some of you don't sleep.
Yeah, because we were celebrating for birthday.
Ah, happy birthday. I should have spoken yesterday, then I would have sung for you. So anyway,
Don't worry, I will.
could I have the clicker for moving the slides? Just ask Emmanuel for his presentation for the. So I think whilst we're sorting out the logistics, I'm going to build up on what Ida has spoken about this morning on patents. Now, patents are quite, many people believe that patents are very technical and they're very difficult. And I was watching some of you in the room whilst Ida was talking, and I think it seemed like you were very confused. Were you searching online what a patent is? So let me try to explain in simple terms how a patent actually works. So just imagine that you were a caveman somewhere in the old days, and you were sitting on a rock. There were no chairs then, right? And you then discovered that you could chop a tree, a log of a tree, and then sit on it. So that would be the first kind of an invention of a chair. And then whilst you're drinking at night as a caveman, like some of you were doing last night, you then have too much fun and then you fall over. And then you say, what can I do so that when I am laughing a lot, I don't fall backwards? So then we put in a backrest. That becomes something that is new. And therefore, you can obtain a patent for a sitting or a chair that has a backrest. So that becomes the first invention, right? And so you continue. Now it's fun, you're having a nice time with all the other people, but your hands get too heavy, right? And then you decide, well, let me put in some armrests. Now, that becomes a new invention. A chair which has got a backrest and also has some armrests. Right? You all follow? You with me? So now, one of the things that perhaps we need to also talk about is that if Gitachu had obtained a patent for that chair with a backrest, which would be something that might look like this, and then I come up with one that has got armrests. If his patent is still valid, I can still get a patent for a chair which has got armrests, but my rights are also dependent on his rights. Later on, we'll talk about licensing. So there are instances where I may need to license his patent for the backrest in order for me to sell my chair which has got armrests. We can take it one step further, and some of us are sitting, so this is four-legged, and I'm trying to turn, but it is not turning, and then I make it to swivel, like the chair at the back there, right? That becomes a new invention, a chair that swivels without lifting it. Does that make sense? So the idea around a patent, as Ida said, is really to protect inventions, something that is new, that has not been done before, and something that is not obvious to a person that is skilled in the art. Can I have a clicker? So having said that, I think if I were to ask you what is a patent, from what we learned from Ida is that a patent is a right to stop other people from commercial use of your invention. That is what a patent is. It is to stop other people from commercial use of your invention. That is a patent. Now, so my time starts now. So that is important. So she spoke about, and I'll just quickly show a slide that deals with that. And then issues around disclosure. So now I like to look at intellectual property from a value chain point of view. So some of you are farmers, almost all of us have planted a seed or maize. So what intellectual property is like a seed to a farmer. You have to look after it, you have to plant it in the right environment, and it has to be the right seed. If it is not the right seed, it is not going to grow. Now, having intellectual property will not make you money. So that's where we get to the issues of commercialization. So if you're a farmer and you have this seed, which is the intellectual property, how do you then make money out of it, and how do you make a business out of it? Is you put it onto the ground, and then you make sure that it gets watered or rain, and put in manure, and you make sure that the baboons do not come in, so you fence it off, and eventually you will get the maize cob that you see there. But then you take it one step further, which is then you start to do agro-processing, you start to develop some of the products that we see here. That is then the full commercialization of that IP. I mean, Ida has touched on this slide, so I will not spend a lot of time on this slide. I think what is important is that a patent is that right that you have to stop other people from commercializing your own invention. It is a business decision that you make whether to get a patent or not. You don't have to get a patent to commercialize your invention. Whereas in the area of trademarks, as we have spoken about, for you to maximize your commercialization, your brand needs to be visible. Your trademark needs to be visible. But when it comes to patents, that is different. You make a decision that it makes sense, business sense for me to obtain a patent because I can police it. When someone starts to copy it, I can be able to find out that, yes, they have copied it. If you cannot do that, then do not patent. Because remember, when you patent, you have to describe in detail how that invention is going to be carried out. And someone else will read it, and if they can then reproduce it without your permission, and you are not able to police it, it is of no use. We can discuss this in detail later on. So it's 20 years, and at the end of 20 years, it is gone. So there's 5 acts, 5 different things, rights, so that it's manufacturing, exercising, using, disposing, which means selling, and importing. The last one is important because also Ida spoke about territoriality, that you obtain patents in Rwanda, they are valid in Rwanda. They are not valid in Uganda. If you want rights in Uganda, you must go and apply for a patent in Uganda. And I think that is a principle that we've built up over the last 3 days around intellectual property. But what it means as well is that, you know, if Mafini has got a patent in Cote d'Ivoire, right, and you like what Mafini is doing, you can then do a search and see whether Mafini has got a patent here or in your country. So if Mafini does not have a patent in the Comoros, what happens is that you can then use the invention. So you read it. Remember, you have to disclose it in a way that is very clear for someone to reproduce it. And then you can commercialize it in the Comoros without asking Mafini for permission. Yes. So let me repeat that very slowly. So Mafini has got a patent, let's say it's for making some nutritious smoothie that you drink in the morning and you don't have to eat all day. And it's very new, and she's making money in Cote d'Ivoire. But she's only filed a patent in Cote d'Ivoire, nowhere else. You visit Cote d'Ivoire, you see this smoothie, they're selling it in the shops, it comes in sachets, you put it into water, and you go back to your country, Eswatini, right? So right there in the kingdom, you say, but I like that. And then you discover that, well, there's a patent, and you read the patent document. And then you follow the steps. And you realize that, I can make it in Eswatini. And I can also sell it to South Africa. Then what you do is you check whether she has a patent in South Africa or Eswatini. If she does not have a patent, you can use her invention in your country, Eswatini, and sell it to other countries where she does not have a patent. No, you don't need her permission. Remember, this is territoriality. You must file the patent in the countries of interest. That's why we have the right to import. However, let's say that she has a patent in Nigeria as well as Cote d'Ivoire, and you're making big success in South Africa and Eswatini, and then you meet your good friend there from Nigeria, and she says, well, I'll sell in Nigeria. When you do that, Mafini will then go to her lawyers, and she will stop you, because you are now importing it into a country where she has patent rights. Does that make sense? So the important thing about patents is this, is that it does not have to be your invention. You can use other people's inventions. All you have to do is you check whether that invention is patented in your country. If it is not, then you can use it. Okay, so I think I've got a slide where I will elaborate on that, but we can discuss it further. Ida has covered this slide, so let me skip this slide. And I think, let me perhaps pick up on this, the patentability requirements, and I'll only talk about the two, because the third one of utility is something that is practical. So when Ida says that it has to be novel or it has to be new, what it means is that it must not have been disclosed anyway in the world. You are from? Malawi. So this lady here is from Malawi. All right? And then she comes up with this. So this is, let's say, I think these are not from Malawi. They look like in French. This is from Cameroon. Okay, so she comes up with these plantain cookies. And then she then sells them to her village. In fact, she takes them to church. And the ladies at church like it, and every Sunday she supplies them at church and nowhere else. All right? And then someone else from Kenya, the lady from Kenya, sees it and says, well, it is not there in Kenya. I want to patent it. You can't. You can't patent it in Kenya because it has already been disclosed. So it's made available somewhere else. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. Remember, I'm talking about patenting. I'm not talking about using. All right? So let me make sure that we're clear. We're not talking about, the first time I was talking about commercializing how you use other people's knowledge. Now I'm talking about, sorry, what's your name again? The lady from Kenya? Okay, I'll call you Wanjiru because that's the name I remember. That's a middle name. So Wanjiru goes to Malawi, sees this in the same church, but she does not see it anywhere, and she likes it. And now she wants to commercialize it in Kenya, right? Now, it is not patented in Malawi. So this lady has not patented it in Malawi. She just came up with it and started selling it. So she lost her rights to patent because it is now no longer new. She likes it. She can commercialize it in Kenya, but she cannot patent it in Kenya because it is publicly available. It has been made available to the public by this lady selling it to her people in church. All right? So Mafini is a very smart lady, and she does another PhD and comes up with an invention, and she writes it in a thesis. Right? And that thesis sits in the library in Spain, where she did the PhD. No one reads it. No one reads it. And then, my other friend here, Wanjiru, comes up with the same idea. And she runs to the patent office and says, I want to patent it. The patent office searches. Now, the patent office is able to find Mafini's thesis. And they will say, no, you can't patent it. It is not new because Mafini has disclosed it by writing it in her thesis. Even if no one ever reads that thesis, Does that make sense? So no, Mafini did not patent it. So all she did is wrote her thesis. She came up with this idea. It's in the thesis. It's somewhere in the library in the university in Spain. So my time is running out. So I think we can come back to discuss this because novelty is important. So let's say now that Elizabeth comes up with an idea. And as Ida said, what does Elizabeth do? Before Elizabeth starts coming to this conference and showing it to all the women, she must go to the patent office and file a patent application. So Elizabeth meets a great investor. Before she discloses to the investor, they must sign a non-disclosure agreement to protect the novelty of that invention. So agriculture or what I call ag tech, agribusinesses, you can be able to do. Some of you are very familiar with Hello Tractor. It is in the agricultural space. You're able to do different things, access to finance, access to different services. There's new products, new services, and we'll have a look in terms of the next 3 examples, and then we'll be back on time. So cassava is a crop that is grown in many countries in Africa. I think quite prevalent in West Africa. In Nigeria, it's largely grown by women. It has got many uses, being used as starch, being used also as food crop. That's a picture of cassava flour that I took outside. And then one of the challenges about cassava, particularly for human consumption, is the cyanide levels. So it's got high cyanide levels and it has to be processed properly. Otherwise, people get poisoned and people die. So, now, there's a number of patent applications that have been filed and a number of patents that have been granted. This one here is a patent for a process for producing low cyanide, high fiber cassava flour. So the levels of cyanide in this one are less than 10 milligram per kilogram. Now, again, we go back to the requirements of novelty. We will then say, well, is there any flour that is less than that in terms of cyanide levels? If there is, then she cannot process, the patent will not be granted. But the process for making that flour may be a subject of a patent. Does that make sense? So there's 2 things. You can get a patent for a process, which is a method of doing it, and you can also get a patent for the product that is produced by that method. And in the same patent, you can actually have a process and then a method. In this one, it was a process for making the flour and also the flour with that low cyanide level. So that is how, so the lady, I just saw it outside, I don't know whose it is, that one from Malawi. So the question is, how much cyanide level do you have? Is there anything unique about the process? And the uniqueness about the process might be perhaps making it quicker or producing a flour that has got certain characteristics. Okay? Now, let's look at the next one, moringa. This is a miracle tree, and I think David yesterday spoke about moringa. And there's now a patent filed in China for fresh moringa oleifera leaf liquid skincare product for the product and also a method of preparing that particular product. And so in the next, so you can go in. I've provided links. The slides will be provided to you. They were not in your flash disks. and you'll be able to see what is novel, about this. So some of you are producing beauty care. The bigger question is, what is unique about the method of producing those things? What is so unique about the formulation that you have, and what is so unique about the product? At times it would be a moringa liquid oil for use in medical use or something like that. So that application, that new application could actually be something that you can obtain patent for. This was a patent that we filed for a friend of mine that has since passed on. A beauty product called Joam Cosmetics, natural hair care products. So again, we've spoken about brands over the last 2 days. That's a brand, Joam. You can see TM because at that time they were still registering the trademark. And that's a patent, South African patent application that was filed for a natural hair relaxer. And then there was another patent for a hair care product. The patent, the first one was granted in 2013, and then the second one was an application that unfortunately did not proceed because she then passed on. So the patent was for a hair relaxing composition, and it was also for a kit. And the way that she wanted to get this to market was to also have salons, hair salons, use the method of applying. So she patented the method of applying this hair relaxer, which at times it's difficult because then how do you police that? But patent attorneys will write anything into the patent document. Coming to the last but one, so this is the moringa one. So in that moringa, the Chinese one, what was patented is this. It was a method, a preparation method, where they take clean, fresh leaves of moringa, they put them into an extractor with water in that particular ratio, they extract the juice, they put it into a fridge at 5 to 10 degrees Celsius, and leave it still for less than 3 hours, and then they divide the different layers, and then the upper strata, the yellow one, is the one that they take, and that is the patented product. So if you do moringa, follow it, try it at home, and you can give us the results as to whether you can be able to produce that. So this last example is from a professor in South Africa, Professor Kio Mutawung. She's the one there in the middle. It came up as part of her studies. I don't think it was a PhD, but it was part of her studies. And it's made from natural plants. It's a tree that grows, and she takes that and then they extract the active ingredient, and then they produce an anti-inflammatory ointment. This ointment is used by athletes, runners, people that play soccer and so forth before the match and then afterwards. And it helps to reduce the incidence of injury. And she's been granted a patent, European patent. So an interesting resource, that's my last slide, Gitachu. This is what we're talking about in terms of what are called public domain. Things that are available because the patent has expired or because the patent is not protected in your own country. You can find the resource. This is there. WIPO has done a lot on that. So with that, I think let me turn it over to Gitachu. There's some books. If you're interested, Footprints, that's on the screen, is about intellectual property. But there's an incredible book, I think it's incredible, called Nuts and Bolts for entrepreneurs. And there's a lot to learn from these, $20 each. Thank you.
It's an excellent presentation, Dr. Sibanda. Thank you so much. I think, Ida, I hope you are online. Dr. Sibanda, if you come to the podium. And now it's your time. You can make any question that you have. We've got about 20 minutes. Yes. And if you could state your name and where you come from.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Ann Shuri. I'm from Kenya. I'm a dairy goat farmer, and from my goat milk, we make skincare products. We make creams for your skin, for your face, for your body, for your hair. And then we also do a variety of goat milk soaps infused with plant botanicals. My question was concerning patents. Can I genetically modify my breeds of goats, improve them to produce 6 to 10 liters a day, and patent that through pedigree?
Excellent. Maybe let's take a couple of questions before I let them respond.
Hello, my name is Kaluso Nyimba from Malawi. What I wanted to find out is what's the use of patenting a process if it can be readily available to anybody, you know? What is it of benefit to anybody?
Maybe the third question.
Yes, hello. Mine is about the IP, the international, when you say when a student in university research and does a project and leaves it in the US, in the Europe library, and somebody searches and you cannot patent it, it's already out. So my question is that what about the universities in Africa? Are they traceable? Because that's where the issue is.
Okay, thank you so much. I think let this be the first round. We'll have a second round. And Dr. Sibanda, will you take the question? Okay. Oh, okay. And Ida, you'll take the first one, maybe? Ida?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
could
you
you
for
respond to the
question.
first question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question, the excellent question. Yes, what I should know first, patents are available for technologies, for any kind of technologies, as long as they comply with patentability requirements, as applied in the country where or in accordance with the country where you are applying for patent protection. These requirements may differ, but in generally, the requirement that Mr. Sibanda talked about and I talked, this novelty, inventive step, industrial applicability, these are universal requirements which are applied by any patent offices. So if your genetically modified product complies with the requirements of those requirements in accordance with the law of the country where you're filing for patent application, of course, you may be able to obtain patent protection for this genetically modified product. So it has to be novel. It should not. It should involve inventive step. It should, in other words, it should not be obvious to a person skilled in the art, and it should be usable. So if it complies with those requirements, you should be able to obtain patent protection.
So I think perhaps to also add on what Ida has said is that you can patent it. The bigger question is, if you did not patent it, would other people know how to modify, the goats? And if no, perhaps patenting is not a good commercial decision. Maybe what you need to do is keep it as a trade secret. So the question is, can it be reverse engineered easily? And if it can be reverse engineered easily, then a patent is worthwhile. But if it can't, then perhaps do what Coca-Cola did. They never patented the Coca-Cola formula, and they kept it as a trade secret. And it's a topic that we've not covered here, and maybe we might be able to cover it later in terms of what you need to do. There's no registration as such for trade secrets. So the question around what's the use of patenting a process if it will be available to everyone? I think the question is really what is the use of, I think, patenting anything, because it becomes available, to other people. For me, the process is, can one monitor and police it when other people are copying it? And if you can't, then it's useless to file a patent for a process. But often, and as you saw with the Moringa one, they patented the process, but also the product. Because in their view, the invention was in the product, but that product is only, perhaps they found out that you can only get that quality by using that process. So therefore, they cover that. So when they find a product that looks like that, they are probably going to say to you that you're infringing their patent, and also you're infringing the process. So the patent has got something called claims, which is very technical, but it's numbered paragraphs at the back of a patent. And when someone says that you are copying or infringing, it means that you're actually doing exactly the same things that are in those numbered things. And then the question around thesis in universities, I'm sorry if I caused confusion. I could have used any example. I could have used the University of Namibia. I could have used Strathmore University or any other university, in Africa. But the critical thing is that once it is disclosed, it's written down in writing or it's sold, then it means that it is out there. And I think it's a separate conversation that WIPO runs separate meetings for universities to then assist them, particularly in Africa, to say, well, before you publish or write off your thesis and submit it, can we then check whether there is a patent that can be filed? And that's what, in essence, Professor Kio Mutaung did.
Thank you so much. I think I saw a hand here and there, yeah, okay.
Good morning. My question is a little bit more related to the presentation about new varieties of plants by UPOV. I think they were, on that presentation, they were talking about new varieties of plants. And I wish to be explained, do new varieties of plants mean GMOs? Because in my country, we are having the issues of new varieties of bananas introducing in the country, which are making indigenous bananas disappear. And I think the other danger of GMO crops is that we don't have the control of the seeds. The seeds are being sold to us by big companies and they become expensive. And my question is, how far do we go with the new varieties of plants? Can't we achieve food security with our indigenous plants? And how do we keep control of the seeds if, for example, those big companies go and patent their seeds? How do we as communities and local communities keep control of our seeds? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je m'appelle Mohorake Gloriose, je viens du Burundi. Je m'excuse, je vais poser une question sur la matière que M. Mengisti a présentée. Il a parlé de la prolongation de la durée d'un produit. Je voulais qu'il nous fasse un point, parce que moi, je fais le séchage des fruits. Je l'ai appris sur Internet. Je suis une autodidacte. Donc, on m'a dit que la durée de vie du produit, du fruit séché, c'est 12 mois. Est-ce qu'il peut aller au-delà? Merci.
Okay, the third.
Merci. Je vais parler en français.
Je m'appelle Siti, je viens des îles Comores. J'ai 3 petites questions. La première, vous avez parlé des coûts du brevet, mais on n'a pas un ordre de grandeur. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut imaginer comme coût pour oser se lancer dans cette aventure? La deuxième question, c'est, vous dites que si un brevet n'est pas déposé dans mon pays, je peux l'utiliser. Est-ce qu'il y a moyen d'avoir accès au contenu détaillé d'un brevet de quelqu'un qui est dans un autre pays pour pouvoir l'utiliser dans son propre pays? Et troisième petite question, c'est, vous avez montré que les brevets ont une durée de vie de 20 ans. Après, ça tombe dans le domaine public. Et si on veut conserver au-delà des 20 ans, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Et surtout, la question liée au secret de fabrication. Comment des entreprises comme Coca-Cola peuvent conserver éternellement leur secret? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. I think we will have a third round. Let's we respond to the 3 questions raised. Sibanda.
Maybe let me ask Ida to pick up on the... Ida, do you want to pick up on the question around the GMOs, the varieties?
Yes, sure. Sure. Thank you very much. Very good question. So as you remember in one of my slides, I mentioned that plant and animal varieties in many countries are excluded from patentable subject matter. They're not patentable, right? Plant and animal varieties are not patentable. However, it doesn't mean that inventions relating to plants and animals cannot be patented. As I said, these genetically modified plants or genetically modified animals could be patentable as long as they comply with patentability requirements. So, in the end, yes, it does create this issue between these 2 systems, UPOV, which is sui generis system of protection plant varieties, and patent protection. In the end of the day, one plant material, which is plant variety, could be protected under both systems if they comply with these requirements of protection under both systems. Okay, so genetically modified plant could be patented, but that plant could also be plant variety, which is protected under plant variety protection system. So this is the situation with respect to the plants. So in order to resolve this interface issues between these 2 systems, what has been done in Europe? In Europe, what they I don't know. I think I didn't hear the Yolanda's presentation, but I'm sure she's talked about exceptions and limitations to these plant variety rights to the breeder. Right? There is this called farmers' privilege and breeders' privilege, or farmers' use, I think, and breeder privilege. So that if the plant material is protected as a plant variety under the UPOV system, farmers should be able to use that patented or protected variety according to the UPOV for planting in their own holdings. And also breeders should be able to take that protected variety and breed new varieties. This is in accordance to the UPOV system. However, under patent system, we don't have those kind of exceptions. So I told you that patent grants to the patentee the right to exclude all others from commercial use of the patented invention. And but third parties in certain cases can use that patented invention, for example, for private purposes or for research purposes. But exceptions under patent systems, this private use or research exception, is very narrow compared to what UPOV system provides, this farmers use and breeders exemption. These exemptions do not exist. So what happens in the practice, you may have one plant variety protected under both systems. However, scope of protection is different, and it really confuses the users, like farmers. They are not sure. Is this plant protected under patent? Can I use it for my farming purposes? Can I use it for my breeding purposes? And if it's patented, no. But if it's protected only under UPOF system, then it could be used for the breeding purposes and for the farmers for using in its own holding. I'm sorry, this is very complex, this interface between these two systems, which has been resolved, I think, only in Europe, and I don't know any other continent or any country which thought about to resolving this interface issue interface between these two systems. So what they have done in Europe, they brought these breeders exemptions and farmers use exemptions, which existed under the Plant Variety Protection Act, to the Patent Act. So in Europe, only in Europe, if the plant variety or plant material in general is protected on the patent system because it's genetically modified, and it's also protected under the, let's say, plant variety protection system, the farmers, even if it's patented, they can use in their own holding for farming purposes and also breeding new varieties. But this doesn't exist in other countries, as I said. But your question was a little bit different. You were a little bit, as I felt in your question, you're a little bit pessimistic about the GMOs and how keep control of these, your seeds not being, let's say, I think I understood, not being contaminated. So issues of contaminated is a little bit beyond the realm of the patent law. So there are other regulations which really resolve these issues, contamination and safety, these environmental issues. And I think the only way how to, if you don't want to use this GMO, genetically modified seeds and plants, the only way is not to buy them and not to plant it in, so not to have this issue of contamination. Because yeah, and this is the only way if you don't want to use those genetically modified plants. So I don't know if I responded to your question, or if it's not clear, you can please clarify, and I try to elaborate further. But in general, the issue of protection of plant varieties and the genetically modified plants are quite sensitive issue, especially in developing countries. They have this they can give much output and much more volume of seed, let's say. So in many countries they are patentable, but as you said, this is really threat to smaller farmers, because in industrialized world, this notion of small farming now doesn't exist, and it really issue of biodiversity as well, because if all the farmers go for the genetically modified plants, then some varieties of plants may be lost in some years to come. So one has to be really careful about the issue of biodiversity as well. I mean, this is a very complex question, but thank you. I hope you at least understood a little bit the issues in this area.
They're based in Nairobi, and they work with smallholder farmers to make technologies available to smallholder farmers. In certain cases, it's unavoidable because of drought and also disease and so forth, so that such that the normal seeds actually end up not working, properly. So you can then also, if you're interested, look up AATF in Nairobi. Happy to give you further details on that. In respect to the question around dried fruit, so if you were to find a process of extending the shelf life of dried mangoes or fruit beyond what is known at the moment, you might have an invention. And the big question that we would then ask is, does it meet the requirements, novelty, inventiveness? If it does, then can you patent it? Can you police it? And if you cannot police it, then I would say don't patent it. Maybe patent the dried fruit that has got X shelf life, so many years shelf life, as opposed to the process. But happy to to discuss that further. City from the Comoros Island, the cost of patent. We didn't go into the details because it really varies. For example, in South Africa, it costs you 60 Rand to do a provisional patent application. But then it costs you more to do a complete, because most of those costs are not the official fees, they're the cost of the lawyers to draft the patent document. So it will vary from country to country. The PCT has got specific official costs, but there are also costs of the lawyers, which will vary per country. But I think on the resources that she's provided on her slides, which will be made available to you, you can then go in to see what the official PCT costs are like.
Yeah, maybe,
Yes.
Mr. Wanda, can I just add here? Just you mentioned the PCT. I think I should mention here that PCT allows 90% of discount on the filing fee for the small, medium enterprises, as well as applicants from developing countries or LDCs. So I think this is a very good thing. So we may have 90% of discount of the PCT the filing application fees. Sorry,
Great.
yeah, you go ahead, Mr. Sibanda.
Yeah, thanks, Ida. So, and then the second question was, how do you get details of these patents, whether they're patented in your own country? Each patent office in a country keeps a register of all patents patent applications that are filed in the country and patents that they grant. And therefore, also WIPO has made available to many countries tools, they call them TISCs, and you find them in many universities. But if you have access to the internet, you can also just Google. Go into the WIPO website, you'll be able to see, and then you go into your country and check first by name of the applicant, and maybe doing some searching with keywords, you'll be able to see whether that patent is filed in your country. So happy to provide you with with further details around the patent databases. 20 years is a maximum. Beyond that, it falls into the public domain. And the reason is simple, that the patent system is meant to provide an incentive for people to disclose so that other people can then build up on that knowledge. It's to avoid people dying with their inventions. So after 20 years, you have benefited. There's an assumption that you've benefited from the system, and therefore other people must now enjoy full use of the invention. So there's no extension. In the trademarks we've learned over the last 2 days is normally 10 years, and you renew it in perpetuity. But patents, it's 20 years and that's it. And then trade secrets, how do these companies keep trade secrets? One is that there are processes that they put in place to make sure that certain parts are kept confidential, so it's confidentiality disclosures. So later on, I think the next session, I'll talk about some of the contractual agreements or tools that you can use. So we've heard over the last 2 days, NDAs, but also Coca-Cola, there is no one single person that has got the entire formulation. So what they do is they tend to break up the processes into different parts, and certain people only have one part, other people have another part, and then other people have got another part, and then other people then pull all the different parts together. So it's really around confidentiality and the measures that you put in place to ensure confidentiality is maintained.
Okay, thank you very much. I really thank the participants for the great question. Maybe if I add to the question that was raised by our sister from Burundi. You know, when you think of a patent, you shouldn't limit it to the protection of the invention only. It also has another aspect. By using the patent document, you can have access to technological information that you may use in addressing the technological problem that you are facing. Assuming that extending the shelf life of your products is a problem, and you don't have a technological solution, my suggestion is don't waste your time. Try to look at what is already available in the public domain and make use of the technology in addressing this problem. But as McLean has said, maybe in this process you may come up with a better invention. In that case, you can also seek for patent protection of your invention. We are out of time. We are supposed to break at 10. So what I'm advised by the organizers is that, one, we have the coffee break now for 15 minutes. And the organizers are also thinking to allot time in the afternoon where you may also raise whatever question that you may have. And the other suggestion that I have to you is we are available. I mean, if we are not in a position to explain your questions here, please take advantage of the coffee break and we discuss. And the other suggestion that I also give you is McLean had already put his email address and even the WhatsApp number. You can reach him. You can reach me. You can reach Mafini. All of us, I mean, on behalf of the resource persons, I can make the commitment that each of us are willing to support and help you. So you may take each of the possibilities, and we'll be happy, I mean, if we could do our part to support you. So with this, let's break for coffee. The coffee break, I was told, should not be more than 15 minutes because there is another session that would follow. Okay, thank you so much.
Someone who will go out and have a check. Yeah, great to hear. Local money, and I can spend it. The US dollars I want to spend.
So when you go and bring the money?
So that one is about entrepreneurship. And this one here deals about intellectual property. The second part is how to develop
Ricardo, ça peut aller. Et c'est dur, hein. Parce que nous, on n'a pas reçu on écrit là-bas à Genève, ils ne répondent pas. Je me dis, on avait trouvé celui qui a appelé maintenant là-bas. Après, maintenant, j'ai envoyé un email. Et j'attends qu'il m'envoie la preuve de paiement avec son Swift, comme ça, au niveau de Barcelone, c'est ça que j'attends.
and cocktail. And before the certificate, I'll give you a link and a QR code to do a survey and talk about this conference. That's what will make if we have to redo it again, because this is the beginning. But what do we take home? We need to, to organize to see a way forward to build from here, because 1 3-day session, I believe, is not enough to identify your brand, to be able to commercialize your brand, your trademark, and so on. So I'll put on the screen the link for those who have laptops, so you can enter the link and do the survey. It's online. It's something of maximum 5 minutes. The QR code is those who can use their cell phones to scan it, and you do it with your cell phone. So that's the 3 stages. So for those who are leaving tonight, please check out. And I'll distribute the survey. And we provide the certificate. Then we go for the cocktail. So now I'm going to give the microphone to Dr. Mafini. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, my friends. Bienvenue pour cette session numéro 13. Et je sais que vous allez être très attentifs. Sorry for the translation. I switched to English. I forgot. Oh, hablamos un poquito de español. Merchandising. Mrs. Rose Mboya from Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute. She's head of Industrial Linkage Policy and Intellectual Property Center. Yeah, I kept it in mind. It's part of the show. Welcome, my dear Rose. And we will have also, again, it's never enough, Dr. Macklin Sibanda. IP innovation and entrepreneurship experts, authors of Nuts and Bolts and many other things. So, Rose. Okay. Okay, she said I have to continue saying stupid things. What next? We want to say something. So, Rose, you will have 20 minutes. Macklin, you will have 20 minutes. And we were supposed to have a representative from an agribusiness with a franchise. This is complicated.
Otherwise, yeah. Then is there one?
It's only one. But I think because we are late, so it's fine, yeah. You prefer? Macklin, are you ready? Okay. So Dr. Macklin will start. Meanwhile, Rose is fine-tuning. Macklin.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and welcome back. So we are going to cover licensing. Who has ever bought a house before? Can you put up your hand? Who has bought a house before? Who has ever bought a car before? Okay. Who has rented a house before? Rented a house. Okay. And who has rented a car before? Okay. Excellent. So, yeah. So what we're going to talk about is licensing, and then also I'll deal with what are called contractual arrangements in respect of intellectual property. It's just about 2 slides, and then I'll turn it over to my good friend and sister, Rose, to then go into a lot of detail around merchandising. I mean, she's an expert in that. And the reason I ask you about buying a house or renting a car or renting a house is because when we talk about licensing, in Malawi, when we talk about licensing, it means that you are renting something. That's how you need to think about licensing. You do not own it, you are renting it, you're having access to it, to its use for whatever period of time. And it would become clear as I put up the slides. And then, so that's really what I'm going to talk about. I'll skip this slide, we've done it. So when you have intellectual property and you're commercializing it, you can commercialize it by yourself, which is what some of you are doing. You've got your own companies and you are producing the product and you're selling it. Or you can commercialize it through other people, where you find other people that can then commercialize your intellectual property. And that is where licensing comes in, that's where franchising comes in. And you can also sell your IP to other people, get a once-off, and so forth. So what is a license? A license is a granting of your rights to someone else. So if we go back to the example that I spoke about of renting a house, is someone owns a house and they have given you the right to live in the house. Now that is granting a right. If we reflect on the presentation before, in respect of patents, we say there are 5 acts that you as a patent owner has the right to stop other people from making, importing, selling, etc. You are granting someone the right to utilize those rights. So that's the first thing to actually understand about licensing, that it is a grant of a right to someone else. If it is a copyright, you're granting someone the right to reproduce, because that's what copyright also protects. And then the second thing is you're granting that right to another party. So there has to be someone else that you're engaging with. And it's for a defined period of time. So we spoke today about a patent being for 20 years. So you cannot grant for more than 20 years, because that's the lifetime of a patent, 20 years. If it's a trademark, it is probably 10 years renewable for another 10 years or so forth. So when Rose speaks about franchising, hopefully she will touch about the duration of that right. And then there is a payment that happens similar to your rent or similar to you hiring a car. There is a rent that is paid, so that is either a royalty or a lump sum of money. And in certain cases, there is no money that gets paid, because you grant someone your rights and they give you rights as well. So if we take the example of the house, someone might be, let's say that you are from Malawi. You have a house in Lilongwe, but you've now been transferred to Blantyre, which is another city, and someone else owns a house in Blantyre, so they give you right to stay in that house, and then in return, they may stay in your house in Lilongwe. That's cross-licensing, okay? So, and the licensing can be in whole or in part. So we've spoken about intellectual property being territorial, right? So if I have a patent in Burundi, and then I have a patent in Eswatini, and I have a patent in the Comoros, I can give the rights to someone in Burundi, and someone else the rights in Eswatini, and someone else the rights in the Comoros. So that's what I mean by in whole or in part. But also, as we've seen with the example of the moringa oil, what is being licensed is the process, but also the product that is being made out of that process. So you can license someone the rights to manufacture, so that's the process, but then you can license someone else the right to sell, which is the product. So two different people are licensed. All right? There's some licensing happening in some of the tables. So licensing becomes important because if you own the intellectual property, you're licensing it out. If someone else owns the intellectual property, you're licensing it in. So earlier I spoke about Kitachu maybe having the rights to the chair without the armrests, and I now come up with an invention where I put in the armrests. Therefore, I would need to license in from Kitachu his rights. Okay, so when you do not own the intellectual property and you want to use it, you are licensing in. If you own it and you want other people to use it, then you're licensing out. And when you do cross-licensing, it's buttering. That's what, if you look at the Samsung and iPhone, there's cross-licensing that happens in the technologies underlying the operation of those cell phones. So now, the licensing can be exclusive or it can be non-exclusive. Now, if it is exclusive, it means that I have given the rights to you to commercialize entirely. I cannot even commercialize it myself. I cannot use the IP because it is exclusive. If it is non-exclusive, it means that I'll give it to Mafini, I'll give it to Elizabeth, I'll give it to Kitachu, I'll give it to anybody. It's non-exclusive. It means that many people have got access. And the conditions of licensing will then be different between exclusive and non-exclusive, and I'll try to summarize very briefly in the next slide. And then there is something that we call a sole license. A sole license is I'm giving you, the rights, but then I, as the owner of the IP, would continue to use it as well. And we see that, quite often at times where I think the franchising, there's a component of it, but franchising is really a non-exclusive kind of licensing because there's many people that own the franchises. And the difference is just the location or, and so forth. So I will not go into detail on this, but this is what I call the anatomy of a license agreement, because many of you will either license out or someone else whose IP you're interested in, they will send you a license agreement. So what should be in a license agreement? These are the aspects that should be in a licensing agreement. There should be a definition of who owns the asset, the licensor, who is being licensed, the licensee. There should be also an indication whether this is exclusive or it is not exclusive. The duration of the license should be clear as well in the document. The form of IP that is being licensed is important, because when you have the form of IP, then you need to look at it and also look at the duration of license. So let me give you an example. If I have a patent and the patent is expiring next year, It's my patent, but it's expiring next year. And I filed in all the 54 countries in the continent. So it's valid in all 54. Some is through OAPI, ARIPO, but it's expiring next year. If Loretta wants a license and I give Loretta then a duration of 5 years, is that a good license? No. Why? Yeah, excellent. Because the patent is expiring next year. So what happens is that you need to, in certain cases, what I would have in the license is a patent, but also I'll have trademarks. So you then need to check the validity of the duration, because in that same license agreement, it might say 1 year for the patent and maybe 10 years or 5 years for the trademark. Okay? And then also, what happens if you improve the intellectual property whilst you're using it? Who is going to own the improvements? That needs to be dealt with. And then just want to, and then territory. What country or countries is this license being given to? So again, you need to check. You've been given this in Burundi or Burkina Faso. Is there a patent in there? If it is a patent, if it is a trademark, is a trademark registered in Burkina Faso, and so forth. And then we've spoken about the consideration, what is being paid, when is this being paid? And this is a very tricky one for many people, because if it is a royalty, the question is it worked out on the basis of gross revenues, or is it worked out on the basis of profit? If it is worked out on the basis of profit, then what is being deducted as being costs? Because if it is worked out on the basis of profit, I can always be making a loss. Right? And the owner of the asset will get nothing. So that it then becomes important for you to be clear in terms of what is the basis. And then who is going to maintain the IP? As we've heard, there are registration fees that need to be paid. Is that 0 minutes or 9 minutes? 9. Okay. So someone has to pay the fees. Is it you or is it the licensor? And what rights do you have if the licensor, the owner of the asset, does not pay the registration fees, and therefore you have no rights to enjoy the asset, because then the rights have expired? And then what happens if there is a disagreement amongst all of you? So dispute resolution becomes important. Right. So that's the anatomy of a license. At the bottom, there's a link to a template about how to negotiate licenses, and also I think there's a template license agreement that you can be able to use for your business. Earlier, I spoke about Professor Kio Mutawung. So interesting that the professor discovered this, came up with the invention while she was working for the university. And then she set up her own company as well. The patent is in the name of the university and in the name of her company. So it is jointly owned. Now, for her company to commercialize it, it must get permission from the university. Because in the case of joint ownership of intellectual property, particularly patents, you cannot do anything without the permission of the other. So therefore, a license agreement was important, and she got an exclusive license from the university, and she is now commercializing, and she will pay the university their share of the joint ownership. So that particular product, you can find it now in the market. Some of the sports shops are now using it. So let me just quickly talk about non-disclosure agreements. So I hope it's very clear in terms of licensing what it is. The best way to remember is that it is like renting a house or hiring a car. You don't own the asset, you just have use of the asset for the term that you've agreed on and for you to continue to pay whatever amounts that have to be paid. Now, non-disclosure agreements are very important in many of your businesses because you're going to meet people. There's people that are going to want to invest in your business, and when they discuss with you, some of them are not going to be as honest. Some are going to want to steal your ideas. So enter into a non-disclosure agreement, and in a non-disclosure agreement, you would disclose what is the purpose of this agreement, to enter into a discussion, to explore collaboration, to explore a business relationship. And then in that, the disclosure agreement, you would then be able to also have a term. How long is it valid for? But the non-disclosure agreement is only valid for as long as the information is confidential. So if Mafini talks to me, and then we sign a non-disclosure agreement, and then Mafini comes to Kigali, and in front of 100 sisters, and shares what she told me was confidential, that information is no longer confidential. Right? She's disclosed. She's destroyed the confidentiality. Right? And so it's very important to understand the limitations of confidentiality agreements. And so in the agreement itself, which happy to send you the link, but there's some templates there. If you click on the link, you will get the templates of the non-disclosure agreements. You see that there's limitations in terms of when that information falls out into the public domain. So a non-disclosure agreement allows you to share information then, but also we spoke earlier with Ida regarding making sure that your idea maintains novelty, right? So before you file a patent application, sign a non-disclosure agreement. Before you apply for funding, file a non-disclosure agreement. Whilst you're exploring a relationship to partner with some of the people that you've met in this conference, sign a non-disclosure agreement. Very important. That's the first step before you even go to another collaboration agreement. Okay? So you're protecting yourselves, you're protecting your intellectual property, and typically the duration is about 3 years. At times it can be 10 years, for as long as the information remains confidential. We spoke earlier as well about Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola, those non-disclosure agreements are still going on. So that's the first part in terms of the contractual tools that I want to deal with. And then the last 2 minutes that I have is to then look at the employment contracts. So some of you employ people in your businesses. The question is, do they have employment contracts? What do the employment contracts say about the ownership of intellectual property? What do they say about confidentiality? Or are you just paying them a salary and then hoping that they will keep everything that happens inside quietly? Some of you might even have people that were part of your employees that are now competing with you, using your own intellectual property. So it's important to sign an employment contract, but also have confidentiality clauses and also IP clauses in the contracts, and you can be able to see that's a particular clause for one company. And then also, one of the things that is important, copyright is different from many forms of intellectual property. So if you ask someone to develop software for you and you pay them, who owns the intellectual property? Who is me? No. No. The first owner of copyright is a person that actually reduces it down to writing, which is the person that develops the software. Yeah, you pay them, but that's why you then need to make sure that you assign. There has to be an assignment. So before you even pay them, there has to be an agreement in writing to assign that copyright. It's a big nightmare, and I think many people that have taken photos, particularly in photo studios, some of you that are perhaps are my age or older, you remember you go to a photo studio, you take pictures, and then suddenly they're displaying them outside. Most of them, part of it is also the copyright issue. So just to conclude is that licensing is important. It's similar to renting. So you can leverage your own IP or someone's IP. It can be an exclusive or non-exclusive. Territoriality, it has to be linked with specific IP rights. We spoke earlier in the earlier session about public domain. So there's IP that is out there in the public domain. So you can use other people's IP and also understand that IP rights are limited in time, they're limited in territory. And then we've also spoken about other contractual tools, which is non-disclosure agreements, the employment contracts, and also just making sure that particularly when it comes to copyright, that assignment is in writing. And in the employment contract, you have to specifically make the employees assign the copyright to their intellectual, the rights to the copyright to the company in writing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, McLean. Very, very interesting. I hope you understood what he said. I think he did a lot of effort to simplify for us. Even myself, I learned something because I'm telling you a lot of things, but I didn't make you sign any agreements, by the way. So I have to be very careful. So without further delay, if... Rose, are you ready? She said I should make noise. Rose, if you don't speed up, we're going to put the music. Yes. So keep all your questions about non-disclosure agreements, licensing, franchising, merchandising. I'm going to do hip-hop here. Oh. What is coming? Get ready. Madam.
Yes, so, do I have that done for scrolling? Dr. McLean, you went with it? How are you scrolling? You are just pressing.
The clicker.
Okay. It's okay. I will manage.
So you have 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. McLean, for taking us through that wonderful presentation, especially on the licensing. Because the topic I'm going to discuss somehow leans a lot on licensing. So you need really to remember most of the things that Dr. McLean said. I will be taking you through franchising and, oh sorry, I moved very fast. Yeah, franchising. How many of us have tried to do your business or your products, or how many of us have been involved in franchising? Franchising. Oh, at least, 1, 2, 3. This is good, this is good. Oh, this other side, So the ladies are doing very well. Wow, thank you. Now, when we say franchising, it means that yeah, when we say franchising, it means that somebody owns the trademark. Remember, Dr. McLean said that you can license your IP rights. So assuming somebody has the trademark, and this trademark, this brand is really well known in your country, and you want to start a similar business in that line, and you are considering now, instead of starting one on my own with my name, Rosie, and trying to build a brand around it, why don't I take or talk with so-and-so who has their brands so that I can be supplying products in that line? So that is what is called franchising. So in this case, the franchisor is the person who lends you the trademark for a given period of time during which you'll be paying, and the franchisee is the entrepreneur who has decided to use this trademark to enter the market. So you will be using that name, that brand, but it also means that you must do it the way they are doing it. You must do it the way they are doing it. So that if I go to maybe a Pizza Inn in Rwanda, there's what I expect. Even the way the customers are being talked to, the way they are being served, the way the house or the restaurant is painted, all those colors are controlled by the owner of the trademark or the franchisee. So if you are an SME and you are interested in marketing a product or a service, and you've already seen a brand that is not yours, or you want to enter a new market, I saw most of you were talking that, with this information now I'm thinking of going to Rwanda, going to Uganda, because you are busy talking with your friends. Sometimes, as a business person, you don't need to go to Rwanda to establish a company and start producing. Yes? The Rwandese might just say, okay, let me take that your product, it is already known, and then I'll start doing it in my country. But since the product has already developed that brand, it makes it very easy for you as the SME to enter into that market. Imagine a situation where you are going to Tanzania and you want to start branding your product and trying to compete with other products. It becomes a headache for you to build that brand and for people to know. We know very many different types of franchising, very many different types. They can be in the clothing, textile, can be in the petrol stations, it can be in the hospitality, it can be in the food. Franchise is everywhere. But the opportunity it gives the person is that you can enter a market very fast. So what are some of the advantages of franchising? Why would you go for franchising instead of starting your own and building your own brand? One is that you have access to national advertising or even regional advertising, because it is not you who is going to do the advertisement, but the company. If you've decided to do the Pizza Inn, or the ShopRites, all those chains of supermarkets, those are franchises. So it is them doing the marketing, whether they're doing at a global level or at a regional level. And that marketing helps you as the person using that franchise to put your products and even to get sales. Because people already associate that product with a given quality. The moment they see maybe a Pizza Inn here, or they see the other one is KFC, they see it somewhere, people just get in. You can see the ease with which, because already people know that brand, people know that product. Most people do not know that this one here, located in Rwanda in this corner, belongs to somebody else. We always assume that it belongs to the same person, the Chicken Inn people. That is the assumption, because they've made the brand and the brand is now well known. Then in this case, you don't need a lot of experience. They'll just train you on the basics. This is how we do the food. This is how we do, or even the cosmetic products. This is how we do it. And you have to maintain this kind of quality. So assuming you are one of these SMEs and you've seen one of your colleagues having a very good product, you tell them, okay, can you show me how it is done? And then while I'm in my country, I'll be producing the way you want it, yes, using the qualities, but now selling it there. So it makes it easier for you to enter a market because people already know that, and you don't really need a lot of experience. The other thing, it is less costly. It is less costly because you are not doing the advertisements. It is less costly because already they had figured out what needs to be done. Who will be your distributor? How are you going to enter the market? What is the chain of marketing? What is the advertisements? All that they do. So it is a bit less costly than if it was just you, an individual, starting from the scratch. And then you want to build your brand, you want to do your quality, you want to do your marketing and all that, it becomes very... And then there's also higher rate of success than somebody who's just starting. Higher rate of success because already the brand is known and it has a clientele base, who the moment they see a product popping out, they say, wow, you mean this is from this kind of company? It's very easy, they'll just take it up. Or I go to another country, I see a cosmetic that I'm using, I'll just pick it. If you are just starting from the scratch, it will take you years. And we realize that most of our entrepreneurs do not take 5 years in the business. So if some of you have survived for 5 years doing your product, then you've really done very, very well. You are not in that statistics. Most of them, wow. Most of the entrepreneurs within 3 years, they are down. 3 years. So very few people cross to reach 5 years. But with the franchising, you are guaranteed success because already the clientele base is there and these people will be giving you technical support. They tell you, okay, this is what you need to do. This is how we do it. Now, the other thing is the good reputation. These brands already have good reputation, so you are just riding on it and putting your products, and the next day you open a shop and everybody is buying because they know. There's a quick return on investment due to the ready market. You already have a ready market, and they can easily tell you that for Rwanda, we have a clientele base of this number. There are also opportunities of it increasing to this number. So there's that quick return on investments. So it is also a faster way to provide goods and services to the customers because you have a ready-made product. In the same way, you have some of your friends here who are doing products. Sometimes they can just tell you, okay, I might not really want you to use my trademark, but I can tell you the formulation. Just go with it, package it the way you want, and put in the market. And because of that quality, you can still make it. Now, some of the disadvantages of having franchise is that you don't have control. You are told you have to do it this way. Our colors are pink, and it is baby pink, you know. So it's not giving you opportunity to innovate. You are doing it the way they want it. You are talking the way they want it. You are putting in your displays the way they want it. So there's a lot of no opportunity. There's a lot of, you don't have that control over it. So it makes it difficult for you to be creative and innovative around it. If you are trying to be creative, then they tell you this is not how we do it, so we might just take back our license. But remember that this technology, or not the technology, but the franchise, they gave you because you will be paying. You've agreed, I will be paying you on a yearly basis of this much, of this much, of this much. So whatever profit you raise, you are dividing it with them. Yes? The other disadvantages is that renewal is not automatic. It depends. Sometimes you might get your competitors who can talk them well and say, no, the market is big. These people are not even disclosing what they are getting in terms of profit. Or maybe things didn't go well between you and the franchisor. And so you end up kicking you out of the business. And you see, if you are to start now, you'll start from the scratch with another name and not that. And then the worst is the bad performance by others. Remember that franchising means it is one brand name. She can have it in another corner selling products. She has it in another corner selling products. They usually ensure that there's a given distance between you so that you're not competing for the same clientele area. There's another one there. So some years back, we have this supermarket called Naivas in Kenya. If you come from Kenya, you know Naivas. It's a well-known supermarket. It has really grown. Then one time somebody went to buy meat in one of the supermarkets, and the meat had a problem. So you know the way people make this. Naivas has this problem. I bought meat, and with that, all the supermarkets with the Naivas, the clientele ran away. And remember, it was just her problem, not yours. So that is usually the biggest challenge, that if it affects one person, then it ends up affecting all, even those. And you'll not even tell the people, because you see, outside there, people don't know that it is a franchise, that you are different people. People know it is one company. So the moment that yours goes bad, they say, nowadays, the food there is bad, the meat there is bad, it was found to be having this, or maybe the groundnuts there were found to be having aflatoxin, all that. So all of you in the chain, you will go down. Yes, so that is the biggest challenge, that her mistake kills you all. The next one I'll discuss is about merchandising. Merchandising is a way of bringing your products into the market and making it very competitive. I'll just quote, he said that good merchandising will always take the consumer from deciding whether they are going to buy to which are they going to buy. So in this competitive market, it is the products that bear images. Merchandising is now where we look at these personalities that are well known, and we use their images to put on our products so that our products sell very well. We know all these well known, maybe in football, in games, in movies. So you find most people would want to do their products and put the images of those people. And with that, you get a lot of sales. Or even during politics, those who are doing textile and bags and all that, they'll put the picture of the person who seems to be winning, and everybody will be buying. So that is what is called merchandising. It's just helping you to add value to your product and get more sales. So in merchandising, we have two types of merchandising. This is where you use the real people, or where you use cartoons. So for character merchandising, we use things like cartoons, but for personality, it is the person that you're using to add value or put in your product so that you can get more. For example, if you have your products and you decided to do it, have a picture of Usain Bolt. He was known some years back as the fastest runner. So most people who are doing their products maybe on energy giving, or they would want to put Usain Bolt, telling you that when you take it, you can really run very fast. And then another one is John Cena. People really tried to put products with those, but it is basically adding pictures of the people that are well known to your product, with the aim that it will help you buy more or sell more. Now, the other one, which was is now the Temple Run. Somebody came up with a game, and one of the people there in that game, the ones that they're using, the children, you'll be told, I want a Usain Bolt, because they'll give you different characters there. Which one do you choose? So it is a way of making people even to use the game. So using the person image in your product. The other one, which is very common also, is what we call character merchandising. This is where you use cartoons. You use cartoons to put into the products. The products can be either bags, they can be chocolate, sweets, or all that. For children, they really like those ones. In fact, they'll tell you, I want the one with the Spider-Man. The boys like the Spider-Man. And the girls, the young girls, they like Barbie, those cartoons. You know them. Yeah. The other one is who? Dora. Mm-hmm. You see? So those cartoons, these are just creative cartoons that have become very well known, more so with our children. So if you're doing children products, you might think of doing those kinds of cartoons. Or even the Mickey Mouse. The Mickey Mouse is for both ladies, both girls and boys. They like Mickey Mouse products. They say, I want Mickey Mouse, and I have to buy. So let's say that maybe you're doing some bags, you see the ladies, they like Mickey Mouse, they can have that. Or maybe this kind of cartoons, or even maybe the cake. Somebody just puts the image of Mickey Mouse, and it will really sell. So it is now using cartoons to promote your product. So some of the advantages of this is that it helps you to expose your brand, because there are people who already associate or like those kinds of either the personalities or the cartoons. So the moment you put it on your product, you find it's very easy for people to pick. It also improves the visibility of your product. And sometimes you find other people have even now decided to do it in different categories. They say, okay, I'll do it in textile, I'll do it in bags, I will do it on shoes, or even on watches. So those kind of things help you to start your business or even to run your business and add value in terms of the market. Now that one, I will just, because I realized Dr. McLean had already handled it, but he had talked about that. Just a few ones, sorry. Yeah, this one. Remember, apart from the normal protection, he had talked about it, the normal protection where you file your application, there are other ways that you cushion yourself. He talked all about it, but I wanted just to talk about this simple one. It looks very simple, filing of provisional applications. You are still working on this product and you've not finalized it, but you feel you need to protect it. So you can file a provisional application. Once it is you've done with your product, now you can file a final one. So if you're thinking of going to exhibit your product and maybe you've not really finalized what you want, you can do that. Now, the other thing that looks very simple but very important is follow up with emails. Follow up with emails. If you discuss with somebody, like now you are discussing with your friends and saying, okay, I'm thinking of coming to South Africa to start this business or to put my products in the business, do you think you can be one of my distributors? Make sure you do it on emails. You do it on emails. We've seen cases, which are real cases, where such discussions have ended up on the person you are discussing with already going to register the trademark. You go to that market, you find he's already positioned there. So, and the rule is that you cannot enter that market if you don't have a trademark. If somebody already has a trademark, you cannot enter. Remember, you cannot enter because you had already protected that trademark there. Be careful with the kind of distributors you have. These people have something that can show that it was your trademark. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in a case where, yeah, just 1 minute. I still have a lot of minutes, yeah. Yeah, I'm not done. So please, 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 whatever discussions you're having, whether with a distributor or what, please cushion yourself. Litigation is very expensive, very, very expensive and time-consuming. Have something to show that you had a discussion and somehow it will make it easier, okay, a bit easier that whoever will be defending you can argue that, you see, you had this prior discussion, so this person has done it in bad faith. If you're distributing your product to another country, make sure you've registered the trademark in your own name in that country. Your distributors can always register those trademarks, and it becomes a very big case, and it will take you money. You might win, but it will take you money. So always have a backup. Make that communication. Oh, following our conversation that we had while we were in Rwanda over this, I am also thinking of coming, you're trying to cushion yourself, to have evidence that there was communication between you. Otherwise, that is very common, very, very common. You discuss the next day your trademark that looked like very good and you want to enter Tanzania. Somebody has registered it there and is just waiting for you. When you come, you find the name is there and you look at the name, isn't this Rose Mboya that you were talking with? But you see, you have nothing to prove that you had discussed. You have nothing to prove. So you either buy me out, and buying me out means that you pay. So follow it up with those conversations. It will help you when maybe you want to have some litigation over it or you want that trademark not to be registered. Thank you very much.
So we get back on track with the time. It's very nice. So we have time for questions. So you can fire a question on them. Thank you, Dr. McLean. Thank you, Mrs. Rose Mboya. Now, is that the microphone that... Okay, I saw her first. But, you know, is that me? Is this microphone going around? Yes? Okay. So we take 3 questions first. There was you, and then there was you, and then you. Okay, 4 first. Don't worry, we have time, okay? But friends of question, no. 1 question, go straight to the point, okay? So everybody can have a say.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm Jennifer, and I'm from Ghana. I produce the charcoal from coconut shells. So I understand that charcoal production is widespread across Africa, and sustaining the production really maintains the livelihood and also sustains access of affordable cooking fuel for our local people. So my question is, I know that for me to really have a widespread presence, I would have to really focus a lot on franchising. But then I am considering what would be the criteria for me determining the value or like the fair value for franchising for my partners that will be obtained in my business brand as their franchise. So how do I get to determine that sort of value chain or the price to, you know, make it very attractive and very feasible for them to obtain the franchise of BD Green? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take 2 other questions here and over there.
Okay, my name is Sarah Kera. I'm from Uganda. I process honey, peanut butter, and shea butter. My question is, between the 10 years and 20 years, is there a fee that we have to continue paying, especially for patent rights or for copyrights? And then my other question goes to Madame Lucy. Do we have to get permission to use some of the personalities? And if so, do we have to sign contracts? Or how does it work? Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est Madame Jolie Casal. Je viens de la RDC. Moi, je voulais juste demander les montants parce que depuis qu'on a commencé, on nous a parlé de frais qu'il faut payer pour déposer pour la marque, pour les licences et tout ça. Jusque-là, on n'a pas encore donné un montant. Est-ce qu'il y a lieu de nous donner le montant exact que nous devons payer? Et si c'est beaucoup, bon, nous allons discuter après. Merci.
Thank you. We take a last one, and then you can go for a round and answers.
Thank you. I'm Sandra Perkins Lai from Liberia, producing moringa and ginger powder. So for example, if I want to produce the Moringa Max and looking at marginizing, assuming I want to use a personality's face, are there legal processes that I need to go through, or is it okay that I can just use a personality face, say Beyonce, without the fear of being sued?
Thank you. McLean and Rose, I'll let you answer to all the Mickey and Dora questions. And then we go for another round of questions. There were 2 there. We can hear you.
So I think, I mean, just Jennifer, I think from Ghana, the value of determining your potential franchisee, and Rose will elaborate more. It's really figuring out, first of all, remember, it's almost similar to licensing. There's a fee that they've got to pay. And secondly, I mean, are the people that are really serious about the business? Rose also spoke about the reputation. She used the NIVA's case. Are there people that will adhere to the standards that you set out? And quite often with franchisees, there is a fee to be paid upfront, and then you have to be, getting the product. So in your case, you have this charcoal from Ghana. You're going to need to get that charcoal to Liberia, or to Kenya, or to Tanzania. So it's also looking at the people. Are they likely to start to to sell something else, another charcoal, not your charcoal? So again, it goes back to the other issues that we spoke about earlier, exclusivity and non-exclusivity. But I think the financial position of the franchisee is an important one, because if they are not stable, and they perhaps are not good salespeople, they will not be able to uphold the same standard that you want. So it's really determining upfront what are the key things that you're looking for, and do they have that they are your representative in that country, in those various countries, and the question is, can they uphold the same kind of standards? I think Sarah from Uganda, the 10, 20 years. So there are annual renewal fees for patents during the life of the patent. In certain countries, they allow you to pay them upfront right at the beginning. In certain countries, you then have to pay them as and when, and then when you don't pay the fees, the rights lapses. So you lose the intellectual property. And in certain countries, when you lose intellectual property, there are mechanisms to restore your rights. But when you do that, whoever has infringed, has used those rights when let's say, the patent had expired because you did not pay the fees, their rights are protected, so they'll continue to use that. In the case of trademarks, again, you pay for 10 years and then another 10 years and so forth. Copyright, I don't know about some, which countries, but most countries there's no registration for copyright except where it applies to films and things like that. But because copyright exists as soon as you reduce the work to a material embodiment. So if you're seeing or dance and record that, then that material embodiment has got copyright already. The lady from the DRC, I think it's a similar question that someone else asked earlier, I think from the Comoros. It really is different. So let me give you an example. In South Africa, for a trademark, official fees, it's about, we just applied for a trademark now, including the lawyer's fees, it was about 3,500 Rand. So in dollars, it was somewhere in the region of about $200. Not even $200, $150, okay, for a trademark. Now, if it's a patent for a provisional application in South Africa, is 60 Rand. That's the official fee. But often you need legal advice. You need a patent attorney to draft this document. And then it depends on the cost of a patent attorney. So, for example, my colleagues that are still in practice as patent attorneys, they will charge anything from, in US dollars, anything from $300 for a provisional specification, and it can go up to $1,000, depending on the complexity. But for most of the inventions that we're talking about here, it won't be that high. It would be, maybe $400, let's say $500. Those are professional fees. They're not the fees at the office. Okay, so as Ida mentioned earlier, WIPO provides discounts on the official fees. I haven't filed a PCT application, but I'm happy to look up, just now and give you a figure what that official fee is, but then there's a discount. Okay, I hope that that helps.
Thank you, Dr. Sibanda. Rose, would you like to add something on the Mickey Mouse and Dora?
Yes, sorry. Thank you. Somebody had asked that if they are going to use these personalities, do they just use it for free or they have to contact? You'll have to contact the owner of those characters, because you cannot use somebody's image just like that. Though most of the time I see the SMEs just doing it because they know that they are small. This person might just say, okay, since you're small, let me forget it. But the moment now your products will be selling even abroad and you're doing a lot of money, they'll come for you. So it's always advisable. Use the legal channels to reach these people so that they give you the license. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had 2 questions here. I take only 4 questions because any time we take now is on our lunch. And I have to go to Tan at the swimming pool.
Good afternoon. My question is directed to Dr. Sibanda. Okay, thank you. Dr. Sibanda, earlier on you were talking about licensing, and in cosmetics and in food, there is the way that you particularly prepare a cosmetic product or cook the food. And there's also something called white labeling. My first question is, if at all your process is not patented, and somebody asks you to white label for them, can I use the license statutory as a tool to protect my processes of how I'll be cooking that cosmetic product or cooking the particular food?
Thank you very much. Next question. Please be brief.
Thank you so much. My name is Liz from South Africa. And I have a question about just the whole process of patenting. And one of the things I've been really struggling with is sort of like linking it to the innovative part of things, right? So the first question I have is, truly speaking, in relation to the amount of effort and the amount of process and the amount of bureaucracy there seems to be in this space, if you're looking for something as democratized as cosmetics, would you think this truly, truly delivers value for me as a brand, besides maybe trademarking my brand name? And number 2 would be, if you really look at like the innovative spaces, you look at tech, you look at a lot of these kinds of spaces that are sort of like moving really fast. There's a lot of people who are making really careless innovations along the way, very fast, very brazen. How much of asking for permission is actually going to stifle, our innovation, and how much really of what we do requires this kind of effort and requires this kind of thing, whereas we can just actually redirect our efforts to maybe marketing, maybe creativity, maybe, studying market trends.
That's not table number 1 for nothing. Oh. I take 2 other questions.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Grace. I have 2 questions. One is, can powders, like I have a customer that usually buy our powders and repackage them in their name. Is there a license agreement to that effect? Or can I have a license agreement to that? Then number 2, sorry. I'm sorry. Someone actually bought a product of mine and ran an independent lab analysis in Florida. without my permission. Is that okay? And we were supposed to also sign a franchising with him afterwards because the result came out good. But then I didn't hear from him again, and I kept wondering what must have happened if they had discovered some of my secret ingredient or trade secret or something. So is it okay for someone to run an independent test without my permission?
There's some chili sauce at this table. It's the last question because we have to leave time for the speakers to answer.
Thank you so much. My name is Fatuma from Tanzania. I'm manufacturing pure virgin coconut oil. Tanzania. Yes. What my question, not a question as such, I need somebody to help at this situation. I'm producing this coconut oil into small packages, like 120 mils, 250 mils, half a liter, and 1 liter, 5 liters, 10 liters, 20 liters. But someone came to my office and asked for a bulk production so that he can take it, and went to his office outside the country in Zambia. And he said he wanted to pack into small bottles with his own labels, what. So what am I going to do with this situation? Am I going to be advantageous or disadvantages in this?
That was the last question. The restaurant just called me. They said that the beans are getting cold. Please.
So let's start with is Fatima. Do you have any patent? No. There's no trade secrets? No. So, and I think, my response to you is probably similar to also Grace. Earlier, Ida mentioned something, I don't know whether you heard it. She said something about exhaustion of rights. So when you sell something, whoever acquires it has got no restrictions to do with that. It's the same when you buy a car. You buy a car, you can sell it tomorrow, to somebody. You can go to any shop. Many of us are here in Rwanda. We're going to buy some nice things, and then we go back and resell them in our own countries. So remember, you're in business, and your business is selling, the whatever product. In this case, it's the virgin coconut oil. So if you're going to be producing for them moving forward, there's probably a business for you, because he's buying in bulk. He's dealing with all the logistics. You don't have to be sending it through to him. But maybe there could be a different business arrangement where you still continue to make money, and maybe you might actually have some partnership in there. So the only challenge is the fact that your brand is not getting awareness, is not being made aware in Zambia, you see. But from a product point of view, you're making money. So whenever you now want to enter Zambia, you would need to register your mark. He's buying from you in bulk. He's selling it under his own trademark. You can then compete. So that would be my quick answer. And so I think Grace, the analyzing of samples, yes, we do it a lot. You buy anything, you go and analyze it. So an NDA becomes important when you're anticipating entering into a business deal. Enter into an NDA, and that NDA basically says that people would not commercialize anything arising from the discussion. And I think from table one, very tough questions. In reality, I think, as I said, I think to patent or not to patent, it's a business decision. And you have to look at the lifespan of the technology. For mobile apps, for example, you don't patent that because in 12 months it's gone. And so in cosmetics, you've got to look for that edge, something that is so unique. It could be actually a method of extracting an essential oil that is so unique that it's got a huge impact, and then that is what you're actually gonna patent. And I think for white labeling, I think similar to my response to Fatima, in reality, I mean, we see it a lot, where you produce something, you give it to someone, they package it and sell it on. So your rights are exhausted as soon as you actually pass it, down the line. You have to measure out your interests from a business point of view, and their interests and your interests in terms of continuing to do, white labeling products.
Thank you very much. On this white labeling notes, would you like to add something, Rose, before we go to lunch?
Not much, because he has covered all of them. But this idea of getting a product and then reverse engineering and developing another product is really very, very common, more so in the European or outside country. They come here, they look at the products that are doing well, they buy one or two, then they go reverse engineer and produce a similar product. And since they might even just got your products in the shops, it becomes hard even to follow up because you don't know who the person is. But I've seen that quite a lot. They take it and go to the labs, they analyze and reconstitute it. Mm-hmm. They might just supplement some of the components with something similar so that you don't say you are having the same product. But the working is the same, so it's really very common. I don't know how that one can be handled. But since maybe you didn't protect your IP in those countries, they'll still just produce products. They might not just bring it back to your country. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause again. Thank you, Dr. McLean. Thank you, Rose. I think now it's lunchtime. Loretta repeatedly told us. So I'll give back the microphone to Loretta or to Emmanuel, or shall I announce the lunch? Yeah. So what's the menu? Plantain. The menu. Please, preside the dessert without or with gluten?
Without gluten, gluten-free. Can we give the presenters of this morning's session a round of applause? Okay, so in the absence of Manu, I just wanted to inform you, one, that this morning we have decided, well, this afternoon, we have decided that it is very important. Table 18. So since we thought that, look, you have listened so many times to so many presentations, but we haven't really heard all of you. Some of you have been very vocal. You have told us, you have asked questions, you have given us information about your businesses, but not all of you have spoken. And so this afternoon, what we want to do is we want to give each and every one of you an opportunity to speak to us, to let us know what line of business you are engaged in, what you have learned from all the presentations, where you think your business falls short in terms of the use of intellectual property, what kind of information you think that we can support you with to add value to your business, and what you think we can do with you together to grow your business in the intellectual property field as we go along. So kindly prepare all the information that you think you want to share with us, and let us hear from you this afternoon. We're going to go one after the other. Now, the second point, my colleague Emmanuel is going to share with you the survey. I think he already shared with you this morning, but if he hasn't, he will share with you this afternoon. Kindly complete the survey, because it is based on the information or the feedback you give us that we can improve on future sessions. In addition, the survey is attached to the certificate of participation that you will receive from us. So it is based on your completion of the survey that you will receive your certificate of participation after the meeting. Third point, this evening, we have been kindly invited by our financial partners, the Japanese Patent Office, to a cocktail in the evening. I think, and we are in discussion with the DJs and the technical people to see how they can make it a very interesting evening for us. And so remember that the longer we stay here, the less time we will have for the cocktails. So please make sure that your interventions are not too lengthy so that everyone will get the opportunity to be heard. So I think with those words, I think I am done. Please, let's just go have our lunch and ensure that we're back here by, is it 2 o'clock? No, or 1:30? A quarter to 2. If we can get here earlier, the better. And then we can start the conversation. Thank you very much for your attention.
So the two others are concept. So we have to be here and be around. Oh, okay. So I'm not going to the school. I plan during a longer time because I listen to part-time in English, in French, in Swiss, everybody.
Okay, we'll go this evening.
Related issues at once, right? So I want to start with people that are doing, health products, beauty products out of agriculture. So anybody who is doing beauty products, please stand. Beauty products? Really? Okay. Okay, we're going to change the approach a little bit. We're going to start from the left. Where's my left? It's on this side. We're going to start from this side. And then we're going to hear the stories from the ladies this side. So I had 2 mics. I was given 2 mics, guys. I had the other one for the room and the... Where did the other one go? Okay, here it is. I found it. Please move. So if you take too much time, I will stop you because I need to finish. I have an agenda to make sure everybody speaks. So thank you. Please go ahead.
Before you start, we are only giving you 2 minutes to tell your story and 1 minute for the panelists to ask you questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll keep time.
Thank you, Rose. That will help us. Let's go.
Thank you. I'm Sandra Perkins-Lai from Liberia, West Africa. So I do moringa leaf powder and ginger powder. Started in 2020, just before the Ebola crisis. The main challenge for this business is the public awareness. I know you might want to think about it as the business doing its own awareness, but it's not like that. Why? Because it is more like a medicinal herb. And then lack of public awareness is a serious challenge. For example, every time you tell somebody about moringa powder, they will ask you a couple of questions. You have to answer the benefits, what they need to use it for, and all of that. Unlike other products where if you sell, they already know, like if you're selling rice, the person already know what rice is. So that's the major challenge for my business, is the public awareness, and another is lack of funding. Because it's manufacturing, there's a lot needs to be done surrounding that. And then if you don't have the requisite funding, it's a serious problem and a challenge.
Round of applause. Questions?
Thank you very much. You really kept time. I can see you can pitch your business. Now, one of the questions that we'll need to find out from you is that you've been here and you've been learning about intellectual property throughout. So what are you seeing as some of the gaps in your products that you'll need to incorporate in terms of intellectual property? Thank you.
The first thing I would say is to explore all avenues when it comes to intellectual property, to have it properly done locally, regionally, and internationally. Why? Because there are a lot of other moringa producers, that is when it comes to the powder, but there is something special about this one. We maintain the green chlorophyll within, which you might not easily find in others. And then the only way we have absolute right over that is by going through the IP process and then getting at the very end to be able to benefit from intellectual property rights.
So I think just for the rest of the people that are going to come after Sandra, and Sandra would like you to also respond to this question. There's 3 questions that also we're interested in after you've introduced your business. One is, what have you learned from the last 3 days? So what have you learned? What have you learned from the last 3 days? Just 2 or 3 things. And then based on what you've learned, what are the gaps that you see in your business from an IP point of view? And therefore, what kind of support would you require? So I think, Sandra, just coming back to you is, perhaps if you can answer the first question, what have you learned, from the last 3 days?
So I would say I've learned the importance of making IP a very major part of your business, meaning that you could have the best ideas or innovations, but if you don't go through the process to have it registered as your own idea, you will have it lost from you. And what I would recommend, or what I would want to see coming in the future, is for WIPO to be able to work with the local offices or the local government in each country to be able to provide the training or awareness surrounding this for existing businesses and incoming businesses.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please pass on the mic to the lady next to you. My panelists, I'm going to ask the 2 ladies to share their stories before you can just ask any of them the questions. Okay? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharon. I'm from Liberia, and I've been in business for 3 years, and my major product is cassava. So cassava, it's widely known in West Africa, and it tends to rot easily. So what we did was to repackage it into gari. Gari. What is gari? So gari is made from cassava. It's from fermented cassava. So how it's made, you grate the cassava and you drain the water out and then you roast the cassava.
Okay.
So the whole idea was from the farmers, getting cassava to the city, it takes a longer time. And in that period, it tends to rot easily. So in order to create a better product for consumers, we make a lot of products from cassava. So we have cassava flakes, which is the gari, and we made gari mix, which is made of gari, sugar, milk. So it's easily eaten in West Africa. So the prominence of this delicacy stretches out to other parts of West Africa.
Yes.
So
what are the challenges now that you're facing?
So it's, I would say, funding to scale up. In Liberia, we tend to
expand our businesses. We intend to empower youth and women on the lower stream of the local farmers. We intend to empower local farmers. So in order to do that, we need funding to scale up in order to how do I put it, to create market link for farmers.
Okay, clear.
Yes.
And what have you learned from the last 3 days?
So right now, I do not have a trademark for my business, and I've realized that it's very important for small business. And this product is called Color Mix. Now in Liberia, I have monopoly over this product. So in order to go further, I will have to trademark this product so it cannot be used anywhere else.
Good, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Verity Sonkarli, and I'm from Liberia. I'm the CEO of Evergreen Enterprise Trading Incorporated, and we're into the production of natural juices. So the hibiscus juice is not a unique thing to Liberia, but that is what I make. Hibiscus juice, ginger juice, tamarind juice, mango juices, and soursop. Our juices are free of preservatives and additives. They're all natural in state. Also, we produce an alcoholic beverage that is like Bailey's, but it's made from the rum that we get from sugarcane. So the sugarcane juice is fermented and it gives you cane juice. That's what we use to produce the evergreen eggnog. So I've been in business for 3 years. I started shortly before the coronavirus epidemic. And a major challenge that that we face in Liberia as business people is this link to market. Even the supermarkets in Liberia are not really willing to work with local businesses because they want theirs to sell. And even if you get them to work with you, they want to make more profit off your product than you, the producer.
Yeah.
That's one. Two, when you finally get your products into the supermarket, it's stacked in a corner that may not even get seen by people who go to the supermarket.
Yeah.
The second challenge is access to raw materials. Like for what I do, the hibiscus is not really grown in Liberia, so I have to buy from neighboring countries like Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and so forth. So that's a major challenge, especially now that we're in the rainy season in my country. The roads are really terrible. I will go low on raw materials, and at times I won't be able to produce. Attending this conference, I've come to learn that in order for me to maintain what I'm doing or continue to build on what I've started, I will have to protect my business, get a trademark for it, and then take advantage of trade secret, not actually the patent, because what I do is juices. It's not unique to Liberia. It's not unique to me. So I'll have to protect them in order to continue building on what I want to build on.
Good, thank you. Panelists, questions for the two ladies? Any questions?
I'm not asking a question. I'm just reminding them that it is 2 minutes. Please use that 2 minutes to tell your story.
Right, you have 2 minutes to tell your story, guys.
Sorry, what's your name again?
Verity.
Questions?
Verity. Like verity.
I have a question. Sharon, with the Gari, how are you working with farmers?
So I buy from female farmers. They do the processing, and I buy wholesale from them and repackage. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your questions. We move to the next table.
Sorry, before you proceed, it's not coming out exactly what do you want WIPO and the partners to do for you. It's not coming out, so please.
Okay, please.
Okay, so what we want WIPO to do is almost exactly what Sandra said. That's why I didn't say it. So in Liberia, intellectual property is a new thing. Most of us are just getting to hear about it, and that's because no awareness has been done, nothing at all. So it's a new thing. So we want WIPO to actually work along with our local IP office to have more businesses in Liberia, because this is just 3 here or 4 here. There are a lot more, to have them educated as to how they can use IP to protect their intellectual properties.
Okay, we're gonna come here, ladies. Again, same thing, same drill. Please share your story in the shortest possible time. Those guys are taking notes, so.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Makala Gracia. I am from Rwanda. I see the main subject is intellectual property, but also in agribusiness. I'm a little bit in a different sector, but I'm very interested in this meeting because I'm in e-commerce, but I have a platform that really help, African products, to be able to have the access on the international market. Somehow there is a, it is related with the subject for today, for the intellectual property, but also having, to put a value on the African products. That's what we want to do with our platform. Also, the main object for the intellectual property through this program of WIPO is to be able to give the value. And we think to give the value is for us Africans to be able also to be recognized worldwide and to have the value of our product. But now, the channel is, with the digital channel, it can also give an added value. So I came here because of this. I think I'm going to share the mic then.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies. My name is Ikhetelen Cecilia Magotoko. I come from Lesotho. It's a country inside South Africa. I'm a fashion designer by profession. I just ventured into agribusiness last year in August. I'm food processing. I'm doing jams, picklings. It's just a new business. It's less than a year. So I'm glad that I came here today because I've learned about brand development strategy that will help me to develop my new business.
Thank you. And what do you want WIPOs and the partners to do for you?
I would like the partners to do something like this, maybe quarterly, so that next time when I come, we come with the products to see that like others ladies did.
Nice. Thank you. Pass on the mic, please. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Paulina Selepe from Lesotho. I am a livestock farmer. Mainly, I am a wool and mohair producer. I started in 2013 and it's been 10 years now, owning 145 sheep and 67 goats.
Nice.
The main challenge is the issue of climate change since we rely mainly on range and pasture. So the issue of the many rains and storms and hails and everything contribute to the challenges that I have. Another challenge is the issue of animal feeds and vaccination. We don't have facilities in Lesotho where we get such, so we rely entirely on South Africa. So with the issue of COVID-19 and the likes, we are unable to cross borders, so we lost a lot of livestock in Lesotho. Consistency and the choice of breed has really been helping me to succeed. I have learned that it is very important to have my business branded and to partake in the IP processes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For the three ladies, any questions, panelists? Any questions for the three ladies at this point? No? Thank you.
No.
Ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Vuguziga, and I'm in a business of coffee. We process coffee from different farmers, mostly in the southern part of the country, where we work with a group of women, mostly single mothers, who are farmers of coffee. We collect cherries from them and we process them, and we also mill the coffee and we export green coffee.
So maybe the main challenge is the climate change today, but also the access to the international market and the versatility of the coffee market. Because when you look at the value chain, the entire value, like supply chain, and the money that comes back to our farmers, it's really less compared to the work, the entire work the woman has to perform so that we get to that product of green coffee. So what I have learned from this conference is to work better on the marketing side, because we need to access the market for our farmers and for ourselves, but also to get our brands and products patented and registered, because I saw that there's a risk of having our products and brands probably patented by somebody else, because we have special processes of our coffee that is ordered by our buyers on the other side.
Right.
We have like secret processes that we need to also get protected.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Next to her.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nina Tasfamariam. I live here in Rwanda. I have a store called Fab African Things. The store carries fabulous African
Can
products.
you hear her? Okay. Can you put the mic closer?
Closer, like this, okay. So I sell products from different parts of Africa in one store. I don't really make my own products, but I get products from reputable manufacturers. I sell their products under their own brands, but they also give me their products in bulk. So I bring it to the, and we repackage it and sell it. I have their permission to do that.
Okay, good. Thank you. And what do you want the partners to do for you?
I've learned a lot about the trademark and the IP, really. I never paid attention to it. I don't know if it will be useful in what I do, but it has given me information.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Solkem. I'm coming from Chad, and my business is about peanut oil. I started my business in 2001. And instead of producing the oil, I put in place a financial strategy. Because, you know, banks give to rich. We are not rich. So we are a group of 20 people. We save money for 1 year, and we start our business. What is the challenges? The challenge I'm facing in Chad is a problem of energy. Is a real problem for us. What is the success? I'm very proud because I just received the result of the quality controls of my oil. They are all satisfactory.
Woo! Woo!
All. I just received it. We produce, our promise to our client was to deliver a good quality of our oil. And this is what we did. What I learned about protection. I take my time to make brand identity, but I have never think about protecting it. When I will go back, I have 2 things to do. To put my oil on the bottle and sell them, but at the same time also protect the logo of my brand. What people and the partners can do for us, please help us have a simplified process. I used to say people who went in university and we people who went in the grandes écoles is different. We don't want to talk too much. So please, for the businesswoman like us, have in place a simplified process and also a cost-friendly. I will not say for free, because you guys also need the institution to go, but think about how we can finance it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. So common challenges here: climate change, financing, marketing, access to markets. Yes, I will take some questions from the doctor. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you, Precious. I just have a small question for Christine. You say you export coffee, right? Where do you export?
Well, we export to the U.S.
To the US and Canada. Since when?
Since last 2 years, I think since 2021.
As white label or with your brand?
What?
You export as white label or with your brand?
I export with my brand.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions for this table before I move on?
My sister, what form of certification did you receive?
Oh,
What's the certification you received?
For her? For her?
Yes.
Can you give her the mic, please? Thank you.
Ok, alors il y a eu 2 tests. Il y a le test de microbiologie. Ici, ils disent, alors, ils ont cité huile à taux d'humidité en matière volatile, indice d'acide, acidité, indice de peroxyde, indice de saponification. Et le commentaire est: le taux d'humidité matière volatile est conforme à la valeur limite dont le résultat est satisfaisant. L'indice d'acide est conforme à la valeur limite dont le résultat est satisfaisant. L'indice de saponification est conforme à la valeur limite dont le résultat est satisfaisant. This is one test.
Félicitations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to this group of ladies. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your stories. Now we come here. Ladies, same thing. Marathon. Share your story. Pack a punch in the shortest possible time. Let's go.
Hi, ladies and gents. My name is Chantal. I have a French name, but I don't have the accent. I'm in the coffee industry. I specialize in crop production. The business specializes in producing vegetable coffee made out of the actual vegetables that we plant, and we've catered for a health sector. The challenges that we're currently experiencing is that we have limited access to trade with other countries based on that South Africa is not listed in, we don't have license to trade in other countries. I may not be farming with coffee, I may not be farming with cassava, I may not be farming with vanilla, but I have spoken to a few ladies in the room, and we have decided that since I am a product developer, an innovative product developer, and we have come up with this coffee that solves a problem, and we're also focusing on social impact in our business. WIPO, I would like them to help set up IP channels to trade in other countries, and also to put up production centers so that we can easily do the production in that country. So it would limit us to, and licensing as well. I've learned in the past 3 days that we've been here on the loopholes that we have bypassed in our company, so we have to go back home, do our homework, and come back and give feedback. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pilar Dichel.
So can I ask that when you stand, don't say good afternoon. Greet us good afternoon in your language.
Oh.
Okay? Let's go.
Dumelang, my name is Pilar Dichel from South Africa.
Thank you.
My company's name is African Agricultural Solutions. The main objective of my company is to create economically sustainable opportunities through agricultural development, more especially in rural communities. We currently produce eggs through our layer chickens, and we also do fresh and processed chilies as well as cassava products. Our new product is, our new industry that we want to go to within the agricultural value chain is packaging production. So yeah, making packaging for the agricultural industry. Our main challenges, so I'm going to speak from the packaging because that's what I want to focus on now. Our main challenges is that we are a startup and we might not get support because we are a young startup and also African in South Africa. So there are many barriers and obstacles for us to get into that big industry. And also funding to start such a project, and also the R&D, which will be associated with that because we're currently doing everything home in our garages or kitchens. And what I've learned in the past, or what has worked for me, is networking, going to these type of conferences. I get to refine my ideas, I get to find new ideas and where I can fit in the agricultural value chain, which doesn't have to be production of primary crops. I can do something with the raw materials from the other role players in the agricultural value chain.
Right, before the next speaker says something, she said something interesting there. She said that it's difficult to penetrate the market because we're African in South Africa. I'm worried. I'm worried. If we can't make it in Africa, where can we make it? Where can we make it, right? Where can we make it? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Milumbe Katoa.
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Milumbe Katoa and I'm from Namibia. And I'm a pharmacist by profession and also the founder of Chen Organics Cosmetics. So I started COVID year, like most of us, 2020. And my business is we make skincare products out of hibiscus. So currently I have one product, an anti-aging glow mask. However, we want to introduce more products to add to the skincare range. One of my major challenges is acquiring packaging because for years there's obviously been high-end or the native cosmetic products that everybody is acquainted with. But as a startup, this is a new product and you need to introduce it to the market and get familiar. You're basically competing against bigger brands, yes. But in order for you to compete with them, your packaging also needs to stand out, which is quite a challenge. And acquiring that packaging is another challenge. And if you get the good packaging, it's super expensive. So those are one of the challenges, as well as market to access. What else?
What do you want the partners to do for you?
What I want them to do for me is, okay, I've learned a lot through the past days. And one of the things that stood out was brand strategy building. I would like to have follow-up sessions with the ladies, just to see how far we've gone after this conference and tackle helping us basically build a brand strategy, because that's very important for us to penetrate these big markets and these big competitors. We really need help.
Thank you, ma'am. Pass to the next.
Please maintain your 2 minutes. We are 10 minutes late.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Kube Igidi, everyone. That is, yeah, Kube Igidi. That is how we greet in Nupe language from the northern parts of Nigeria. I'm from Nigerian.
We cannot
Abuja.
hear you. Can you put the mic closer to your...
Okay,
Yes,
I'm
go
from
ahead.
Nigerian, Abuja, Niger State precisely. So Kube Igidi is the way we greet. So I work in Ministry of Agriculture under livestock. And I'm a baby in this business. What I do, I'm a chef. So what I do, even right now, what I came to do is to empower single mothers on the production of natural drinks, how to produce natural drinks, how to package it, and how to brand it. So we are working on it, and presently the most challenging we have is branding, which I know, of course, is the major problem. So what I will love they do for me, since I said I'm a baby in this business, I will love to have a mentor. And then I will love to partner with other people that have been in this business to carry me along so that I can do well.
Nice.
And also, my dad have a sesame farm, a very large one, about 50 hectares of land in Nigeria. So we produce a lot of sesame seed. And we also make it in powdered form. We have hibiscus flower, which we make natural drink of it, and it is very healthy. So I will love to partner with people that know much about it so we can explode. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Antlé, bonjour. Antlé,
Yes, you
c'est
can speak in French.
En langue,
Yes.
en langue Djoula. Je me présente, je m'appelle Aïcha Balo. Moi, je suis chef traiteur sur Paris depuis 14 ans. Et dès le début, en fait, j'ai voulu valoriser le terroir, les produits du terroir africain. Donc déjà, merci à vous toutes, mesdames, parce que c'est grâce à vous quand même qu'on arrive à sublimer nos assiettes, qu'on arrive à se démarquer et à prouver, parce que moi, je suis de Paris, donc à prouver de l'autre côté que l'Afrique est juste merveilleux, qu'on a des produits juste merveilleux et que vous êtes des vraies femmes battantes. Moi, je suis ni dans la transformation, ni dans l'agriculture, mais je pense qu'on a un peu la parcelle entre votre travail et le client. Donc, nous, c'est vraiment utiliser vos produits, réussir à les sublimer et montrer aux clients qu'une banane plantain, c'est pas que de la loco, que l'igname, c'est pas que... on fait pas que bouillir l'igname et qu'on peut vraiment faire de la gastronomie africaine, mais ça, on peut le faire uniquement grâce à votre travail à vous. Et je pense qu'il faudrait réussir à créer justement des partenariats entre les producteurs, les transformateurs, et que vous devez absolument vous servir de nous autres pour justement montrer aux clients que les produits africains peuvent être très bons pour la santé, parce qu'il ne faut pas oublier que les produits que vous travaillez, que vous transformez, beaucoup sont classés en alicaments. Donc, c'est des produits qui sont excellents pour la santé, qui sont très bons pour les os, pour le sang. Et moi, je vous encourage à continuer à travailler vos produits, mais surtout à collaborer des partenariats avec de nombreux chefs, parce qu'on est de plus en plus nombreux à se battre pour développer et à mettre en avant les produits du terroir africain. Et je pense que ça peut être une bonne synergie entre vous et nous. Et ça peut permettre d'élargir votre marché. Moi, je suis une femme noire, je vis en Europe, je donne des formations ici en Afrique. Et donc, je suis ouverte à tout partenariat pour pouvoir peut-être travailler et faire développer les produits de madame en France, vos thés, vos tisanes, vos maniocs, vos farines, et permettre en même temps de les montrer autrement. Donc, voilà. Merci.
Thank you. Merci. Merci. Thank you. Questions for the ladies. So common challenges there, brand building, developing strong brands, and then mentorship to grow the businesses. Those are the main challenges and the main requests for support. Moderators, any comments, questions for that group? No comments, questions for that group yet? So yeah, there are people here who think that they can predict what I'm doing. So I am unpredictable. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Thank you, Precious. Sorry, a small question. I didn't catch your name. You say you're from Namibia, Chain Organic Cosmetics. Yes. Okay. Did you consider a trademark for your product? Do you have a trademark? No. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good. We are now on this side of the room. Some chilled out women just woke up right now. Wow. Let's see. Right, please go ahead.
Dumela. My name is Babuinya Peti. I am from Botswana, and I am a farmer. So basically, what's happening in Botswana is we have a small number of farmers because our import rate is really high. Our import bill is really high. We have an import bill of 375. That was 375 million. That was in 2020, and then the government decided to put restriction because most of our vegetables were coming from South Africa. So ever since the import restrictions were applied in Botswana, we have seen a decline in 175 billion. That means we're still 200 million short of production of vegetables. So basically what I do also is I help farmers reach the market. So it's been very eye-opening for me to be here because we produce a lot of things, but we can't find import or export market. And for me, I didn't know how to reach out to the export market.
Okay.
But for me, it's been very eye-opening because I get to learn. But also, I'm here thinking to myself, like, we're not doing enough in my country for us to be talking about export.
Yeah.
We're already at a stage where we're trying to deal with the import bill that is very, very high.
And what do you want the partners to do for you?
For me.
Is there anything you would want the partners to do?
I think for me, it was really an internal work that has to be done. And going back to my country, we have to do a lot of work for us to be able to compete. Because I see a lot of products on the table, and it's kind of like,
okay, it hit you. It hit you. Okay, great. Well, that's still great. Thank you. Ma'am.
Ndimasia Rabude.
Ndimasia.
Ndimasiare.
Ndimasia.
I've just said good afternoon in Chivenda, which is my mom's language. So my name is Tulufelo Wichwemang, and I am from South Africa. Sure. So I do quite a bit in agriculture, but mainly I am a farmer and I work with smallholder farmers, gaining them access to market. I work with Babui also. Now, what I've learned this past few days really is how much work I really need to do with my smallholder farmers, just in terms of helping them protect what they have.
Nice.
Because we are already producing stuff, we're already agri-processing. So how do we protect their produce, their products before they get into the retail space? I don't think we had done enough work around that.
Okay.
And then what do I need from the panelists? I need to stay in contact with you because I think that this will be a continuous process.
Yes.
Especially because I work with farmers. It's not just my products or my company. And so some questions will come up over time that I didn't have the capacity to think of now. So that's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Nice, short and sweet. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liz Lizwalo from South Africa. I've got a...
Go ahead. Okay.
Sorry about that. So my name is Liz Lizwalo from South Africa, and I run a beauty and wellness brand called Masodi. It's named after the most important woman of my life, my mother. And so around about 2014, 2015 in South Africa, there was a huge wave of beauty and wellness conversations that was happening that was centered around two things. One was the black woman, and the second thing was natural ingredients or thoughtful ingredients. And at the time, I was a management consultant, and I'd also worked in FMCG prior to that. So one of the things I knew I could do was come up with some sort of solution. So what we came up with was a brand called Masodi, which does hair care, skincare, and wellness products. And we pride ourselves on three main pillars. One is products that work beyond the hype of ingredients, which is one of the decisions that actually saw us shift from being just a natural or organic brand to sort of like playing in the middle between the natural ingredients as well as the actives, because those are really important. I feel like we're not being 100% honest all the time about the limitations that natural ingredients can have without the support of active ingredients. The second thing was that people started talking about mental health a lot. You could see that people wanted to feel good and feel well.
I need to stop you. I need you to answer the question.
So
what are your challenges?
My challenges are threefold.
Yeah.
The first challenge is resource. So we're scaling. We're in 8+ countries across the world.
Yeah.
And as a scaling business, resource is always a big constraint or a big issue. So if there's a solution to that, that would be appreciated. The second thing is with scaling and with innovation, you always need a strong team. We're starting to produce some of our digital and tech products, and with that comes a different type of team composition that one needs to have. And I say lastly, you can always talk about capacity, simply because as a manufacturing business with in-house manufacturing as well as third-party manufacturing, we have the limitations of load shedding in South Africa. We have the limitations of just the efficiency of the equipment that we have. So those kinds of solutions would be very interesting coming from WIPO. And I think the two things I've learned that were interesting, that stuck with me, were the Madrid and the Lisbon systems, particularly because I don't think a lot of our formulations are groundbreaking formulations, but I do think the name needs to be protected in all the industry, in all the markets that we operate in.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Dumelang. My name's Adin Damareki and I'm from Botswana. What we do is...
Hello, yes.
Great. So we solve acne, dry skin, and hyperpigmentation using indigenous knowledge and indigenous plants. My takeaway from these were literally the Madrid system, its implementation, and the importance of how Aripo could actually help us. But most importantly, the role that WIPO plays. My takeaway will be, it will be great to see policymakers and regulators in the room. For example, we have SIPA, which I'm sure works with Aripo and then works with WIPO. Now we're going back to our countries with so much knowledge, but the regulators do not know.
Yeah.
And now we're going to have the work of educating them while also trying to implement. It would be great to have them in the panel. It would be great for them to also learn and go out there and actually get to implement. From another perspective again is, I'm hoping that from here we could go out and be ambassadors for the women that we're representing in our communities and teach them exactly what we've learned.
Thank
you.
you. Nice. A round of applause for these ladies. Right. So,
before, sorry, the lady, we did get her name well.
Your lady?
Yeah, it's a tongue twister. Didn't Claire, but Didi works perfect.
Didn't Claire. Okay, so didn't Claire, you said something there very interesting, which is that the authorities are not in the room. And I wanted to check from Aripo people, OAPI, is Botswana not a member of the, yes, ma'am.
So I think one thing that we also should recall, and I wanted to remind our people, is that, yes, I was just going to ask you, are you in touch with your IP authorities, SIPA? Yes, because that is part of their mandate, to raise awareness, to support all that. So it would be good to have a conversation with them on how they can support to raise awareness out there. But we also, as WIPO and our partners, Aripo, because Botswana is a member of Aripo.
Yeah.
So our partners, Aripo and us, WIPO, we always try to work together to ensure that there is sufficient awareness. There's still a long way ahead of us, but we are working on that, and we hope to reach out to as many people as possible. But always, just for all those in here, especially for most of the Francophone countries, they are members of the OAPI, and most of the Anglophone countries are members of Aripo. Yeah. And so sometimes some of these conversations, you could have it with your local representatives for those in OAPI, and with your local authorities in your countries. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any questions, moderators? Yes, David?
Tulu Fellow, I hope I got the name right.
Yes.
Yes, you do access to market for smallholder farmers.
Yes, sir.
How do you do access to market? Do you have an app or do you have a delivery system? What exactly are you doing in terms of access to market for smallholder farmers?
So we actually have a farmers network. And so what you have to do is you have to become a part of our database. And we also have a supplier network. So we actually move the product from our network to also our supplier network. We also help farmers grow food specifically for targeted suppliers. So for example, steers will come to us and they'll say, we need mushrooms. And then we will go into our database, locate mushroom farmers, and then say, these are the quantities we're looking for. If the quantities are far larger than what our mushroom suppliers can supply, then we also look outside of our network so that we can meet the quota. Because more often than not, the smallholder farmers cannot fulfill the quantity of the offtake agreement. And so that's why we have the network, so that we can actually fill the quota. I hope that makes sense.
Babui, so are you primarily in primary agriculture and not processing?
Well, at the moment, I am doing only farming. I'm producing only, I'm not processing. But I'm so interested in moving into the processing part of it. Because yesterday I was having this conversation with Tolofelo, like during winter we produce a lot of cabbage, and then we have farmers throwing it away to goats, giving it to goats and stuff. And Tolofelo was like to me, but you can make acha, you can make all of these things. And to me, there was like, we're already importing acha from South Africa and neighboring countries. Why can't we produce it within our country? So going back, that is one of the things that I'm going back to do. And hopefully I can get financial assistance if it's not a big deal.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving. This is Mary from Cote d'Ivoire. She's masquerading as a guy, but I'm joking. You're right, ladies, let's go. Marathon, 2 minutes.
Can I welcome?
Yes.
This is the language of Eritrea.
You can speak in
Eritrea,
your
East
language,
Africa. Yeah. I'm a farmer and strawberry. My plan was to grow strawberry.
What name?
Tzedal
The
Johannes.
name.
Tzedal Johannes. The challenges that
Tedali, which country?
Eritrea, but I'm in Rwanda. I moved in Rwanda.
Okay.
Shall I continue?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
The challenges for the strawberry growing farm is that there is no resistant to pests and diseases and to the climate. The strawberry seedlings are imported from Netherlands, so they are new to this country. The variety, there is only one variety. So this is the challenge that facing, and also there are specific fertilizers that you have to use, and they are very expensive. So it would be interesting to find pests and disease resistant and adaptable to this climate. Oh, this is
Okay, what do you want the partners to do for you?
It would be good to share information if in other countries in Africa there are strawberries which are resistant to this diseases.
Right, so knowledge around other strawberries that are resistant to the diseases that you are experiencing. Thank you. So that's agro knowledge. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. Yes.
I'm in poultry farming.
Can you put the mic close?
I'm in poultry farming.
Name and...
my name is Gannat Bokhratia.
Sorry, please
I'm
say it
from
again.
Eritrea.
They have to write something there. So.
My name is Gannat, like Janet Bokhratia, from Eritrea.
Janet from Eritrea. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm in poultry farming, mainly. And from the poultry is also the meat poultry, the meat chicken, or broilers. So I have
Mic close to the,
I
yes.
have the farm since 1997, and I reached it up to installing hatchery in order to suffice my own chicks. But to do this, I need the parent stock, so that they would give me eggs to be hatchable, to be hatched. Since we don't have hard currency access, for the time being, I am not functional. So for the time being, I am doing food processing, like jam making, tomato sauce making, chili paste, and so on. And also dry herb packing. I learned many things from this, and I understood I am very far behind all my sisters here.
No.
We lack packaging items, packaging items for the herbs, even for the liquid processed like jam, tomato, and chili. And this is also due to hard currency. Other is also machinery. Otherwise, I have learned a lot, and hopefully I will be implementing or practicing the training I got from here.
Thank you.
From my chicken meat, I might also dry, because I have seen
women who are
meat,
drying
yeah.
chicken.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw. Amazing stuff. That woman is amazing. It's the first time I've seen chicken biltong in my life, but it's so tasty. If you haven't tasted it, please find her and taste that biltong. Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Fikrta Asafa.
Guys, please put the mic close to you so that people can hear you. Yes.
Hello.
No, closer. Close. Close.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Fikrta Asafa. I am from Ethiopia, and I am a student. I am doing my PhD, and I am a researcher. So I am doing this business side by side. So in Ethiopia, not in Ethiopia, all worlds, there are a problem of diabetes, and it's difficult to also to get food for diabetes patient. Even if in this restaurant, if there is some diabetes patient is here, it is difficult to get food. So one of my proposal is, or my work is, just I have started some works, because as I told you, I am a student. So I don't have company like others, but I got some many knowledge from these African women.
Nice.
So I started to supply some 1-2 supermarkets by using this barley. Barley is very important. As you know, in Ethiopia, Ethiopia is not a center of or origin of this barley, but we have diversity of this barley. So I started to make this barley cookies with mixing some others, these medicinal plants like cinnamon, this black pepper, and also this moringa. So this helps to maintain the blood sugar levels. So
what do you want the partners to do for you?
Just I have challenges for this making, packaging, and also these baking materials, because I use it in my some stoves in my home. This is bed baker, so I need these materials, and also I need to expand the works, because as I told you, I am a student, so I don't have some enough budgets. And just I do side by side, and I don't have my shop. Just I am supplying for some supermarkets.
Okay.
Like that. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Next.
እንዴት ዋላችሁ? This is from Ethiopian language, which is Amharic.
Okay, nice.
Good afternoon.
Nice.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Really, I appreciate for this conference. I've learned a lot of things for this. Thank you so much. So, my name is Tigist Tsagaye.
Sorry, your name?
My name is Tigist Tsagaye. I came from Ethiopia. I have partner. My company, our company name is Jar African company, which is preparing a spicy like ginger, cloves, cinnamons, and cereal groves.
Nice.
Do you know? Okay. That means cereal group in our culture, it is shuro. Shuro means eating with injera.
Okay.
Do you know injera?
Yes, I know injera, yes.
Okay. The other is berber. Berber means pepper, red pepper. All these are prepare our company, then supply for customers.
Nice. What are your main challenges?
Our challenge is like the cloves and cinnamons is not is not our country to plant.
Yeah.
It is importing
Yeah.
for our country. So that is one challenge of us. Another is financial constraint.
Yeah.
There is a lot of business in our company, but our there is constraint of finance. So because of that, we have not doing more.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Round of applause to these ladies. Questions, comments, moderators for that table. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I don't want to... the name, I remember the countries.
Yes, it's okay.
Eritrea and Rwanda.
Yeah.
The strawberry... yeah, okay. Did you... I know Rwanda is a university are quite open for that. I don't know for Eritrea. But did you try to get close to researchers, like the Agricultural Research Center, to see if they have other varieties of strawberry? I know because we in Ivory Coast, we have strawberry from Burkina Faso. So you might find some of the answer there, but maybe in the local research center you can find something also.
No, they don't have it.
Okay, okay. So maybe we should relate, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
Any other questions, moderators? Mike? Thank you, ladies. We are here now. Same process, marathon, 2 minutes, pick a punch. Tell us quickly, what do you do? What are the challenges? What do you want from the partners? What did you learn?
Bonsoir, chers collègues entrepreneurs. Je viens du Bénin. On m'appelle Yerwenou Colette. Je suis transformatrice des fruits et légumes en jus. Le Bénin est un pays hospitalier et d'accueil dont Dieu a doté d'un trésor qui est l'ananas pain de sucre, qui a une identification géographique. Le gouvernement en a fait une filière phare et il demande aux producteurs de produire 600 000 tonnes d'ananas par an et que les transformateurs puissent transformer 50%, dont 300 000 tonnes. C'est avec ce défi que l'entreprise FACOS s'acharne tous les jours pour transformer les jus d'ananas. Donc, je vous montre un échantillon. C'est du pur jus d'ananas 100% sans additifs. J'ai commencé la transformation en 2006. Jusqu'à aujourd'hui, nous continuons de le faire. Nous avons reçu plusieurs certifications pour nos produits au niveau national, la BSSA, la mise en marché. Nous avons aussi reçu l'agrément UMOA et CDAO pour certains produits. Nous sommes dans la démarche HACCP protéger
et produits lourds qui sont périssables. Et quand on a commencé à avoir justement les pandémies, nous avons fait installer une unité de transformation qui aujourd'hui transforme les produits que nous produisons, enfin nos produits directement. Dans ce cas, nous sommes sur la même exploitation. Mon défi, c'est vraiment aider beaucoup d'autres femmes à augmenter leur production parce que cette chaîne-là, ce maillon-là leur permet de gagner de l'argent et aussi d'approvisionner celles qui sont dans l'autre maillon de la chaîne qui est dans la transformation. En dernier ressort, ce que je tire de cet atelier, c'est que je connaissais déjà l'indication géographique parce que je suis dans la démarche avec l'ananas baronne, mais je voulais approfondir effectivement mes connaissances et cet atelier m'a donné l'opportunité de savoir qu'on doit ensemble travailler, essayer de mutualiser nos efforts pour essayer, si on veut aller sur un autre marché. Je vous remercie sincèrement de me donner cette opportunité. Merci à mes amis. Merci.
Thank you, Madame.
Hello, bonjour. Je suis Madame Ouattara Djouma, épouse Konaté. Oui, merci, c'est moi. Alors...
Which country?
La Côte d'Ivoire.
Okay.
J'ai mon entreprise dénommée Najma, que j'ai créée en 2017, juste quand je partais à la retraite. J'ai décidé de faire de la transformation des produits de chez nous, tout simplement parce qu'il y avait un besoin. Nous-mêmes, en tant que mères, nous éduquons nos enfants, nos filles, à faire de brillantes études, à être belles tout le temps, à être compétitives. Au finish, les produits du terroir, je suis désolée, les filles s'en éloignent. Donc, c'était l'un des objectifs que je visais. Alors, donc cette entreprise-là, ce que je retiens, moi je fais les pâtes d'arachide, les pistaches et les amandes de cajou. C'est ma spécialité. Ce que je retiens, c'est qu'en général, on se dit petites entreprises, on ne pense pas à toutes ces choses qui sont de se faire enregistrer, même les certifications et autres. J'ai bien compris qu'on peut créer sa petite entreprise, faire sa petite démarche, et au moment où on se dit qu'on est prêt, il y a quelqu'un d'autre qui vous a dévancé. Ça serait le drame. J'ai même personnellement connu cela, parce que quand j'ai voulu trouver le nom de mon entreprise, avec mes filles, on a choisi Najma. OK, mais quand j'ai tapé Najma,
Your time.
Google, il y en avait en Inde, partout. Voilà. Je souhaiterais que, au sortir d'ici, l'OAPI, qui est en charge de la Côte d'Ivoire, puisse nous faire, en fait, ces genres de conférences localement et nous aider, en fait, dans un suivi. Voilà.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam. Next, please.
Let's try to be short and specific. Remember, all these other ladies also want to tell their stories. So please, 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. Merci bien. Je suis Madame Ekebla Aele. Je viens du Togo. Vraiment, c'est une grâce pour moi de représenter le Togo aujourd'hui et d'être dans une foule de femmes, des femmes vraiment très intelligentes ici. C'est vraiment une occasion pour moi de vraiment profiter de cette belle rencontre parce que j'aime bien mon produit, je ne vais pas penser à protéger ma marque. Hein. Chaque fois, on me dit, il faut protéger ta marque, mais je me dis, bon, ce n'est pas nécessaire. Mais là, ici, je suis présente vraiment. J'ai tellement envie d'aller partager avec mes collègues togolaises qui sont dans la transformation parce qu'on a plusieurs produits chez nous. Il y a l'huile de coco, l'huile rouge, il y a plusieurs produits, mais et là, aujourd'hui, j'ai vu l'importance de protéger vraiment notre marque. Et vraiment, merci vraiment à vous. J'aimerais également faire une petite doléance parce que j'aimerais également qu'on travaille vraiment en synergie, on travaille en collaboration pour que nos produits même soient vraiment bien consommés chez nous ici en Afrique parce que nous avons déjà presque tout. On peut toutefois échanger, toujours continuer à échanger, continuer à parler de nos produits à nos proches. Et puis, si on peut également avoir un appui pour l'exportation de nos produits entre nous-mêmes, entre les pays voisins, ça serait encore très mieux et nous pourrons également facilement passer nos produits. Les merci bien.
Merci, merci aux formateurs, merci aux participants. Vous avez la société Malim devant vous, vous avez Tina de Togo également. Et dans notre société, on fait une innovation de beaucoup de choses. La farine de pain de singe qu'on transforme aussi en bonbons parce que dedans il y a beaucoup de vitamine C. Il y a aussi la bière locale qu'on a raffinée dans des bouteilles bien étiquetées. Pourquoi on a pensé à ça? La bière locale se consomme au Togo le jour J+1. On s'est dit pourquoi ne pas innover ça en consommant le jour J plus 6 mois de consommation. Voilà un peu ce qu'on est en train de faire dans la société Malim qui fait déjà 10 ans. Ok, ça fait 10 ans, mais pour l'innovation de la bière, ça fait 2 ans qu'on est en train de faire. Alors, ce que j'ai appris dans cette formation, c'est que à mon retour au pays, toute femme de part et d'autre, du nord au sud, je vais essayer de leur parler de comment protéger sa marque, comment protéger son produit et les expliquer mieux que pour les brevetages, on ne prend pas tous les produits pour faire le brevetage. On sélectionne les meilleures innovations qui ne sont pas dans le pays pour demander l'innovation. Maintenant, pour pour nos partenaires, ce que notre pays demande, spécialement ma société, pouvoir nous trouver les partenaires de distribution, les partenaires du marché interne, les représentants financiers, les partenaires techniques également, pour mieux aider la population togolaise à engager les jeunes dans ma société. Merci.
Thank you, madam. Please give a round of applause to these ladies for their stories. Key things here are a lot around collaboration between the ladies in this room doing different things to partner, to open access to markets and to remain connected. Those are the main things that, some of the things that were coming up. Any questions, moderators? Yes, ma'am.
Je vais parler en français. J'ai une question pour Madame Fofana Fatoumata. Ça doit être un nom
Fatma,
de
which one?
Vous avez dit que vous êtes déjà dans une démarche d'indication géographique avec l'ananas baronne.
Oui.
Qui vous accompagne? C'est vous-même avec votre organisme ou vous avez un soutien du gouvernement déjà?
Bon, nous sommes dans il y a le Pampige 2 avec l'OAPI. Il y a le programme Pampige 2. Le Pampige 1 a accompagné le café de Ziama. Et Pampige 2, nous avons, la Guinée fait partie. Dans ce cas, il y a l'AFD qui finance, mais aussi le gouvernement, de façon institutionnelle, accompagne. Mais le soutien financier, c'est l'AFD à travers justement l'OAPI. Mais je suis dans la fédération porteuse de projets.
Merci beaucoup. J'ai une autre question pour Tina au Togo qui produit de la bière. La bière, vous l'avez fait passer au contrôle sanitaire. Elle a une certification de l'ITRA.
Bien sûr, tout a été contrôlé pendant ces 10 ans également.
Merci. Bravo.
Merci bien. Au revoir.
Thank you. We move.
Tina, do you have a trademark for the beer?
You have a trademark for the beer?
Oui, on a la marque, voilà. Malim, Mono. Pour le API du Togo, on est en pleine protection. On a déjà vérifié la marque, personne n'a pris ça dans la...
Right, thank you. Round of applause. Right, so this is very common, and I've seen it a lot. In Zimbabwe, we have an African traditional beer that we do very good. And all our forefathers have been drinking that. And then we just heard that someone registered a trademark and a patent for that beer in the US. Our ancestors' beer. So, yeah. So those things must be protected. Right. 2 minutes, ladies. Let's go. Pack a punch.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lilia from Angola. I speak in Portuguese. Express me better in Portuguese, and then my colleague will traduce. Okay? Yes. Hi. Okay. Olá, boa tarde. Eu sou a Lilia.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lilia.
Eu criei uma associação para as mulheres no agro pelo mundo.
I created an association for women agriculture for the world.
Em Angola tem deparado por algumas. Nós estamos em paz há pouco tempo, 20 anos.
In Angola, we are in peace about 20 years from now.
Eu estudei fora da Angola por causa da guerra.
I studied outside of Angola because of the war.
Eu tive entre a Alemanha e Portugal.
I was in between Germany and Portugal.
E, no entanto, quando eu cheguei em Angola, ainda não havia projetos agrícolas.
When I arrived in Angola, there was no agricultural business.
Eu formei-me em Portugal por parte e depois fiz uma licenciatura em engenharia ambiental em Angola, porque eu queria estudar em Angola.
I formed myself in Portugal in engenharia, okay?
Environmental engineer.
Environmental engineer.
In Angola, porque
in
eu
Angola.
queria estudar em Angola.
She did it in Portugal, but she wanted to study in Angola, but because of the war, she went to Portugal.
No.
The other way around, sorry.
Yes.
I'm trying.
Apologies. Because the environment of Angola is a passion, and I wanted to study in Africa too. Because we have to make investigation in Africa, not out of Africa. Não terminei. A associação ela foca em dar ênfase aos negócios. Ok. Portanto, investigação, networking, portanto, elevar negócios que teve sempre escondido por causa da guerra, não é? Existe muitos negócios dentro do agronegócio que nunca foram realmente ditas ou reconhecidas a nível internacional, porque infelizmente em Angola tudo sempre teve muito, é comércio muito fechado.
Olha o tempo. My business is I wanted to emphasize the businesses of women, and my business focus on research and networking, and I want to leverage other businesses that because of the war, they could not grow, they could not scale up, and many businesses had this problem. They weren't recognized because we didn't have political stability.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your story. Madam, next.
We are changing the time. It's no longer 2 minutes, it's now 1 minute.
Okay, so guys, as I mentioned, some of you, hello, I think some of you missed the brief when I started. This is not the time to tell how you started your business. It's just what is your business, okay? It's not the story of why you started, what you started, no. It's just, my name is Precious, I sell beer in Zimbabwe. And my challenge is 1, 2, 3, and what I want WIPO to do, 1, 2, 3. Are we together? Right, let's go. Madame.
Hi. Moi, je suis Mbalia. Je travaille dans une fondation qui appuie des femmes qui sont dans le secteur de la transformation des produits agricoles. Comme ça, elles font de la transformation avec notre appui en formation et suivi. Notre principal défi, c'est avoir d'emballage et de façon qu'on puisse conserver les produits, surtout les cajous, que c'est un produit saisonnal. Et aussi, il n'y a pas de laboratoire pour faire des analyses de produits que les femmes font. Et une autre chose, c'est la question de connaissance, la technologie pour la transformation des produits locaux. avec ces 3 jours-là, et en partenariat avec le pays de la Guinée-Bissau, je pense proposer une session de formation et sensibilisation pour les femmes. Et j'aimerais aussi avoir l'appui de l'organisation, la direction générale. Et j'aimerais proposer ici qu'on crée...
Your time is over.
qu'on crée un réseau de tous les participants ici, qu'on puisse changer entre nous. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
My name is Jessica Neves. I'm from São Tomé and Príncipe. I have a company since the end of December 2008. I do liquors, jams, dried fruits and leaves, and the challenges. One is access to machinery, and second one is the access to the market, international market.
Nice. What do you want WIPO to do?
I just want WIPO to be open to when we need advice that our country cannot give us, that you are open to advise us.
Right. Round of applause. Now that is concise and clear. Okay.
Boa tarde. My name is Lucia. I am from Mozambique, naturally. I live in Johannesburg. I sell cashew nuts, but I also do importation and exportation. What I wanted is, I sell cashew nuts. My cashew nuts are naturally from Mozambique. There's a small area, it's called Gaza, where we found a huge herd of cashew. What I want from WIPO, is I would like assistance in order to make my logo, because I sell with mouth to mouth. So I wanted to have assistance with my logo and expansion. I want to run Africa with my cashew nuts. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can see her cashew nuts. They are in a tin here that's not branded like my mother's can. So she wants help to brand these nuts and make them sellable. Thank you very much, ma'am. Short, precise, sweet, to the point.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Silva. I'm from Cape Verde. I'm a veterinarian doctor, and I have a master's degree. And I work with livestock farmers to help them in training. I have a clinic from dogs and cats, and I have a pharmacy, a small one, and I do animal natural foods like pasture, dry foods, fodders, conservation like silage.
Right. What do you want WIPO and the partners to do for you? What support?
We are a small country. We need investments and also more feedback with training.
More training, more training. Thank you. Thank you. Madam?
Boa tarde. I'm Lucia. I have a company called Badia Natural Cosmetics, but it's Badia Natural. We're now launching seasoning, spices. What I think I exist since 2017. I am a social company, but there is no legal framework in my company for it, in my country for it. I help other women create their own businesses and their own brands, researching what is around them and transforming those products. We come from a country that has scarcity, so we have no rain practically. So I work a lot with cactus and flowers, clays, so things that we think that cannot be usable. So I transform them into luxury products And not only that, our challenges are, of course, access to funding because we have no collateral. Everything I have to do slowly because I have to do it with my own money. And logistics because we're an island country. We suffer from isolation. Quality control, of course. Each batch for you to test costs over $1,000, and you have to send it abroad. And that, of course, hinders your certification. So what we want is more training on solutions from WIPO and help when it comes to franchising, for instance. That is one of the solutions for us that come from very, very small countries. And of course, to help us see how we can expand our production units.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause for these ladies.
Which country are you coming from?
Which country are you from? Cape Verde Islands. Okay. Any questions, moderators, for this table? Yes, ma'am.
Janice, I think it's the first time I've heard that someone is making animal natural food. So I just wanted to be sure, is that what you do, animal food?
Yes.
Are you
pastures?
Do you export? Do you have a trademark?
No. It's a small quantity, only for the island of Fogo. Okay. It's small quantity, only for island Fogo.
Do you have a trademark?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Oh, congratulations. Do you have some samples here?
No.
You
Neither
didn't bring
God.
your cats neither.
You wanted to eat, doctor, or something?
I wanted to make my cat try.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I have a similar question from, I'm sorry for the name, Jessica Saotome.
Jessica?
Jessica, yeah. Jessica, do you have the quality control for your liquors? Do you export? Are they trademarked?
I don't have quality control. We have a small service that can do it, but they don't do it completely. Only some parameters. And I don't sport, but I sell for tourist shops, and also people buy from me and sell in Portugal, for example, and in Angola as well.
So this is a tasty snack from this table. Is this yours? Is this yours?
Guinea-Bissau.
Unbelievably tasty. There's baobab and ginger, and it's like a sweet, but oof. I am eating. Amazing. We're here now. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Valentine. My business... I'm from Rwanda. My business is unique processing. I process chili. The challenge is introducing new product on the market, raw materials that include packaging, and also instability of the raw materials that include also raw chili and also other related ingredients.
What you want from WIPO?
What I want from WIPO is just to make a follow-up and connect all the people here so that we can stay in touch. And also, if possible, discount for them for a certain period so that they can be able to register and do a follow-up for them. And for my side, I have filed all the documents to the IP here in RDB. So I'm waiting for the feedback.
Thank
and
you.
Also, I have got a support from WIPO. I have a mentor, Mr. Macklin, who is assisting me during the journey.
Well done. Well done. Thank you, McLean. I even see your book is here. She even has your book right here. Nuts and Bolts is a book written by Mr. McLean, a definite reader. $20 a copy if you need it. He has it. Please buy. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Grace Benjamin Joshua. I'm from Nigeria, from Jos City. The name of my business is Diesel Reggae Services Limited. I started in the year 2018. with less than 40 US dollars, and in few months, I made about 600 US dollar, and this in dollars. And I'm into herbs, food, herbs, and spices. I have also done branding, like trademark. I've done trademark except for the patent right because of my reservation about what happens around Africa.
Challenges.
Then my challenge, number one, is funding, because I started very, very small. And so though I have grown quite well, starting from my kitchen now to having a factory with about 10 staff, and also like interns coming to work for me, student and all of that.
What do you want from WIPO?
What I want from WIPO is, one, for them to help. Now I'm standing in for Africa, for them to help collaborate for Africans and for Africa, so that we can be able to have a packaging factory in at least, even if it's one country or two, to make it very easy for us. Then for Nigeria, I will want WIPO to help us because we have issues with the bilateral this relationship, so that Nigerians can be able to get some of these opportunities which WIPO can actually give us.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Next.
My name is May Hikumwa, and I'm the founder. Sorry? Oh, I'm the founder of Elegance Food in Namibia. We do farming, food processing. We also produce a range of products, which is juices and jams. My challenge actually is accessibility of standard certificate, because it's quite expensive. Everything is done in South Africa. And the consistent also of packaging from the suppliers. Those are my challenges. And what I've learned actually from this session is the IP rights.
Right.
Without applying IP rights, no investor will be able to invest in your company.
Thank you.
On Thursday, as I was preparing myself coming to Rwanda, I registered for a trademark. So currently what I'm asking for WIPO, I want to register for Agribusiness, sorry, or OAPI, if they can be able, because this is a process. You need also lawyers in this process, and being also an advocate for women empowerment in my village. So this message, I will not just keep it for myself, but engage with IP officers in Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mbotalabiso, hein? Je suis Ange Jessica Lumeto de Congo-Brazza, CEO de Biotropique Santé, qui est engagé dans des produits de santé et de bien-être. Nos principaux défis sont les ressources humaines, particulièrement de l'aspect commercial, le domaine commercial, la certification et la mécanisation de notre process de production. Au niveau de nos grands succès, ah oui, on a commencé en 2018, nos grands succès sont la qualité de nos produits, parce qu'en général, quand quelqu'un achète, il revient. Ensuite, nous avons aussi reçu plusieurs prix nationaux et internationaux, et nous avons une storytelling qui accroche, parce que la commercialisation est arrivée grâce au fait que ça a sauvé une de mes cousines. Donc, ensuite, ce que j'ai appris énormément de choses pendant ces 3 jours, mais ce qui mes takeaways sont au niveau du rebranding. J'ai adoré la session sur le branding et la protection de la marque. Ensuite, vous avez, it's okay? So, what I need from what you people. OK. Pour moi, personnellement, j'ai vraiment besoin d'un accompagnement technique sur le rebranding et la protection de la marque. Et puis, je m'associe aux propositions faites par la doctoresse hier, c'est-à-dire des avantages fiscaux et commerciaux pour ceux qui ont des produits protégés et des formations sur les certifications.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause to this table. Questions, moderators? Any questions for the ladies here? Yes, doctor?
Sorry, I forgot the name, but it's Elegant Food from Namibia. You say, I didn't catch it well. You say you want support for registration at Aripo and OAPI. So almost about 40 states.
Yes.
Are you exporting in any?
Basically, just to get myself ready, because my vision is to our product to be regionally and also internationally. So for me to be protected, I really need this, because the rights, all the benefits for the IP rights, some of them needs lawyers. So being a small entrepreneur, I can't afford it.
But are you exporting in any of these countries already?
No, unfortunately.
Okay, in the future.
It's a vision that I have.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
To you.
Okay, I move on. I'm here now, ladies. We start from you. Marathon, 2 minutes. You know how it's done? You saw that lady over there? Amazing. Huh?
It is no longer 2 minutes.
Don't
1 minute, please.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Right, let's go ahead.
My name is Ann Shuri from Kenya. I'm a dairy goat farmer. Out of goat milk, we process skincare products. The help we need from the organizations, mostly on intellectual property rights by AIPO, ARIPO, and WIPO. Currently, we have the trademark in place. We also get to import 30% of our processing products where we need accessibility to the products like vanilla oil from Madagascar, Comoros, Uganda, and shea butter, if that can be facilitated to us easily. Something else, we need help in funding. Why? Because we want to have the biggest processing goat milk plant in Africa, where it will process goat milk skincare products, goat milk baby powder, goat milk calcium tablet, goat milk cheese, and goat milk also. We can make vodka.
Thank you.
The last one is we'll also get to train farmers out of the funding we get, and 5% of what we get from our products will also help extreme poor families to have goats to supply us with milk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Sarah Edu from Ghana. My business is Jira Edu Company Limited. We farm, aggregate, and process rice in Ghana. So our brand name is Dinah Fragrance Rice and then Dinah Brown Rice. For challenges, we need access to funds for a complete processing unit for the rice. That's the milling, the one that mills the stones and that's all that polishes the rice properly. And also currently I'm in a crossroads for packaging. I need an idea, if you have an idea or where I could get a durable, eco-friendly packaging for my rice, 5 kg, 2 kg, 1 kg, 25 kg, 50 kg, one that is durable, that won't break easily. I'm open to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, nice and sweet. Next, madam.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Gloria. I'm not a farmer. I'm not in agriculture. I represent women entrepreneurs of Rwanda through the network called AWEP, African Women Entrepreneurship Program, which I'm the chairperson, and I come from the Private Sector Federation. So I have few propositions, few proposals. You've heard issues of trainings, funding, WIPO. I just want to give you an assignment. One thing, you address to the government, please tell the government to get involved with the networks of women, because it's the networks that guide and help the women. We give them information. It's been said that there's an issue of funding, the information of funding. Please update Afreximbank. They have initiatives to support women in business. Address this issue. We've been talking of branding issues, packaging. We have a number of countries on this continent that make packaging. We have Egypt. How many of you go to Egypt? So there is information. So all I want to request, get in touch with networks. We, the voice of other women, we are present on the continent, but again, let's see how to pass on the information. And for those who are coming from Central Africa, I'm part of the Business Council of the Central Africa. Thank you. I wanted to pass the information.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Ngiriwe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am coming from Rwanda. I am a coffee farmer. I have a coffee washing station. What I learned from this conference,
Is this your coffee?
No.
Okay, okay. Just
Your name?
Marie Laetitia. What I learned, I am very happy to see all strong women here. And my question is, who needs my coffee among you? My need is to sell my coffee in Africa.
Right.
Who needs my coffee? It's a good coffee.
Right.
And
Thank
information about IP, it's strong information I get. I was in production, but now I have to be on market and I need IP.
Right. Thank you very much. Short and sweet. Any questions for these ladies? Yes, doctor.
Thanks a lot, Sarah from Ghana, my neighbor. You say you process and you go the rice from the farm, processing, packaging, everything. Is it tied to any cooperative or network of farmers, or do you own the land, or how do you supply? Just to see if it's an identified territory, your rice, because you said.
Okay, so we work with, for the aggregation side, we buy from smallholder individual farmers and some associations. And for the farming too, we rent the land, we don't own it, so it's on lease. For a season, sometimes it's seasonal, or you buy the whole season for the year, like 3 seasons for the year. Like you rent the whole season, the land for the whole season. So it's not for sale, we rent the land. We don't own the land, we rent it for the farming.
And all the rice come from the same place?
No.
Or they spread around Ghana?
Not the southern part of Ghana,
Southern.
so central region, eastern region, and then some parts of the Volta region in Ghana.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, too.
Thank you. We are here now. Ladies, I haven't forgotten you. I will be back. I'm just here. Ma'am, we start with you.
Habari ya mchana. I'm Fatuma from Tanzania.
Okay, sorry. We just take a 5-minute break, stretch. Our moderators who are taking notes are tired. Their hands are burning now. So we just give them a 5-minute break just to stretch. If you want to go to the bathroom quickly and back, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You are lucky. You are lucky.
Excuse me, I'm going to distribute the survey. Ladies, I'll put on the tables a QR code. You're going to use your phone to scan and respond. It's a quick one. I understand that some phones will not do that. I have a link for that as well. And I'm going to put the link in the group of WhatsApp. So you can click on it and start responding. Is that okay? Thank you. I'm going to do that. Pardon?
Others, our phones has no scanner.
Yeah, that's how I just said. I'll send a link in the group. You got that? Thank you.
Please give me back my microphone, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, don't go with my microphone. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're going to get started. We are moving on to this group. I was coming to you, ladies. Hello. Shh. Hello, ladies. Please take your seats. We're starting here, ma'am. Please take the mic. Go ahead. I'll come back. These ladies want to go, so I just want to make sure that
Ada et toi. Je suis Ye Ido Laurentine. Je suis originaire du Burkina Faso. Je suis la fondatrice de Saveur de Savane. C'est une initiative de valorisation des denrées alimentaires locales. Nous travaillons les céréales et les légumes et les légumineuses pour les transformer en farine infantile.
Hello, ladies. Well, guys, we've listened to your stories. We need to listen to others. This is an important process for us. There's a lot of writing that's happening in the background. And so we need to listen when others are talking. Please, I beg you. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Je suis Laurentine Ye Ido du Burkina Faso, fondatrice de la marque Saveur de Savane, qui est une entreprise de valorisation des denrées alimentaires locales. Alors, nous avons mis sur le marché 2 gammes de produits enregistrés à l'OAPI, qui est la gamme Secomix, qui transforme les céréales et légumineuses en farine fortifiée en farine infantile pour toute la famille. Et aussi, nous avons aussi une gamme la gamme Secomix, qui est aussi une gamme qui a été déposée, qui transforme les fruits et légumes en compote. Je voulais parler spécialement de cette gamme parce que cette gamme a amené de l'innovation. Pour la première fois, nous avons trouvé des goûts que nous avons pu marier. Mais ce que j'ai entendu ici aujourd'hui, j'ai compris que à partir du moment où le produit est déjà sur le marché, je ne peux plus rien faire pour avoir une licence. Ça, je suis triste. Je pense que les autres produits à venir, je ferai l'effort de breveter le process, breveter le produit avant de le mettre sur le marché. Ce que j'ai appris ici, ce que j'ai appris ici par rapport à la propriété intellectuelle, que j'étais déjà dans une bonne démarche. Parce que nous sommes rentrés sur le marché, tout avec les produits enregistrés et avec la marque commerciale déjà aussi enregistrée. Donc on est rentré à un niveau, on est rentré en force. On est rentré avec un lobby de qualité. Et nous nous sommes mis au-dessus de tous nos concurrents locaux. Et ça les a réveillés. Beaucoup sont allés vers l'OAPI pour comprendre pourquoi celle-là est là avec un petit R sur son logo. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Et on leur a expliqué. Merci d'être là. Je suis sûre que je vais encore continuer ce rôle d'ambassadrice dans mon pays et soyez rassurés qu'en tant que présidente de AWIP Réseau Burkina Faso, toutes les femmes qui sont dans mon réseau seront des ambassadrices parce que elles seront formées à cette conférence.
Thank you. Thank you. So, guys, I think the coffee, we forgot the rules at the coffee. So, 1 minute. My name is Precious. I sell beer. These are my challenges. 1, 2. This is what I want from WIPO. 1, 2. Done. Right, madam?
Bonjour to Jimoun. My name is Marie-Lourde. I'm from Rodrigues Island in Mauritius. I come out in a cooperative, a family cooperative. We do vegetables. We do also coconut oil from the local coconuts. And we have just started to do cosmetic products from local oils, local herbs, and imported ingredients as well. Challenges that we have is because we are on a very small island and the weather is really changing and rain is scarce, water is scarce, it is difficult for us to maintain inputs, material inputs in businesses to maintain agricultural activities. So this is the main challenge. What I learned in this conference is that if we want to go into the international market, we have to design our products properly. We have to have proper packaging, and we have to protect our brand so that nobody else can steal it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Bon après-midi, je suis Madame Baïmi Françoise, je viens du Cameroun, je suis la promotrice de Fouskamsal. Nous broyons 1500 kilos de fruits par jour. Dans ces 1500, il y a 1000 kilos, dont 1 tonne d'ananas. Sont recrutées dans notre entreprise les jeunes filles mais en situation précaire. Notre marque est Biodrink. Nous sommes enregistrés à l'OAPI et nous sommes partis nous coucher. Donc ici, nous avons appris que nous devons recommencer la marque, le travail sur la marque à zéro. Merci, je vous remercie.
Well done.
I am Kenan Brendaline from Cameroon. I'm an agriculture and water engineer. So for the other farmers, any agricultural productivity problem you have, you can meet me. For my startup, I have Agribusiness Solutions Limited, where we cultivate healthy foods we give to patients with the aid of a dietitian service. So for now, as a startup, I started at 2021. We have a problem of inadequate funds to get bio certification and also trademark our produce. That's the main problem that we are having, which I wish that WIPO could come to aid. And also, in 5 years, our growth plan is to not to do the cultivation, but get women. As I'm an extension officer, I want to get women who can give technical assistance, do quality control, and get this produce and do the supply chain.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Hello all, je suis Stéphanie Monté du Cameroun. Nous avons 2 business. Nous avons la APIF, qui est l'association de promotion des initiatives bio de la femme.
Ladies, sorry, just hold on. There are some ladies that had a problem with making payment at the hotel. Emmanuel wants to talk to you outside. Please follow Emmanuel. If you had a problem with funding payments out at the hotel, please just follow Emmanuel outside right now. Okay.
Merci.
Please go
Please,
ahead.
your name?
Stéphanie Monté du Cameroun. Monté, M-O-N-T-H-E. Je disais donc, nous sommes dans l'association de promotion des initiatives bio de la femme et nous avons aussi agro-trade. Je fais dans l'élevage de porc et on transforme le porc en fumée. On fait aussi les poissons et puis la volaille. Notre but, en fait, c'est de commencer déjà dès la base, c'est-à-dire la transformation de l'aliment jusqu'à ce que notre porc parte sur la table. Et notre challenge, c'est d'avoir des machines pour la provenderie, parce que pour le moment, nous n'avons pas d'aliments flottants pour les poissons. On aimerait travailler sur les aliments flottants pour les poissons. Nous avons travaillé avec les ingénieurs agronomes de la RDC aussi et de l'IRAD qui ont déjà des formules et nous aimerons donc faire nous-mêmes nos aliments pour nos poissons et pour nos bêtes. Et notre autre challenge également, c'est la formation des femmes. Parce que les femmes, quand je venais, elles m'ont dit « Trouvez-nous beaucoup de moyens par lesquels nous pouvons être formés. » Parce que nous avons commencé par la formation sur les déchets, comment on peut fabriquer du compost, et comment elles peuvent faire des légumes. Et puis maintenant, on aimerait aller aussi au gaz domestique, si on peut nous aider les femmes à faire aussi notre gaz domestique. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Round of applause to the ladies on this table. Thank you for sharing your story. So I had the pleasure of having a conversation with, what's your name again? Laurentine. Laurentine has a powerful story. I mean, this cereal is organic cereal made for babies in replacement of a lot of the cereal that we see, that's Purity and all other cereals that have chemicals, etc. And her story is absolutely amazing. I love her packaging. I love the brand. I love, everything just, it looks really, really good. You must have a conversation with her. So she does fruit in here, in these tins. A very powerful story. This brand is going places, definitely. Round of applause. Round of applause. Madam, please. We had already passed you, but you can go ahead. 1 minute.
OK.
Yeah.
Merci, bonjour tout le monde. Je suis Madame Akwete Julienne du Bénin, directrice générale de l'entreprise Sénat Lafia Inter. Je suis dans la transformation de l'ananas en jus et dérivés, le beurre de karité en pommade antidouleur et les purées de tomates pour les produits maraîchers. En fait, ce que j'ai retenu de cette formation, c'est la nécessité de protéger son produit. Et je vais partager cette connaissance avec les miens une fois arrivé au pays. Les défis, c'est que la transformation aujourd'hui est la porte de sortie de la matière première. Donc, nous avons besoin de renforcement des équipements respectant les normes et afin de transformer à l'échelle. J'ai une coopérative d'au moins 100 personnes derrière moi. Donc, je suis la présidente de la Fédération nationale des transformateurs d'ananas du Bénin. Donc, j'ai ce défi-là à relever et de pouvoir nous aider à trouver des marchés d'écoulement, surtout entre la coopération sud et sud. D'abord, parce que nous devons consommer nous-mêmes nos produits. Et ce que je voudrais demander à l'équipe, c'est de bien vouloir faire un cas spécial aux femmes transformatrices africaines afin qu'elles puissent avoir les moyens de pouvoir protéger leurs produits en diminuant les coûts.
Thank you.
Voilà. Parce que ça, si nous nous échinons et que nous n'arrivons pas à protéger, nous avons la volonté, mais nous n'y arrivons pas, c'est que cette formation n'aura pas son sens. Voilà. Merci.
Thank you.
Et je ne sais pas si l'équipe aussi est intégrée à notre groupe WhatsApp. Sinon, je souhaiterais qu'il soit intégré au groupe WhatsApp afin de répondre à nos éventuelles préoccupations après notre retour au pays. Merci à vous.
Thank you.
Et créer un grand réseau de distribution entre nous pour que nos produits soient vendus à l'interne d'abord, avant de penser à l'étranger.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Madame, 1 minute.
Rebonjour. C'est Madame Jolie Casal, je suis de la RDC, précisément au sud de la RDC. Je suis dans la fabrication de jus de pastèque et des confitures de pastèque. J'ai fait la culture de pastèque aussi et je transforme. Parce que j'avais vu que à chaque fois que j'ai récolté, il y avait beaucoup de pertes. Beaucoup de gens ne voulaient pas consommer la pastèque comme ça. Alors, j'ai eu l'idée de transformer ça en jus. Et mes plus grands clients, ce sont les enfants. Donc, les parents achètent pour leurs enfants. Au lieu de consommer les jus qui sont parfois importés et artificiels, ils préfèrent prendre ces jus de pastèques et les jus d'ananas aussi. Mais j'ai eu la commande de grandes personnes qui voulaient que j'y ajoute quelques aphrodisiaques. Alors, hier, j'ai entendu quelques dames ici parler des aphrodisiaques. Je crois que je vais faire un marché avec elles. Cette formation ici va vraiment nous aider. D'abord pour celles-là qui sont bien rodées, elles viennent de monter des classes. Et nous ici, nous commençons l'école maternelle. Et je crois que nous avons l'espoir de réussir et dépasser même celles qui sont avant nous. Je voulais demander quel est le message que nous allons amener dans nos pays. Ce qui est vrai que nous sommes des ambassadrices de nos pays. Qu'est-ce que nous allons amener après ici? Qu'est-ce que nous allons dire? Est-ce que WIPO va nous soutenir financièrement, va nous soutenir à ce qui concerne les formations, va nous envoyer les moyens pour que nous puissions faire la restitution dans nos pays? Qu'est-ce que nous allons dire aux gens? La dernière, c'est je voulais demander un plaidoyer auprès de WIPO. Je suis dans une ville minière, la capitale mondiale du cuivre. Mais pour faire la confiture, il nous faut les casseroles en cuivre. Si nous-mêmes nous allons chercher les feuilles de cuivre, c'est un problème. Mais si avec cette organisation, Vous pouvez faire le plaidoyer pour nous. Nous pouvons peut-être vous aider à avoir le responsable. Comme ça, vous faites les plaidoyers. Si ça vient de vous, on prendra ça avec sérieuxité. Et la dernière proposition, je l'ai déjà donnée à madame. Non, ça va t'intéresser aussi. La dernière proposition, nous sommes nombreuses ici. Je voulais demander à ce qu'on fasse des photos de chaque représentation, de chaque pays, le nom et pays. Comme ça, si on peut mettre ça dans le site, et même nos représentants, disons la population, les responsables de nos pays, le président, s'ils consultent le site et ils savent que tel était là, mon pays était représenté, et ça peut faire un bon souvenir pour les réseautages.
Thank you, thank you. Round of applause to these ladies on that table. Thank you. Any questions? David, doctor? Yes, doctor. David.
My friend from Mauritius.
Mauritius? Where's Mauritius?
Mauritius.
Is there someone from Mauritius here?
Yes. The vegetable and coconut oil processor.
Coconut oil, yeah?
Yes.
Please ask the question.
Why do you have a challenge of maintaining your inputs?
Because of, for coconut, it's okay, but just the people are not producing it. They're not planting the plants because they don't need much rain. But for other things, we have drought most of the time. So climate change.
Okay, thank you.
Doctor?
I had a small question for Stéphanie Cameroun.
Stéphanie.
C'est ça?
Yes.
Alors, tu dis que tu fais de la transformation du porc en fumée, de la volaille. Est-ce que tu as une marque pour protéger et est-ce que ton processus de, je ne sais pas comment on dit ça, fumage est unique, tu penses?
Non, pas unique en tant que tel, mais ce processus est quelque chose que nous avons reçu de nos parents parce que mon père, il est ingénieur agronome et c'est lui qui nous a initiés dans l'activité. Donc c'est quelque chose qu'on fait. Bon, je ne sais pas s'il est unique, il faudrait que je voie aussi avec les autres ce qu'ils font pour voir si ce que je fais est unique. Mais pour le moment, bon. Et en ce qui concerne la marque, avec ce que j'ai appris ici, on le fait avec l'AgroTrade. Et puis avec AgroTrade, on a commencé le processus de comment on dit, les papiers qu'on donne pour faire, de création, voilà. On a commencé le processus de création, mais avec ce que j'ai entendu ici, je pense que je dois d'abord arrêter et faire d'abord ce qui est essentiel avant d'aller à cette autre chose-là.
Merci Stéphanie.
Merci bien.
Thank you, ladies. Right here, we go. I need to do a lesson again. My name is Precious. I sell beer. I'm from Zimbabwe. Problems. I need funding. Support me to grow my business. What do I want from WIPO? Training, capacity development. Thank you. Yeah. Right? Nice. We study here.
Hi. My name is Sarah Kera. I'm the director of MAPA Enterprises. I process the best honey, peanut butter, shea butter, and I'm also an indigenous caterer. These are one of the products we cater in.
What is this?
It has no English name.
Okay.
But in the local language, it's called Oborokwe.
Okay.
Yes. I want to thank WIPO for this training. And I have learned personally to keep mum about new ideas that I have, but also to protect what I have. My biggest challenge has been equipment, and secondly, climate change, because we deal in agribusiness. And what I expect WIPO to do, which I have learned that is very important, we may need small booklets to help us take on some of these things we've learned here. Because it's just 3 days, either a booklet or a video. Secondly, we need a structure where we can have in our different countries, we can cluster up, get more training and help other women. Thirdly, we need a pilot. A pilot of a project where that we can be helped as a group of women, maybe to get some intellectual property rights for our products. Then that will be channeled into support to other women. And lastly, I expect that we can have a helpline in our different countries. These are suggestions we can make to our different governments. We have a helpline where we can call in case we are stuck with the process of taking on the IP rights for our
Thank you. Crystal clear. Crystal
What country is
clear.
Sarah from?
She's from Uganda. Ah, my people from Uganda. I love Uganda. Yes, please go ahead.
That's planning. My name is Rukaitu Muhammad Husseini Gumsu. That's how it's on my passport. So I produce tea, finely blended tea leaves mixed with natural ingredients, cinnamon, cardamom, ginger, cloves, and coffee beans mixed with cardamom, and Arabica beans mixed with ginger, cinnamon, cardamom. I also make turmeric with black pepper and mixed spices, and I also make chai tea. My challenge is certification. Certification is very hard in Nigeria, but my green tea, black tea, and mixed spices is already trademarked and patented. But to get NAFDAC, it's taking nearly a year now. Already, I've had NAFDAC before, but to renew it is the problem. What I want WIPO to do for us, create awareness, much awareness about patent. We have so many businesses in Nigeria, so many nice products, but people don't know about patent.
Thank you.
So I want WIPO to help Nigeria with this. And I want them to help me with, I've started my HACCP certification also, and I want to start halal certification. So I want WIPO to help me
With the process. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Next one.
Bonjour à tous.
Bonjour.
Moi, c'est Madame Touré Aminatou du Mali. Je suis dans la transformation des produits locaux en thé et infusion naturelle et sans additifs. Je suis enregistrée. Ça fait aujourd'hui 5 ans que je suis enregistrée au niveau de l'OAPI. Et j'ai même reçu un prix spécial à un salon international de l'industrie au Mali, comme la chef d'entreprise qui exploite au mieux les acquis de la propriété intellectuelle. Ça, c'était en 2018. Je suis également certifiée HACCP, certifiée bio aussi par EcoCert. Donc, pour vous dire, on essaie vraiment de se mettre à jour, de se mettre dans les normes pour pouvoir prétendre à des marchés à l'échelle internationale.
Challenges.
Moi, mon souhait et ma requête vraiment au niveau de l'OAPI, c'est de créer la base de données accessible à toutes les transformatrices. La base de données des brevets qui sont tombés dans le domaine public. On le dit tout le temps, mais beaucoup n'ont pas l'information qu'il y a des brevets que nous pouvons exploiter sans effort. On peut les exploiter parce qu'ils sont là, ils sont à disposition de tout le monde. On ne peut pas créer l'histoire comme quelqu'un l'a dit, on ne peut pas inventer ce que des gens n'ont pas déjà fait. Mais si cette base de données est accessible à tous, je pense qu'on va aller plus vite. On va aller plus vite. Donc, chaque fois, c'est mon cri de cœur, c'est mon souhait que cette base de données soit accessible vraiment à tous. Maintenant, quel mécanisme mettre en place? Là est la question. Merci.
Bonsoir, c'est Aïcha du Sénégal. Merci pour cette belle expérience.
Closer.
On m'entend pas, voilà. Je dis c'est Aïcha du Sénégal. Je suis dans la santé et le bien-être. Et merci pour cette belle expérience. Je pense que durant ces 3 jours, j'ai appris beaucoup de choses et j'ai décidé de travailler avec mes amis qui sont là. Par exemple, j'ai décidé aujourd'hui, dans le centre où je suis, de commercialiser son thé. D'accord? De commercialiser son thé automatiquement. Je sais que je vais le faire. Et travailler avec j'ai vu des dames du Ghana, Bénin, parce que nous, c'est un centre de santé pour des personnes malades que j'ai créé par rapport à un vécu personnel, pour ne pas rentrer dans les détails. Donc, c'est tout. Merci.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Moi, je suis Madame Niandou Hannatou. Je suis dans la transformation du lait local, où on fait beaucoup de yaourts et des fromages modernes et traditionnels aussi. Donc, le lait est un aliment qui est très sensible, ce qui fait que avec la traçabilité, c'est pas facile de le certifier, mais on est en cours de certification. Et je suis aussi, je suis en train de sortir un nouveau produit, de l'eau vitaminée. Donc, il y a des partenaires internationaux, européens qui m'ont approché, mais avant de le sortir, j'aimerais vraiment le certifier avec le système de Madrid qui m'a vraiment beaucoup plu. Et mes attentes sont vraiment les opportunités pour l'exportation et alléger vraiment les systèmes et le coût de licence pour les petites et moyennes entreprises, surtout pour les femmes transformatrices peut-être. Ok, merci.
Thank you. Yes. Simplify the process, yeah? Guys.
Country she is from.
What country are you from?
Je suis du Niger.
Niger. Okay. Simplify the process, reduce the costs, yeah?
Bonjour,
Yes.
rebonjour au fait.
Bonjour.
Je m'appelle Gracia, j'avais déjà parlé, mais je veux maintenant plus parler pour un partage que je pense qui peut bénéficier à toutes les personnes ici. Alors, mis à part la plateforme de e-commerce dont je vous ai parlé, mais je suis aussi la représentante d'une chambre internationale de commerce qui s'appelle Québec-Afrique, qui est justement là pour faciliter les entreprises ou les produits africains à accéder au marché global, international. Moi, je pense que nous avons du potentiel en tant qu'Africains, parce que nous sommes là, nous sommes dans le bio, on a quelque chose de naturel qui n'est pas, qui est en train de se perdre avec la globalisation, la production de masse et tout ça. Mais le problème, c'est que beaucoup de gens sont toujours limités à l'accès sur les marchés internationaux. Alors, parler de la Chambre de commerce, c'est ça notre mandat, faciliter les Africains à pouvoir avoir des échanges commerciaux, plus précisément au Canada, mais aussi à l'international. Donc, j'en profite aussi de vous demander d'approcher ce genre d'institution. C'est pas seulement vous faciliter la connexion, mais aussi il y a des formations pour vous aider, pour compléter ce que WIPO fait déjà. Et c'est un pas après un autre, mais c'est déjà bien d'avoir cette information. Je pense que c'est surtout ça le problème majeur. On n'a pas accès à l'information qui peut nous aider. Je vous remercie, Madame la modératrice.
Thank you, Madame.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Je suis Marie-Laetitia Mugabo. C'est un grand plaisir d'être avec vous. Je vis ici au Rwanda, mais je voyage de temps en temps partout en Afrique. C'est pour ça que je m'assois avec mes sœurs. Il y a les Comoriennes. J'ai reçu beaucoup de prix, je ne vais pas les citer. Je suis une femme qui aime les femmes africaines. Je suis ici en tant que cofondatrice d'une chaîne radio et télévision, et c'est moi qui gère tous les jours. Je suis ici pour les informations et j'ai créé une émission pour l'Afrique. Il y a les femmes qui captent Isango Star en Afrique sur chaîne 386. Donc je suis ici pour vous demander si vous voulez être les partenaires d'Isango Star. Merci.
Thank you.
Et moi, c'est Rabi Arzika. Et je suis productrice.
Hello, one room. Let's have one room, please.
Moi, c'est Rabi Arzika. Je viens du Niger. Je suis dans la production des huiles d'arachide et dérivés. Et ce que j'ai appris vraiment durant ces 3 jours, c'est beaucoup de choses. Vraiment. Et ça m'a amené à me remettre en cause sur beaucoup d'aspects, en tout cas dont je vais utiliser les outils qui ont été mis à ma possession durant ces 3 jours pour changer, en tout cas, et transformer mon entreprise. J'ai beaucoup apprécié et internalisé le branding. Ça m'a captivé. C'est ici que j'ai appris le système de Madrid et le système portugais. Moi, je n'ai jamais appris le système de Lisbonne. Et donc, c'est vraiment... Maintenant, ce que je voudrais dire aux femmes qui pensent que c'est cher, l'enregistrement, c'est 20 000 francs au Niger et 360 000 francs pour la marque. Le nom commercial, c'est 20 000. C'est juste pour dire que ce n'est pas cher pour faire cette partie. Donc, ce que nous attendons aujourd'hui de l'OMPI, vraiment, c'est d'investir dans les ressources humaines qui vont soutenir nos entreprises. Parce que si vous ne formez pas des gens qui savent de quoi on parle quand on parle de propriété intellectuelle dans nos pays, il n'y a pas beaucoup de personnes qui ont fait droit de la propriété intellectuelle. Donc, ce qui fait que personne, même quand vous avez parlé de la rédaction des contrats, moi, j'ai découvert dans la formation que j'ai été beaucoup lésée dans les contrats. Donc, voilà là où on a besoin de la continuité de la formation avec vous.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause to this table. Questions? McLean, Dr. Dave, any questions? No? Sorry, you want to see the tea? He wants to see the tea. Please take the tea. Please.
Aisha from Senegal.
Aisha. Where's
You
Aisha?
said you are in health and welfare.
Where's Aisha?
En français, s'il vous plaît.
Ok. Tu parles Wolof?
Bien sûr.
Ok. Aisha, nga ne yaa ngi si health ak welfare.
waaw
wàllum santé. lan nga dee def.
En fait, dama accouché, jóge ci accouchement. Après, j'étais dans le coma pendant 3 mois. Et c'est avec les produits locaux qu'on m'a réveillée pour réduire bon. Et après, depuis lors, s'il a commencé à utiliser, parce que moi, je ne supporte pas les médicaments. Justement, c'est un médicament qu'on m'a prescrit, qui m'a amené dans le coma pendant 30 mois. Et je n'ai pas vu ma fille accoucher, plein de choses. Il m'est arrivé que des malheurs, d'accord? Et c'est des problèmes de santé. Moi, je suis sociologue de profession et je travaille à la banque aussi, et psychologie. Je suis psychologue aussi pour des enfants atteints de paralysie cérébrale. Donc, c'est pourquoi j'ai créé un centre de santé et de bien-être. J'ai mis MK Boutique et il y a plein de choses que je dois faire. Et mon produit phare, c'est le karité, le tulukunu et plein d'autres choses. Je n'ai pas encore fini parce que ça fait 8 ans que je travaille là-dessus. Et comme j'aime la perfection, donc j'attends de terminer.
Thank you. Okay, good. As I move to the next table, can we agree that every business in this room needs to be on social media? Right? So, social media means Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp Business, right? So let's all make sure that as we go out, if our businesses are not on all those platforms, that we put them there. But as a second thing, this conference, there's been so many lessons that you guys have learned. Many of you are saying, how do we share? How do we share? Guys, today, before you leave this place, if you're on LinkedIn, write your lessons. Write what you took out of this program. And hashtag WIPO, hashtag Aripo, hashtag Owapi, hashtag Loretta, hashtag Dr. McLean, hashtag David Jeng, hashtag me, hashtag all of us. We want Africa to feel that something happened in Rwanda. Are we together? Something happened in Rwanda. So Please, I ask you, let's share. We want to drop the internet today on the stories that have happened here. Thank you, madam. Next is you. 1 minute. Yes. Oh, after? Okay, all right. 1 minute.
My name is Mwanahamis Ramadan Hassan from Zanzibar.
Let's listen.
I'm a farmer for 10 years now. I plant vegetable and herbs, also spices. This now I process due to the high harvest and the loss of harvest, need for customer, organic, and the raw materials for making medicines. And we have a problem of climate change. Also for our island, herbs is the new ones, so we need technical support for mobilize people to change their mindset. Everything can happen in your own arms if you want.
Thank you.
And also technical support of knowledge and assistance. Also, I have a problem of network. Now, this Weibo I see the light now.
You see the network.
The light.
You see
so
the power.
I have a big network.
Nice.
Nice. This is my first product that I produce from herbs. Just is a research. I was able to make Zo. This is my brand. That means Zan's Organic Herbs. And my slogan is Herb Innovation Time in Zanzibar.
Thank you. Let's go, ma'am. Please.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Natkunda. I'm from Uganda. I'm a farmer, dairy farmer. I'm a dairy farmer in Frisian cows and sheep. We also do animal feeds. We grow bananas and fruits. One of the challenges, or a few of the challenges we have, one is climatic changes, especially the dry season affects our bananas, and then the rains, like this season, we are likely to lose over 70 acres of maize.
Hello. Let's have one room, ladies. Some of you have had the chance to speak. Our moderators want to hear everyone's story. There's a lot of background work happening, and if we can't hear someone who is talking, we miss a lot. Please.
Yeah, we have, I was saying we normally have climatic changes. Like this season, we are likely to lose 70 acres of maize because we process animal feeds. So we've been affected by the rains. And then the other challenges we have are post-harvest losses because we don't have a machine for a forage harvester, and we do between 80 to 100 acres every season of maize, and so it becomes hard to harvest. Now, planting is easy because it's mechanized, but the harvest, we have a challenge. So we need machinery. We also have challenges with packaging the silage. We are still doing it manually, putting it in the bags. Now, sometimes you get like a load of like 50 tons a day, and then we're doing it manually. You have to work day and night, and then it's not standardized because people cannot package same equipment, same size.
Thank you. Madam?
Hello everyone,
Hello.
I am Jennifer Kwakwa Sapon and I'm from Ghana, and my business is BD Green Smokeless Charcoal. This is the charcoal that we produce from crop waste, being coconut shells, plantain peels, cassava peels, palm kernels, a wide variety of agro waste materials. The challenge that I'm facing, one of them is having an eco-friendly packaging that will still be attractive to the low-end customers. I know my packaging is nice, but I don't want them to be scared thinking it's very pricey. But I still want it to be very eco-friendly, and that is a very big challenge that I'm still thinking my way around that. Another challenge is that being in the position of being a reliable charcoal supplier to my charcoal retailers, my households, my caterers, where they've already established a very flexible relationship with existing charcoal producers and distributors, which includes a flexible payment term. And because I'm a startup, I cannot give them the 3 months advance payments because I need readily cash to put in my production. And my expectations is that I'm really grateful to be here to learn a lot. I know that my product has really high exportability and I need to work a lot on my IP. So I need to really be in touch with all of you, be mentored by all of you to get my trademarks and all that is required so that I'm protected both on the local and international markets. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Madam?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Anturia. I am from Comoros Islands. I run a food processing company that focuses mainly on reintroducing the traditional indigenous food of our islands. So I work mainly with a starch called sago, which comes from a plant called cycas. And it's the specificity of it is that it has a very long process of preparation. You have to dry it for weeks, and for you to cook it, you have to ferment it for lots of days, of which the fermentation process gives not a good smell. It's like cheese. So a lot of people, I think my generation, a lot of people my generation have stopped consuming it, and what I'm trying to do now is modernizing the preparation, making it pre-cooked and ready for preparation so that people don't have to overgo that process, and making it available in supermarkets around the city so that you don't have to, it's available, it's readily available everywhere and it's easy to prepare. So some of the challenges that we are facing in my country in terms of food processing is mainly due to the importation of intrants, like packaging machines. Because of our insularities, the cost become very, very high, and also it takes very long for a product to get to Comoros. I think the boat comes to the mainland Africa maybe 3 times from Asia, and it will come once in a year in Comoros, or twice. And one thing that I wanted to recommend to WIPO, pertaining to the local offices, the local, les bureaux locaux de propriété intellectuelle, is to make the link to link les bureaux locaux, sorry, I'm mixing French and English, c'est de lier les bureaux locaux aux producteurs, aux jeunes entrepreneurs, aux porteurs de projets. Parce que par exemple, moi, quand j'ai commencé, je ne savais pas qu'il y avait un bureau au CPI aux Comores. Donc on enregistre, on se dit, voilà, je suis bien, tu payes la patente, tu fais ceci, et c'est là 3 ans ou 4 ans après que tu te rends compte qu'il y a le bureau. Donc je pense qu'au moment de l'enregistrement, dans les bureaux où on enregistre pour les registres de commerce, il faut qu'il y ait par exemple des brochures des bureaux locaux de l'OCPI, comme ça on sait directement à quoi s'attendre. Merci.
Thank you. Mana?
Hi, I'm Fatuma from Tanzania. I'm from Faima Products. We are producing and selling pure virgin coconut oil. We are manufacturing, that's the liquid coconut oil. And then we have the herbal jelly from coconut oil. We have the soap, they're finished here, the lip balm, and so forth. Now, what I learned from here, it's very nice to protect our products, because what I found to protect our companies, what I found, I have a trademark, I have the brands with a good package, I think. But my problem is, it's not yet protected because I was not yet involved in the IP, the patent right, and those kind of agreements with my employers, even with the other business people. So the main challenge I'm facing, I started this big business as an online business through WhatsApp, Twitter.
Well done. For someone your age to start online business, huh? Well done. Well done.
Okay, I started as an online business through Instagram, WhatsApp, and other things. But then, after analysis of those kind of marketing, I found that there is a problem because we were not yet known. And some of the people, when they found the product to her friend, and they said, where can I get this one? I said, you know, I will give you the number, so you have to call and so forth. Some will say, oh no, I don't have the bundles and so forth. So we started the the physical markets. Then we went to supermarkets, pharmacies, and the cosmetics. Last year, 2022,
You're running
we
out of
were
time now.
the best, the coconut oil from Faima. It was the best quality product of the year from the East African community.
Wow.
Then we
Now,
said,
now one sentence. What do you want from the partners?
From the partners, what I want. Now I shifted to women school teachers and nurses who are working at the hospitals. Those are my distributors for the time being. So I'm trying to sit with them, try to train them. What is the content of this oil? How are they going to distribute it to students and the patient at the hospitals? Because it helps a lot into various aspects. So it's a funding problem.
Thank you. I love your story. I have to take a picture of you. I'm going to post you on my LinkedIn. Amazing. Amazing. Please take a picture of me with this amazing woman who does Instagram at 50. I don't know who else can do that. So just amazing. Woo! Questions, comments? Moderators.
So I have a question for Anturia. So
Yeah.
That's from Comoros. So you spoke about, I think you recommended WIPO to work closer with the local offices, right? But in terms of your own business, what assistance do you require from WIPO?
Okay, so in terms of my business, and it's for the same way for all the businesses, is for WIPO c'est de rapprocher les services de l'OCPI Comores à l'Agence nationale de la promotion des investissements, parce que ça va non seulement m'aider, mais ça va aider tout le monde. Donc avant, par exemple, de faire un logo, de faire un packaging, mais quand tu sais à quoi t'attendre avant que tu enregistres ton entreprise, je pense que ça ne te fait pas retourner 2 ou 3 ans en arrière. Et je pense que si cela se fait, c'est déjà un grand pas. Pour tout le monde, y compris moi. Merci.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed someone on this table. So if you speak and then I go here, then we take comments.
Habari. My name is Rose Wazia from Tanzania. We are dealing with 3 products: spices, sunflower oil, and rosella wine. For traveling, I failed to carry the sunflower and this rosella wine because of the struggling in the plane. But for spices, rose tea masala, myself is the brand for this spice. Why I'm saying that? Because I was 99 kilos. The doctors was telling me I'm going to have diabetes. So this tea helps me to reduce fats in my body. So this spices is like a medicine. Even in Food Expo, many people, they are buying my spice. The problem, still now, I don't have a brand.
Okay.
So that is a problem in marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah, even now, I tried to get the country quality control,
Yeah.
but I failed.
Yeah.
Almost two years, I paid for the people who are supposed to support me to get, but
You're
they didn't
failing.
come.
Okay.
Now that is the challenge.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Round of applause for this table. I'm going to move to the next table, and then your questions can include her as well if there's a question. Madam.
Bonsoir. Mwiriwe neza. It means bonsoir in Kirundi. Moi, je m'appelle Béatrice Nyamoya, je viens donc du Burundi. Je suis plutôt dans le secteur de la production de semences. Je produis essentiellement des semences de maïs et bientôt je vais commencer avec les semences de haricots biofortifiés. C'est vraiment le créneau que je développe depuis 2008 jusqu'ici. Alors à côté de ça, j'ai des ambitions d'aller un peu dans la transformation, qui est la transformation au niveau de la fabrication du beurre et du beurre et de la crème fraîche. Mais ce n'est pas encore commencé. Alors les grands défis, pour faire vite, les grands défis, je travaille déjà sur un terrain de presque 50 hectares, mais on a vraiment des défis, des équipements agricoles, on a des défis qui vont avec tout le processus de l'agriculture. Et on a également, c'est une région très aride, donc qui demande aussi des équipements en forage, en irrigation, pour pouvoir vraiment viser une grande production, d'abord au niveau national, avant d'envisager de faire de l'exportation. Je résume, c'est juste là. Merci.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Good afternoon. Je suis Walou Panouala. Je suis le directeur général adjoint de l'OAPI. Je suis ici depuis le début de cette rencontre. J'ai suivi avec beaucoup d'attention ce qui s'est passé. J'ai entendu pas mal de choses. Je ne suis pas venu seul. Je suis accompagné d'une experte, à savoir Madame Mekeng, qui est derrière moi et qui a eu l'occasion de faire 2 brillantes présentations, malgré le temps relativement court qui avait été imparti. Mais je pense que le message est passé. Ce que j'ai retenu, dans un premier temps, vous allez me permettre, et je demanderai à Precious d'être indulgente envers moi pour que j'ai légèrement un peu plus de temps, juste un peu, pour parler un peu. Alors, en fait, on était même amené à se poser un certain nombre de questions. Est-ce que les gens connaissent l'OAPI? À cette question, j'ai déjà trouvé beaucoup de réponses. J'ai l'impression qu'il y a un grand nombre de gens de notre espace qui semblent, en tout cas ceux qui sont ici, ou bien celles qui sont arrivées ici dans cette rencontre, Ça ne peut pas être forcément tout le monde, mais ne connaissent pas suffisamment notre institution. Et puis, est-ce que les gens ont eu l'occasion de s'approcher de notre institution, de pouvoir solliciter ses services, etc. Cela nous donne à penser, à revoir notre manière de communiquer davantage. Il faut être humble de communiquer davantage, mais également avec nos structures. Ah, d'accord. Merci. Ok, je reviendrai.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, that side.
Mngiriwe. Il faut répondre Mngiriwe. Je m'appelle Muhorake Glorieuse, je viens du Burundi. Je suis directrice de l'entreprise appelée Barca Enterprises qui s'occupe du séchage des fruits comme l'ananas, le fruit Jacques et la mangue. Ce que je demanderais, c'est demander de soutenir les femmes pour qu'elles puissent participer dans des foires, dans des expositions, parce que si on participe à ces événements, on apprend beaucoup de choses. Comme on a appris ici, on s'est rencontré avec les autres femmes qui font le séchage et j'ai beaucoup appris. Moi, j'ai déjà ma marque, mais ce que j'ai appris, c'est que je vais embellir ma marque. Parce que j'ai été à la direction de la propriété industrielle. J'ai remarqué qu'eux aussi ne maîtrisent pas beaucoup en rapport avec la marque, la propriété industrielle. Ce que je promets, c'est d'embellir ma marque. Merci.
Mibara Lakoe, donc comment dire, ça veut dire bonjour en sango de la République centrafricaine. Donc moi je m'appelle Marlène Gerbil-Yambala, je suis la promotrice de la marque GTEX, produits naturels de Centrafrique, et je fais aussi la promotion de tous les produits locaux de mon pays, parce que malheureusement on n'a pas encore ce genre de valorisation, car très peu de produits sont mis dans les rayons des magasins, des supermarchés. Et malgré les problèmes d'électricité et d'énergie, donc, je produis beaucoup plus artisanalement. Et en fait, j'ai beaucoup appris. Bon, c'est vrai que je connaissais déjà l'organe de l'OAPI, mais c'est vrai que c'est le tarif qui fait qu'on n'a pas la possibilité de pouvoir protéger sa marque. Au jour d'aujourd'hui, le challenge à relever, c'est vraiment augmenter la production. Et pour cela, malheureusement, on a un problème d'emballage au niveau de la République centrafricaine et surtout aussi les respects de procédures de production des produits locaux. Donc, je vous remercie.
Lui Moya, je viens du Gabon. C'est pour dire bonsoir, bon après-midi. Alors, moi, je suis présidente de la Fédération nationale des transformateurs des produits agricoles du Gabon. Et mon entreprise s'appelle Agrimat Gabon. Et
Votre nom?
Madame Badinga Marie-Claire. Matomba Mamfumbi, épouse Badinga Marie-Claire. Voilà. Donc, mon entreprise s'appelle Agrimat Gabon. Elle est dans la production et la transformation des produits agricoles. Le produit phare de mon entreprise, c'est le manioc. Et donc, nous sommes spécialisés dans le prêt-à-cuire pour faciliter aux femmes qui sont très occupées, qui ne peuvent pas aller au marché ou à la plantation. Donc, nous vendons ces produits dans les grandes surfaces. Et en dehors du manioc, qui est le produit phare, nous faisons aussi des boissons et Agrimat a créé une boisson avec le vin de palme. Donc, nous faisons le sirop de vin de palme. Et ces jours-ci, j'ai appris beaucoup et j'ai présenté ma bouteille de sirop de vin de palme et je me suis rendu compte que ma marque était fausse et donc il faut que j'apprenne, il faut que je contacte quelqu'un pour pouvoir me faire un design. Au Gabon, nous avons le bureau de l'OAPI, mais ce n'est pas vulgarisé. Moi-même, je me suis rapprochée une fois mais les prix, comme disait l'autre, m'ont fait reculer. Donc, le challenge, c'est quoi? D'abord, Agrimat travaille avec les femmes rurales, donc les coopératives qui nous approvisionnent en matières premières. Donc, en rentrant, ce que je vais faire, c'est contacter le bureau local pour qu'ils puissent nous donner plus d'informations et afin que chacune d'entre nous puisse aller enregistrer sa marque. Merci.
Thank you.
Alors, à la suite, nous y va un bonjour, en après-midi. Je viens aussi du Gabon, Obierge Moussavou, épouse Igwe Abdoulaye. Je suis responsable des fermes de l'Estérias, qui fait dans la production de poulet. Donc, nous avons du poulet frais, poulet fumé et un peu de découpe. Donc, nous faisons les barquettes de gésier, les pâtes, bon, qui sont très appréciées. Mais c'est une structure qui commence, qui démarre il y a, on va dire, 1 an et 6 mois. Elle est toute jeune. Et donc, ici, j'ai quand même appris, j'ai beaucoup appris. L'un des enseignements, d'ailleurs, c'est, on va dire, c'est sur la marque, le logo, l'importance du logo, de tous ces aspects, parce qu'il faut dire que j'avais déjà pensé à une marque, mais avec ces enseignements, nous allons pousser la réflexion. L'autre aspect, il y a beaucoup de défis, parce que quand on est une jeune entreprise, il y a pas mal de défis. Le Gabon importe énormément, je disais tantôt, 65 milliards, rien que pour la volaille. Donc nous, vraiment, nous voulons contribuer à consommer du poulet frais, les produits frais, et donc encourager tous ceux qui sont dans la production à le faire. Donc l'un des enseignements que je voudrais également retenir, c'est si l'Organisation mondiale peut mettre en place un programme de sensibilisation, parce qu'il faudrait que cette sensibilisation touche les bureaux pour que toutes les entreprises soient informées sur toutes ces questions. Donc c'est vraiment un aspect important. Il y a un autre aspect parce qu'on a vu le poivre de Pendjab, et le Gabon a certaines localités qui a des prix, qui a des produits qui sont très spécifiques. Je pense qu'avec cette formation aussi, on pourrait intégrer ces aspects et prendre en compte ces considérations. Merci beaucoup.
Hello, everyone. My name is Perseverance from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe. Woo! Yes, I'm the founder and CEO for Alzanel Private Limited. We do agro-processing and value addition. I have goats, I have cattle, I have chickens. So I transform these to biltong. Chicken biltong, goat biltong, beef biltong. I'm also doing dried fruits and vegetables. I'm also doing gluten-free flour, flour from beetroot, flour from sweet potato, and also flour from butternuts and pumpkins. I'm also doing seed and fruit bars, seed bars, chocolate bars, just snack bars.
Challenges.
Okay. Challenges, funding. We want funding to scale up, to grow our businesses, because currently we have challenges of electricity in Zimbabwe, and all my machinery, they are running on solar energy. I had to install solar so that I keep the dryers running and everything else. So funding to scale up and also grow. We have also learned about branding and packaging. Yeah, the challenge of packaging, we have it in Zimbabwe. Sometimes you might have a good product, but you might not have the right package to put it in. Yeah.
Thank you. Round of applause to these ladies. So this is the lady with the chicken biltong that I was talking about, yeah? Please, if you've never eaten dried chicken, she has dried chicken. It's amazing. It's amazing. So you put peanut butter sauce and whatnot. Something else special about this group, ladies. When you're going to a conference with 100 people, how do you stand out? So this lady, Marlene Gabriel Yambala, she came with her own name tag. Huh?
her own name tag, which says CEO. Yeah. And her phone number. So even if she's not there, you will find her details, you will find her name, you will find. I mean, guys, this is a good networking trip. Woo! Well done, Marlene. Well done. Thank you. We move to, oh yes, a picture with Marlene. While someone is talking, I'll take a picture with Marlene. Which group is next? Which group? The last, this one, right? Yeah.
Hello.
Come, my photograph.
So my name is Judy. I'm Judy Miner from Kenya. I'm in the hides and skins and cotton value addition. So from hides and skins, we get leather, where we make, and from the cotton, we get cotton canvas. And from there, we make leather and canvas bags from both men and women. So we're able to do bags, wallets, belts, and leather accessories. My challenge during trademarking was that I've chosen a brand, my brand is Siafu Leather. Siafu is an ant in Africa, and the logo that I chose has ships. So when I went for trademarking, I was told it's not possible. Of course, I could not understand why, but now I understand maybe I might have infringed on the animal and something restriction, and also the ships also cannot. So I needed legal counsel, which was quite expensive. Other than expensive, I didn't know the right place to get a lawyer that would follow up my process. So as I've heard that you give 90% subsidiary on people, on SMEs who are doing patents, I don't know if there's also an allocation of doing a subsidy for legal counsel for SMEs who are struggling to get trademarks and such stuff.
Thank you. There we go.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Je suis Kanté, épouse Koulibaly. Je suis agro-transformatrice. Je transforme les produits locaux de la Côte d'Ivoire en céréales, des granulés, des épices et les oléagineuses. Mais le cœur de mon métier, c'est le karité. Depuis en amont, je forme avant les campagnes de la période du karité, je forme les femmes productrices de karité pour avoir un bon beurre de karité qui répond aux besoins des consommateurs. En plus de cela, au nord, nous savons que la région du Poro est reconnue pour le beurre de karité. Mais on a un souci. Depuis le matin, on est en train de parler du coût de marque. Mais je demande à OMP une doléance, si c'est possible, que le karité de la région du Poro soit labellisé comme le poivre de Benja pour que les femmes du Nord puissent bénéficier de leur activité. Je suis présente seule ici, mais il y a à peu près 1000 femmes derrière moi. Et en Afrique, on sait que la femme, c'est le socle de la famille. Quand on aide une femme, c'est plus de 1000 personnes qu'on aide. Donc, voilà ma doléance ce soir. Et en plus de cela, j'ai un savon. Je suis dans l'économie circulaire. J'ai un savon à base du bout de karité et de marque de café que j'ai breveté. Merci. Je vous remercie.
Sorry, Precious. I know I cannot say that, but I've never seen. J'ai jamais vu Madame Kanté, mais on a été il y a 10 ans dans la même association de femmes inventeurs et entrepreneurs où j'assistais comme volontaire pour leur envoyer des formations. Et grâce au WIPO et à vous, à 10 ans plus tard, enfin, je la rencontre.
Thank you, Doc.
À Kouriabi, bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Chambou Fanzanirina, gérante propriétaire de l'entreprise Vachi Niourmbe dans le sud de Madagascar. Je produis 2 variétés d'huile, huile alimentaire d'arachide, huile cosmétique de figues de Barbarie, marula, avocat. Farine de manioc et fécule de manioc, farine de patate douce et fécule de patate douce. Challenge, être exportateur d'huile et de farine de manioc dans l'Afrique au plus tard dans 3 mois. Attente de WIPO et ses consorts organisateurs de cette conférence restent partenaires techniques et financiers du groupement de femmes entrepreneurs de l'Afrique pour octroyer la propriété intellectuelle. 2. Le groupe WhatsApp créé pendant la conférence devient e-commerce de femmes africaines.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Moi, je suis Rassouvloul Nedvij. Je suis gérante propriétaire de l'entreprise MISG et co-gérante de l'entreprise Lunge. On est spécialisé dans les produits locaux, dans la collecte, la transformation et l'exportation des produits locaux de Madagascar, tels que la vanille, les girofles, le café, le riz parfumé au naturel de Madagascar, les grains secs, ainsi de suite. Notre devise, c'est de satisfaire les besoins nécessaires de nos clients en priorité, d'agrandir nos réseaux de distribution et de promouvoir les produits de Madagascar et de ses atouts. Ce que j'attends des investisseurs aujourd'hui, c'est de donner des formations aux gens responsables de l'octroi de la propriété intellectuelle pour qu'ils puissent acheminer à bon terme sur notre demande. Créer ou inciter les groupements des femmes, les gouvernements à donner une enveloppe d'appui au sein des différentes sortes d'associations des femmes pour faciliter et inciter les femmes qui ont du mal à protéger leurs marques respectives. Mes défis, c'est de pouvoir certifier en bonne et due forme nos produits locaux et protéger de plus en plus mes marques de production. C'est de l'étendre et de trouver des bonnes relations d'affaires entre les femmes africaines, à commencer d'ici, avant de l'étendre au niveau international. Merci.
Bon après-midi. My name is Mo Shanako. I'm from Seychelles, and I'm in cassava processing. I've started cassava processing since the early of 2022. My challenges are visibility in market line, funding for starters, and what I've learned here will help me in my packaging line, labeling, and the knowledge that I will go back to my country and share with my other colleagues. What I want from WIPO is the support, help in resource development, finance, and also markets in Africa that we can tap into from Seychelles. Thank you.
Well done. Hello, everyone. Hello. Yeah, my name is Rita Akushika Diaba, the founder and CEO of Yesli Ice, a multiple award-winning company in Ghana, and producers of very low or zero sugar ice cream, yogurt, and natural beverages for the health-conscious people. Coming here has been very, very beneficial to me because as and when I make the attempt to register, I just push it aside and move on. But having been here, I've realized the essence and the importance of registering my business. Now, being a vice chairperson in the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I think I've been empowered to spread the good news to other members and encourage them as I have been encouraged here for the past 3 days. Now, the support that I will need from WIPO is to
support us to register our brand, which I think I've been given the platform and then the contacts in Ghana, and then to link us to other donor organizations that can support us with funding to accelerate our business. Also, to be in touch with a key person or as a mentor, to be able to support when there is a need for me to organize these seminars for members to get more detailed information. Maybe I may not be able to remember all that I've learned here, like a referral point for more clarification to other members. Thank you.
Thank you. Moderators, questions, comments for this group? Great story here. I also tasted this ice cream powder, ladies and gentlemen. The Yesley ice cream mix. I tasted it just a day ago. It's very good and definitely something worth trying. This is a brand to push for sure. And there's a chocolate mix flavor and all sorts of different flavors. I also saw her production line in her fridge, how full it was. She showed me that, so there's a great story building there. Any questions, comments?
We're okay. These two groups, I think they are left.
Yeah. Oh, you're good. Okay, nice. I come here, ladies. We start here.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Manes Nkata. I'm from Malawi. I'm into processing of cooking oil and animal feed. But I also process flour. Number 3, we also do services like consulting services, training women in agribusiness. The challenges for my business, the raw materials. I work with farmers. These are more than 10,000 women for the raw materials. So in Malawi, the farmers, we are still using a hoe. We don't have the technology, but also the farming system, we use rain-fed, which is we need irrigation, we need technology, things are changing. But also the other challenge that I have is now I've been in my business for 15 years. I've grown. I employ more than 100 people. But for me, for the packaging, if you see some of my friends here from different countries, they know my product, like especially on cooking oil. When you see the packaging, I have some challenges. So my challenge, I think, I want to see some countries that are doing the packaging so that I can partner with. For the request to WIPO, I'm coming from Malawi, and I'm now currently the president for Farmers Union of Malawi, which 80% are coming from the farming sector, and these are women, rural women. So, as WIPO, in Malawi, they only work with the government institutions. So I wanted to request if they can also complement with the private sector, especially farmers' organizations, which they can have more people that can benefit the services. But also, the last one. I want to see more women in agribusiness and lessons. Can I do the lessons? No. Okay, I wish I have 2 hours.
Thank you, I know.
Mambo, can we all say poa? That's how we greet in our streets. So my name is Agnes Fivao. I am a co-founder and owner of the brand Tanzanite Spices. We work with smallholder farmers who provide us with raw materials, the spices. And I really acknowledge all the women in here who said they are farmers, because these farmers during the COVID era were the heroes behind the curtain. We all used a lot of spices to boost our immunities. And that is when Tanzanite Spices was born, because we made our flagship product, which includes 6 power spices and it boosted immunity for all who used it. And the prices were very high, but we made it available in 1 cup. So today I am here and I'm very happy for the session, but I have learned that this formula of mine can be somebody else if I don't protect it. So I'm coming out of here, going to start at the local level to protect my brand, to protect my formula, and make sure that it reaches other places, keep saving lives. But also I would like to request WIPO. We have one big problem in Tanzania. A lot of women who are doing a lot of efforts in the agricultural value chain, but we lack incubator hubs. So if you can come to Tanzania, I am a member of the Tanzania Women Chamber of Commerce. We have over 200,000 women who are recognized by that umbrella. We can have a hub, we can have, I want us to have pioneer women who will go through these business tools you have impacted us with, brand development, IP protection, and everything. And in 3 years, let us have success stories. I should be included. Thank you.
Dear, please account that Precious has been walking in the room for now 3 hours and 30 minutes, and she's on heel shoes.
Yeah, you know, that's why they...
won't say. It means, how are you, everyone? My name's Lois Njovu. I'm from Zambia, the CEO founder for Imara Hope Foundation / Imara Export and Trading. I'm so happy to be here because I've been doing as a distributor from my country. Having a foundation, I've been training women in agriculture mostly because my profession, I'm an agriculturalist, a livestock technician. I have been producing my own honey from the farm, which has benefited me as myself. Before you think of selling a product, you have to take care of your own health. So I'm a living example from this product. I've had a heart problem since I was born. People said I would not have children, but because of this, I have 3 kids.
Challenges.
The challenges I have, apart from that, I'm also a pineapple grower. Because of what I've been doing, I was given a privilege to be given a free land by His Royal Highness, 20 hectares of land. So right now I have almost more than 4,000 pineapples, which will be ready in 3 months' time. But the issue I have is, where do I sell those pineapples? I need buyers. So it's good that people who are looking for pineapples here, I'm here to supply pineapples. And apart from that, even farmers, they're also looking up to me to find the markets. So it's a request to you, WIPO, that please assist me in finding buyers for my pineapples and the farmers who are looking up to me. Then also, I haven't done any branding, but of course I've registered my company. But I need your support in terms of branding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Sanbonani, you say
Sanbonani.
yebo.
Yebo.
That's my language in Eswatini. I'm very happy to be here. Firstly, I congratulate WIPO.
Hello, one room, yes.
Firstly, my name is Nompumelelo Nchalinchali from the Kingdom of Eswatini. And congratulations, WIPO, for actually implementing your gender action plan, and as a gender expert, I'm very excited about that. So my business is feedlot and beef production in the country. The challenges there, which we have been facing, in the interest of time, I'll be brief, it's prices of cattle feed, and also the prices of the abattoir operators. We don't have regulations for pricing, and they just give us their own per kilo price, which is a challenge for us as beef floaters. And also, we recently started producing biltong. I'm happy to hear that somebody there is doing it. We'll learn a lot from each other. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Grace Ngobo from the Kingdom of Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland. I'm a farmer. I started farming in 2008. I specialized in tomato farming as I was doing vegetable farming. Okay, I started very well, and then it didn't.
Put the mic close to you. Yeah.
Okay. It started very well, and then because of the challenges of climate change, I had to stop because I had no storage for the tomatoes since the storms destroyed the yield. Okay, I then ventured into dairy farming and maize production in 2010. With the dairy, I grow cattle for milk production and sour milk, which I sell to the local communities. And
Is it branded?
No, it's not. It's not branded.
Okay, what do you want the partners to do for you?
To help in branding and the packaging.
Okay, of the milk,
product.
of the
Yes.
milk products, yes.
Yes.
So sour milk is an African delicacy, but yes, it must be branded. We cannot continue to sell it in plastic containers.
Oh, yes.
You know. Thank you. Next.
Okay, with the maize production.
Okay.
The main problem is climate change as well, because okay, I have the land, but due to the shortage of funding, the farming inputs, they escalate every year, and the machinery. We depend on government tractors, which take a long time to reach your area, and
Okay.
then you are left behind.
Clear. Thank you. Madam?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Fatou Jaite. I'm the proprietor of Rafet Boutique and R&B Oil. Rafet Boutique is a renowned cosmetic shop in the Gambia with 2 branches. The business has started diversifying its offerings from 100% importation to oil exploration and manufacturing and supplying of beauty and healthcare products. In this regard, the company is now producing edible oils at the same time, other bodily nourishing oils made locally using local products such as groundnut seed oil, baobab seed oil, neem seed, and moringa.
Challenges.
We learn a lot these 3 days. Our challenge is we need more trainings to excel our businesses. And as I'm going out from here, I will go and build what I started and follow all the IP to protect my brand.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Next lady.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fatma Tanjai from the Gambia. My business name is Yahari, meaning woman in my local language. I have a tea processing company in the Gambia. What we do is specialize in herbal tea blends. I actually started in 2019 with a special product that is well known in my tribe because of its benefits to women. So at the long run, we are currently working with more than 1,000 women farmers through a community outgrower scheme model. Yeah, so coming here has been an eye-opening for me. I've learned a lot. I knew about trademark, patents and all, but I didn't know that it was this broad and it was this open. So the first thing I will do when I get back home is to actually work on my trademark and whatever I've learned from here. And then I will also work on a contract for my staff, a non-disclosure contract, which I realize that is very important here. Yeah, so yeah, what I want from WIPO is to get more trainings like what we have here in order to, I know the 3 days is not enough. There is more to learn, so we're looking forward to more trainings that we have here. Thank you.
Okay, good. So I will just finish all the ladies, then you guys can ask the questions. Thank you. Madam, hello, I'm coming to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from the country Africa, Zambia province. I'm deliberate why I've said that. My name is Njekwa from province Zambia. My product is soya. It's a trademarked Kai soya whoopie. Whoopie means flour. You can use it for instant beverage. You can add it to soups. You can add it to smoothies. It is mainly, what inspired me is that I can contribute to improved health, well-being, and livelihoods of people around. It is mainly organic. It is trademarked. What I've learned here is the deep difference between trademark and patency. I didn't know that the IP is that broad, and I'm very grateful that I've known that today, and that IP contributes to business growth. What are my challenges? The climate change and process technology, as well as having enough outgrowers who provide consistent and reliable supply. As my product is organic, so when you have the different people, others might do chemicals, and it becomes costly to have it tested. Because it has to be tested by them again, because they'll be in different areas, so you have to aggregate them. So I have learned about exhaustive rights. I've learned about the entire IP system.
What do you want from the partners?
I've learned about the IP system, local, regional, international. And then from the partners, what I would love is linkage to grant opportunities to expand the processing unit.
Mm-hmm.
I would also like a WIPO to help with the barcodes. I heard Mr. Daniel yesterday say that some of the barcodes, if you actually scanned them, they won't lead you to anything. So if WIPO could provide us with that opportunity. And lastly, I'm the Confweb Woman Entrepreneur of the Year 2021.
Thank you. Well done.
Bonsoir, je suis Patricia Eouman, épouse Angounou Meva. Je suis gérante de la structure Aliki Service. Nous produisons des boissons et des entremets essentiellement à partir de la noix de cajou. Nous avons déjà eu 2 médailles d'or au Salon de l'innovation, étant membre de la Fédération des inventeurs de Côte d'Ivoire. Nous existons depuis 2021. Aujourd'hui, notre challenge principal, c'est d'être sur le marché. Nous avons entrepris différentes stratégies pour pouvoir nous rapprocher de notre cible. La dernière, c'est d'être dans l'enseignement. Donc, nous sommes vacataires à l'IPNEP qui forme des futurs professeurs de cuisine, de façon à leur apprendre à utiliser nos produits. Donc notre challenge principal, c'est l'accès au marché, avoir des matières premières qui soient les moins chères possibles pour avoir des produits finis qui soient les plus accessibles possibles. Ça nous demande donc de participer pleinement à la mise en place d'une chaîne de valeur du cajou. Et nous avons vu ici qu'il y a des personnes qui ont du savoir-faire pour le décortiquage. Donc notre attente, c'est que la WIPO nous aide à être en contact avec ces femmes de façon à profiter de leur savoir-faire. Merci.
Salamat, Dahando. This is how you say greetings in Eritrea. My name is Ruth Nagash. I'm from Eritrea. Currently, I'm just finishing up with COMESA, Federation of Women in Business. Many of you are here. I'm quite excited to see you. Today, this has been an oncoming dream of African women. So thank you, Japanese government. Thank you, WIPO, ARIPO, OAPI, all of you that we met. Thank you very much. These women have been asking for this for a long time. What are we doing, or what do? I do sensitization of these kind of programs and anything that best practices that women are doing. I have passion to link women with their own governments and with other organizations, so that's what I do. Thirdly, I find off-takers and I link you with access to markets with your off-takers. I heard you loud and clear. I've taken many notes today. So all the off-takers globally, they ask me, where are the women, where are the products? I link you with them.
Nice.
Fourthly, the capacity building. We are agriculturalists, not entrepreneurs. So we must manage what we do and learn how to manage our monies. So wherever we are, I link you to financiers in your country, financiers across the whole Africa, and also the banks that are women and SME friendly. What do we need from WIPO? WIPO, we need you to continue the great work you've started with us. Don't leave us in the dust. And two, to sustain this, I ask two things. I've spoken to Madame Loretta, and now I'm asking our Japanese government, if you stay with us, please, let's sustain what we have with two things. One, let's find the resources and funds. Do this at least twice a year, where the same women come and we follow through with them. We cannot fall behind and continue with different women, so that's one. And two, please have monitoring and evaluation locally. So we are in Rwanda now, maybe next country could be in a different country, so we see what those women are doing. So thank you very much.
Masquera say, that's our language in Zimbabwe. Say good afternoon.
Taswera masquera.
My name is Mo Blessing. I come from Zimbabwe. I'm a horticultural farmer. I was very impressed with this program and we benefited more. As you know that when you empower a woman, you empower a nation. My challenge is I have got a local market in my country, but the challenge is I'm failing to do the constant supply. So I need the support so that my products, I do them in greenhouses. I'm looking for funding to do a 1 hectare greenhouses so that I supply my market from January to December. Then from WIPO, we need more of this training so that all the women out there, they'll benefit from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Short and sweet. Let's go.
Timoneni Mweuli, that's a greeting from where I come from, northern part of Malawi, Nkata Bay. I started my business with honey, but I realized I was the only one, doing
please.
this.
Name?
Yeah.
Name?
My name is Kaluso Nyimba.
Okay.
The chairperson for Lusolao Women's Cooperative. I started selling my honey, producing.
One room, please.
I started off by producing and selling honey on the internet, but I realized that I was leaving other people in my community behind. So I picked up a local product that is very prevalent in my district, and that is cassava. We are cassava country. So we formed a cooperative. Right now I'm working with 200 women, 200 farmer groups, about 10,000 women that are supplying to the cooperative. And our biggest challenge is funding and expanding the program. And also finding a sustainable value chain. What I've learned today is I know what I don't know about IP. So that is very important because now we can go and refocus ourselves to get our product export ready and locally ready.
Thank you.
Mulibwanji.
Tiribuino.
Muliuli.
Yeah.
That's the greeting from Malawi, where I'm coming from. I'm Agnes Tembo Chete, the Managing Director for Vanguard Investments. I'm into horticulture and mainly bananas, watermelons, and vegetables as well. And I've also gone into processing, so we're processing banana flour. This was done, of course, it's a new product in my country, and most people don't know about banana flour, how we use it. So I also have a responsibility, explaining and marketing this product. It's also good for diabetic people. So I was also looking at, the health consciousness, for people. But apart from that, we're also processing flour for babies, after noting that there's also, a lot of malnutrition also in my country. So from what I've learned in this conference, there's a lot, but key for me is protecting my brand, and I'm also thinking of rebranding, because there are those times you just do, the packaging anyhow, just to have the product on the market, but with, all the insights that we've gotten from here, I will have to rebrand my packaging and my products. Challenges, of course, one is financing. I still want to expand, and key for me is to have a proper irrigation system on my farm, especially for my bananas, because last year we had shortfall in terms of rains, so that really affected our production. So mainly it's the financing, but I would also want to ask WIPO to handhold us, after we've learned all this, handhold us to make sure that you follow through and see, the actualization of what we've learned, and to make sure that indeed we've executed what we've learned from this conference. So much appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. I also saw that she does baby porridge. There are quite a number of people here who do baby porridge. You guys need to meet up and talk about the different porridge. And then there are quite a number of people doing flour, different types of flour. She also does flour, and you guys need to meet up and have a conversation. There's some great products that are here. Questions, comments to my people?
Just to ask, has everyone spoken?
Yes. Is there someone? No. No. Okay. I covered everybody.
Oh, you haven't spoken. There's someone who hasn't spoken. Yes, she hasn't spoken.
Where? Okay. Let me go there.
Okay.
Sorry. One. Sorry? Sorry, you are my friend. Sometimes I think we came together, and I forget that we invited you here as an agribusiness person. So now I'll come back to you as the last person, yeah? Sorry.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rugi Barry. I am from...
Sorry, one room.
My name is Rugi Barry. I am from Liberia. I'm the CEO of the Liberia Business Incubator. At the incubator, we add value to locally grown produce. We work with women farmers where we provide tools and implements, and they grow the crops, and we purchase from them. We are specifically involved with cassava. We produce cassava flour, we produce gari, and we have another brand we call the Super Gari, where we add, it's a ready-to-eat meal. We have the plantain flour. It's another kind of banana. Yes, so we make flour, all of that. We are into ginger powder. We are into moringa powder. What I've learned here today, or over the past days, has to do with the trademark and the importance of protecting your brand. I started 2009, and I think it is about time, it is even overdue for me to do that, to protect my brand. So that's one of the things that I'm going to do when I get back.
What do you want from the partners?
So what I want from the partners, Well, in Liberia, there is WIPO. However, WIPO is not new, it's not known. There's a need for more awareness creation. There's a need for a forum like this so that the rest of the other processors can be able to benefit from it. Thank you. And sorry, just one more. If it is possible, I will request the organizer to kindly do a directory of all of the participants here today, their names, the name of the company, what they are involved with, so that we can be able to interact with each other when we leave from here.
Thank you. I think they have that. They have that. We'll just see whether that can be shared, but they do have a database of all of you ladies. You have not spoken? Nana, you are last. You are last. Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
I'm Mary Abiong from South Sudan. I'm really happy to be here. I believe this is one of a kind. Being a new country, we have not been involved in a lot of stuff. So I've learned a lot from this conference. I do agriculture. We farm onions and dura, which is sorghum. So this experience that we have learned here is going to really help us. And I would also like to have our country added in some of the organizations that I've been seeing being passed through WhatsApp that we are not part of. So it will really benefit us. And I'm going to spread the good news back home. And I've seen somebody doing shea butter. We have a lot of it in South Sudan. It grows naturally in the wild. And we also have a lot of peanut butter for the lady from Chad.
Nice.
So you could easily get a raw market for all of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You haven't spoken? Okay, there's someone else.
Je suis Oumou Diallo du Burkina. Donc, j'évolue donc dans le commerce.
Just close.
Ok,
Yeah.
d'accord. Donc, j'évolue dans le commerce des produits agricoles depuis 25 ans maintenant. En 2001, j'ai formalisé avec une société SARL qui collectait et exportait de la matière première. Donc, en parcourant les salons et les forats, je me suis rendu compte que je passais à côté de la valeur ajoutée. J'ai créé donc Adipro Industries, un complexe qui va transformer les graines de sésame, les graines d'arachide, les graines de coton et les amandes de karité en beurre et en huile végétale. Donc, mon plus gros défi c'est de, comment dirais-je, mon défi à relever, c'est d'arriver donc à intégrer les femmes dans le processus de l'approvisionnement. Car nous allons transformer 190 000 tonnes de matières premières par an. Et actuellement, nous n'avons que 10 000 femmes dans le réseau. Nous voulons atteindre donc 50 000 femmes d'ici les 3 ans. Et aussi, je suis contente de participer à cette rencontre parce que ça m'a permis de comprendre que c'est incontournable de déposer sa marque et son nom de domaine. Je vous remercie.
Nana, it's time.
Hello, my name is Nana Daniels, originally from Ghana.
Thank you.
Living in Toronto at the moment. I would say in the last 3 days, this has been the best thing that has happened. I'm seeing all the great things that Africa has. And some of the things that I've seen here, I think they should be in stores in Canada. I knew I had to trademark my company, but I wasn't sure about how to patent the other things. And for what I've learned, I think I have to go back, sit down, and reassess my business again. I also just came from Ghana last week, and whilst I was there, I went to get my shea butter, and I was encouraged and offered land to farm. And I didn't know what I'll do with it. But after listening to everybody here, and seeing all these women farming, I think I can see myself also doing it. And I thank you all for your encouragement, and I thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Is there anything from the partners? Anything the partners can do, you think?
I'm not sure if your funding could reach Canada, but definitely I would need funding to scale up.
You would need funding. Okay.
Definitely need funding. Thank you.
Great. Over 120 amazing stories. I've been walking for 4 hours just listening to your stories. Yeah. Really, well done to all of you for those businesses that you have started, the stories you have shared. The biggest difference is that you are doing something. No matter how challenging it is, you are doing something. And you are making a difference. And these guys have been listening to you. They've been taking notes. They're going to decide what they need to do with that information. And Loretta will be keeping us posted. But it's really been amazing listening to all of you. I encourage you, if you heard someone who has a business similar to yours, please track them just after this meeting closes and make sure you connect so that the two of you can learn from each other as we go along in the process. Loretta, is there anything else still? No, nothing there. At this point, I retire. My legs are dying. I hand over back to Loretta. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can you just give her another round of applause? I could not have done what she just did, even in my youngest bones. With my youngest bones, I couldn't have done that. So thank you so much, Precious, and thank you all, really, for sharing with us your journeys, for sharing your stories with us. Honestly, it is nothing short of overwhelming to hear you and to see you and to listen to everything that you have said and to listen to all that you have done and the expectation, the hope that is there. You know, I have just listened to all, I think it was about 100, and really, it is overwhelming. And we will, over the coming days, be discussing with our experts who you saw sitting up here, with our hierarchy, with our partners, to see how best we can support you with the training that you have requested, with all the other areas that you have requested support in. There has to be a plan of action, because we can't come here from all over Africa and just go, as in the end. Like one of you said, I think it was our lady from Gambia, she said training doesn't take only 3 days. You may have learned a lot, but that may not be enough to sustain you along the way. And so this is what we want to do, to support you together with our partners, Aripo, OAPE, and then we also have our tripartite. So basically, there is what we can do together as WIPO, there is what we can do with Aripo, there is what we can do with OAPE, and there's what we can do as the tripartite, WIPO, Aripo, OAPE, and that tripartite is called the WAO. It's WAO. So there are so many avenues in which we can support you. And then, of course, we are lucky that the government of Japan is so generous with us and really has the interest of Africa at heart and works with us. And so we hope that through this engagement that we have had, we will find ways to support you, to use intellectual property to grow your businesses, because that is our mandate and that is our commitment. So I thank you very much. Now, I hope that all of you have been able to complete the surveys. Okay, so that is really already good. So I think at this stage, it is time for us now to present you with your certificates. And then that is something to show that you came here, you did not just go and sleep in your rooms. You participated and sat through 3 long days of training. I think you deserve to take something home. to show that you participated in a training program. And so, at this stage, I would like to call upon our friend and partner, Mr. Yasuda, from the JPO, to join me here. I would also like to call upon my director, Mr. Mark Serikore, representative of our Deputy Director General of WIPO, to join me here. And then I would also like to call upon, who is missing now? I would like to call upon the representative of RDB, the IP office, and then I call upon the representative of ARIPO and the representative of OAPI, the Deputy Director General of OAPI, to join me. And so, I think, so the first lucky winner, Miss Agnes Nyinawumuntu. Where is Agnes? Is Agnes here? No. So we will go to Miss Mary Abionkwol Nyok. Next, Miss Agnes Cynthia Tembochete. Agnes Cynthia Tembochete. She's gone out, okay. So next we have Aimee Patricia Agua Euman Epus Angu. Agnu. Miss Sarah Juliet Akera. She here? No. She is. Hey, Sarah. Please present to Sarah. Miss Agnes Mukamushinja. Agnes Mukamushinja. Here? Away. Okay. Miss Aisha Tusal. Aisha Tusal.
Like that. That one. Yeah, but you don't do it like this. You do it like this and do something else. And Iran will do that. How do you do that?
Miss Betty Shiba. Betty Shiba. Here?
Oh.
Betty? No. Miss Agnes Baptista Fivao. Miss Vololona Edwige Raharisoa.
Wow, that is original.
No? Is she here? Miss Fanta Kante Epus Kulibali. Fanta Kante Epus Kulibali. No, LAC. It's okay, I'll give next one to please. Miss Fanjanirina Claudette Sambo. Miss Esther Mukangango. Miss Esther Mukangango. Nepala? Okay. Madam Juma Watara Epus Konate. Juma Watara Epus Konate. Miss Divine Mutuimana. Vous êtes là? C'est moi qui vous Miss Divine Mutuimana. Divine Mutuimana. You take for her? Okay. RDB. Okay. Miss Colette Yewenu. Madame Colette Yewenu. Madame Claudine Kantengwa. Madame Claudine Kantengwa. Elle est là? Non. Madame Brendaline Sheke Inkenen. Brendaline. Brendaline? Bon Muzi, Madame Bon Muzi. Bon. Madame Beatrice Nyamoya. Beatrice Nyamoya. Madame Bea. Madame Beata Nyirankuzurun. Madame Beata Nyirankunzuruwanda. No, she's not here. Hey, I think it's Rwanda, yeah? Madame Ayele Egong Ekwebla. Madame Ayele. Madame Obiej Moussavu, épouse Igwe Abdoulaye. Madame Obiej? Elle est sortie. Ok. Madame Annette Natukunda. Madame Ange Jessica Bapamukina Lumeto Ndunzi. Madame Alimata Koulibaly, épouse Bani. Madame Alimata? Sorti, ok. Madame Odette Monembaye Tolmbaye. Madame Odette? N'est pas là. Madame Nompmelelo Doudou? Nompmelelo. You have achieved. Madame Noi Paulina Selepe Maketa. Noi Paulina. Madam Ngarambatina Solkem. Madam Ngarambatina Solkem. Yes. Madam Ndak Masak Hassan Tiam. Madam Mursian Claire Larissa Akong. Mursian. Madam Monica Nijur Makai Majok. Monica. Madam Monica Nijur. Madam Malegola Elizabeth Lecholo. Malegola Elizabeth Lecholo. Okay. Madam Mijai Anturia. Mijai Anturia. Bathroom? Okay. Thank you, Chef. Madam Masimbi Sonia Kubwimana. Madam Masimbi Sonia Kubwimana from local. Yes, I'll put the Rwandan minister. Madam Angela Kaluso Nyimba. Angela Kaluso Nyimba. Madam Anne Wanjiru Churi. Madam Babui Daphne Nyepeti. Babui, oh la la. Okay. Madam Didintle Leatile. Table 1. Madam Didintle, table 1. Madam Fatumata Injie. Madam Fatumata Injie. Madam Fikirte Asefa Kebede. Fikirte. Yeah. Madam Agnes Chete. Agnes Chete. Madam Christine Vuguziga. Madam Christine Vuguziga. Madam Genet Bokretion Gede. Is there? Madam Fatma Abdallah Sobo. Madam Fatma Abdallah Sobo. Yeah. Madam Fatu Jaite. Mangade. Madame Françoise Aimé Ngobata, épouse Bayemi Baye. I like the épouse. Madame Freywet Ligiam. Madame Freywet. You will see for her? Where is she? It's from your country. Okay. Madame Glorious Muhorakai. Madame Glorious. Madame Grace Kalisile Nkobo. Madame Hanatu Idrissa Maiga. Madame Iketeleng Cecilia Makotoko. Madame Immaculée Mukakamana. Immaculée Mukakamana. Madame Imi Kamarade. Imi Kamarade. Madame Jean Nyonsaba. Jean Nyonsaba, I think it's your cousin. Madame Jessica Francisco Vaz das Neves. You wanted to ask a question, right? I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay. Madame Joy Tushabe. Madame Joy Tushabe. No. Madame Letitia Kaitesire. Yes.
If possible,
After. Madame Leticia Mukandahiro. Madame Leticia Mukandahiro. Is that you or? Okay. Show a picture. Madame Laurentine Yeido. Laurentine. ¿Elle vient? No. Ah, Laurentine. Madame Lois Njogu. Lois. She's from Zambia. Madame Lucia Maria Brazao de Barros Cardoso. Madame Magdalena Mofuman Ngema Mofuman. Magdalena Mofuman. Madame Marie-Claire Matamba. Marie-Claire Matamba. Marie-Claire. Marie-Jolie et Motombe Nabawik. Knabwick Kazal. Marie-Jolie Kazal. Uh-huh. Au Japon, vous allez... Oui, c'est bien ça. Marie Lourdes Raphael Robertson. This is the one that fell. Marie Lourdes. Madame Grace Hadiza Benjamin Joshua. Madame Gumsu Husseini Zana. Madame Janice Gonsalves Duarte Silva. Madame Jennifer Kwakwa Sapon. They haven't finished taking photos. Madame Leon Margreta Chantal de Bruyne. Leon. Madame Lilia Tiziana Darita Katoso. Lilia. Madame Lucia Marisa. Lilia is coming? Ah, she's sick. Oh. This is the one that went to hospital. Madame Lucia Marisa Shirindiza. Madame Maidei Nyamayaro. Madame May Hikumwa. Madame Mbalu Fofana. Mbalu Fofana. Madame Milumbe Katoa. Madame Mwanakamis Ramadan. No, take your picture. Madame Mbalia Keita Gomez. Madame Pehezimondong Paru. Madame Perseverance Musea. Perseverance Musea. Madam Rita Akushika Diaba. Who is Rita Brodo? There's also Rita Brobe. Madam Rita Brobe. It's the same. It's you. She didn't come. Oh, okay. Madam Rugi Barry Wonyene. Rugi. Madam Sandra Perkins Legal. Sandra. Liberia. Madam Sharon Secret Black Ponies. Secret. Madam Verity Evergreen Sonkani. Verity, Liberia. Madam Sarah Aidu. Madam Sarah Aidu. Madam Suzanne Kamola Mulindu. Madam Suzanne Kamola. Madam Teresia Judy Ngoto. Madam Teresia Judy Ngoto. Madam Tigist Walde. Madam. Which one is Tigist? Madam Ursula Marlene Yambala. Madam Ursula Marlene Yambala. It's from Aripo. Oh, okay. Madame Oumou Diallo Épouse Traoré. Oumou Diallo Épouse Traoré.
Il y a deux personnes qui sont revenues, les Gabonaises, la Audière chez les Marocains.
Ok. Madame Oumou Diallo Épouse Traoré. Madame Oumou Diallo. Madame Peace Kaihura. Madame Peace Kaihura. Madame Peace? No, she's not there. Madame Feladi Chelwani. Feladi, is that you? Peace Kaihura. Peace Kaihura. Madame Feladi Chelwani.
Hello, 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 hello. Shh. Can we have one room?
Thank you.
You have graduated, others have not. Huh? Please. The best we can do is to ululate and to clap for those that are graduating, isn't it? Please. Please, let's have one room.
Madame Rabiatu Azika Mamadu. Tu vas au Japon. Madam Rose Amandus Wazia. Madam Rose Amandu Wazia. Madam Siti Madam Siti Chihabidin. Madam Stephanie Montejumo. Stephanie. Madam Therese Nyirangwabije. Madam Therese. Therese. Madam Cholofelo. Cholofelo Wechomang.
Well done.
Madam Valentine Uwanyiriga.
Valentine, well done.
Madam Yuyi Njeka Lumbwe. Madam Yuyi Njeka Lumbwe.
My madam from the province of Zambia.
From the province of Zambia, from the country of Africa.
The country of Africa.
Abla Julien Akwete. This is Côte d'Ivoire.
Julian?
This is Côte d'Ivoire. Madam Abla Julien Akwete. Must be all from our region.
Woo!
Madam Amina Osman. Madam Amina Osman. She's not here. Madam Aminatu Maiturure Saleh. Madam Aminatu.
Aminatu! Woo! Woo!
Madam Ruth Negash.
Woo!
Madam Manes Ngoma. Madam Manes Ngoma. Hey, Manes. Man, hey.
Woo, woo, woo!
Manes. Madam Therese. Amina Osman. Is this all? Is that finished? Certificate empty. Yeah, maybe they want to make another photo. Yeah, okay. Marie Claire Matamba. Madam Marie Claire is back. Okay. Please give to Joaquin. Madam Magdalena. Joy Tushabe.
Joy.
Joy is not here. Imi Kamarade. Immaculée. Masimbi Kubwimana. Mihijai Anturia. Malegola Lecholo. That's you. Monica Niju. Monica Niju. Odette Tombai. Odette? You're taking for Odette? She's not there, but where is she? She did not come? She didn't come. Oh, then no certificate for her. Madame Alimata Kulibali. Absent. Obiege.
Obiege.
Obiege. Beata.
Well done.
Beata. Claudine. Claudine Katengwa. No. She's there?
Claudine. She wanted a photographer. Claudine, well done.
Esther Mukangango. Esther Mukangango. Betty Nyonsaba. Agnes Mukamushinja. Absent. Agnes Nina Wumuntu. And Agnes, the Agneses didn't come. Agnes Tembochete. But I heard this one talking. Agnes, that was you? You already got. Okay, good. Then I think we are done. So, congratulations.
Nana,
and I
Nana.
think we will. Did anyone not get a
Nana.
But you were not here for 3
Loretta.
days. Oh, really? Sorry.
Nana
so
didn't
that you
get.
have your full name. Nana didn't
Nana.
get. Nana did not get. Hey,
She failed.
You failed. You have. Nana, your certificate will be mailed to you.
She failed.
Agnes Chembotet. You prefer that one? Yeah. Hey, how could they have left out Nana Daniels? No, we send it to you. We'll send it. But she was the only one. And this one too. Anybody who has been, let me keep it. It's for someone who wasn't here. Anybody who didn't come, we can't give certificate. Okay, thank you so much. Congratulations. Can we give ourselves a big round of applause?
Woo!
So can we all gather here and take one last photo with your certificates? So please come, we do that quickly so that we go for the reception.
Put the music.
No day for me, younger. Oh, younger. No, tell me no. Oh, baby, come give me your lo.
One. Hello. One. Hello.
Hey, music off. Please go back to your tables. We need to say the vote of thanks before we take the photo. Because people have... what's your name? I mentioned your name. I don't know. Okay, I'll check for you. So please, some people have prepared their closing remarks. Some people have prepared closing remarks. So can you please, can we set, please, sorry? Who? But where is she? She went to the toilet. Let her come and pick it. Let her come. Let her come. Can we set, please? Can we sit? Can we sit, please? Who is making closing remarks first? Can we sit, please? Okay, so at this stage, I think I'd like to give the floor first to the representative of the JPO, Mr. Yasuda, to make a few closing remarks. Mr. Yasuda.
Thank you. Hi again, everyone. It was a very nice conference. During this conference, which included 17 sessions held over 3 days, female entrepreneurs from many sub-Saharan African countries shared information from various points of view on the theme intellectual property for women in agribusiness. By listening to the experiences presented by other female entrepreneurs, participants were able to learn how their businesses could be leveraged through intellectual properties. Japanese female entrepreneur Mr. Yukiko Kato gave a presentation about the business she started and how she has used intellectual property in conducting her business. By sharing experiences and networking among participants, this conference was greatly beneficial in boosting the launching of business by African women engaging in agriculture. The activation of an IP ecosystem will serve to accelerate innovation and to bring development and prosperity to Africa. In addition, I believe that the biggest achievement of the conference has been the shared awareness among all participants in this regard. I hope that this conference will not be a one-time opportunity, but that it will inspire continuous support for African women to introduce an IP ecosystem for utilizing intellectual properties and creating profits. The Japan Patent Office will also continue to support WIPO's project for Africa through the Fund's Interest Japan IP Global. Lastly, I would like to sincerely express thanks for the effort in organizing this conference to WIPO, ARIPO, OAPI, African Union Commission, and everyone else concerned. I also thank all of the participants from sub-Saharan African countries for joining this conference. Thank you as well to all interpreters for your support in running the conference smoothly for the past 3 days. Finally, we appreciate the government of Rwanda for the warm hospitality. I think that this conference was quite enlightening and productive. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yasuda. May I call now on the representative of OAPI to make his remarks.
Bonsoir à tous. Monsieur le représentant de l'Union africaine,
Monsieur le représentant du gouvernement du Japon, Monsieur le représentant du directeur général de l'ARIPO, Monsieur le représentant de l'OMP, Mesdames et Messieurs, encore une fois, je voudrais, au nom de Monsieur Denis Loku-Bohusu, directeur général de l'OAPI, que j'ai eu l'honneur de représenter dans cet important forum qui a bien commencé et qui s'achève aujourd'hui. Je voudrais en quelques mots dire combien je suis heureux de la manière dont les choses se sont déroulées durant ces 3 jours. Que de passion, que d'échanges et d'interactions riches. Ce forum a été l'occasion pour vous, les femmes en général, les femmes africaines en particulier, mais également pour nous, les hommes présents durant cette rencontre, de renforcer nos capacités, de converger nos différentes perceptions sur la propriété intellectuelle. Nous espérons que les riches présentations et communications de ce forum vous ont permis, en tant que femmes entrepreneurs du secteur de l'agrobusiness, de trouver ce qu'il faut, n'est-ce pas, pour avancer en tant que piste de solution, d'épanouissement, pour continuer à rester au centre du développement de notre continent. Pour terminer mon propos, je voudrais également remercier les autorités du Rwanda, remercier l'OMPI, le DPO, l'ARIPO, pour leur implication à l'organisation, à la tenue et au succès de ce forum. Chers participants, en vous souhaitant bon retour dans vos pays respectifs, je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Merci.
Thank you very much. Let me now call on Ms. Joy Zenz to make her few remarks.
Hello, women. How are the 3 days? I hope you have something you took away from this. Really, really important. And my speech today is very open. I'm an open speaker and protocol observed. Thank you so much for all of you for coming here. You're the most important people on this, in this event. And I'm so happy that when we talk with Awipo and they all agree to come here, I'm an initiative of 1 of 1,000 out there in Africa. And they should be heard. Even if I'm in Europe or here in Africa, they should be heard because your issues are the most important thing on this planet and on this continent and in your country. So really take all the information you got here, and I'm telling you all the information, don't keep it to yourself. The message is for you. Take all the information you've been given, reach out to each and every woman in your city, in your village, and even at home with your children that you speak to every day, because entrepreneur is inheritable. So please make sure that you keep all the contacts and you have had all the trainings and especially all the one-to-one discussions you'll continue having from here, and make sure that your product is protected for Africa brands, starting from your country, regional, cross-border, all the way to the international market, where you'll find me waiting for you to help you to market the product. So welcome, and thank you so much for the day. Safe journey, and take care of yourself, and thank you, Loretta. And before I go, the women, you gave them a lot of presents. They gave me a present for you because you've been working very, very hard. You gave us certificates. We have something for you. Please come over and receive. So these are presents from all these ladies here, and as you can see, thank you, and may there be more people like you on this earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was wondering why she was carrying the sack with her everywhere. So now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Seri Kore, the Director of the Division for Africa, to make his closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Loretta. Je ne sais pas comment vous faites pour avoir beaucoup d'énergie comme ça. D'énergie dans le sens de la chaleur que vous communiquez. Je suis jusqu'à en train de regretter de ne pas avoir passé tout ce temps en Afrique parce que actuellement il fait mauvais temps à Genève. Alors, avoir votre chaleur, c'est très important. Merci de communiquer cette chaleur-là à tout le monde. Monsieur le représentant du Japon, l'Office japonais du brevet, maintenant vous savez ce qu'on fait de votre argent. En tout cas, in fact, what I'm saying is that now you know what you do with your money. Je vais parler de deux personnes d'abord avant de commencer. Je voulais dire merci à David et à Precious parce que je parle des deux parce qu'il y a d'autres. Il y a Sibanda, il y a tout le reste. Mais notre inquiétude à l'OMPI, c'était la prochaine génération. Est-ce qu'on aura des experts pour répondre aux besoins des Africains, de nos sœurs, de nos frères? Aujourd'hui, les besoins, l'Afrique a commencé à intégrer la propriété intellectuelle et notre inquiétude était de savoir comment on allait préparer le futur. Et je suis venu et j'ai vu, Loretta m'en parlait tout le temps à Genève, mais j'ai vu David et Precious travailler et je suis rassuré. Je me dis que la relève est déjà préparée. Je retourne à Genève sans inquiétude parce que j'étais vraiment inquiet. Vous me rassurez et je vous en remercie. Je m'excuse aussi parce que je sais qu'on vous a enfermé pendant 3 jours. Vous n'avez pas visité Kigali. Vous avez raté parce que c'est une belle ville. C'est une belle ville, mais ne m'en voulez pas, nous aussi on était là, on était tous enfermés comme vous, donc ne nous en voulez pas, mais la prochaine fois que vous viendrez, profitez-en parce que c'est une belle ville et je suis sûr que vous aurez beaucoup de plaisir à visiter Kigali. Je voudrais remercier ma collègue, féliciter ma collègue Loretta et mon collègue Emmanuel pour cette organisation parce que tout ce qui s'est passé, c'est grâce et à cause d'eux. Donc je voudrais leur dire merci et leur rendre tout l'hommage qu'elles méritent. Toute histoire a un début et je pense que cette conférence n'est que le début du voyage que vous ferez avec l'OMPI, l'OAPI, l'ARIPO, le Japon et j'allais dire même le gouvernement du Rwanda. Je voudrais encore une fois remercier le gouvernement du Rwanda puisque j'en parle pour l'accueil et les dispositions prises pour que nous soyons dans de bonnes conditions et que nous tirons profit de cette expérience qui est très importante pour vous. Cette connexion que vous avez, cet enthousiasme que vous avez, j'étais quand même surpris parce que on a mis sur la table des personnes qui ne se connaissaient pas au départ, mais l'ambiance des tables était fantastique, comme si elles se connaissaient il y a des années, et c'est ça l'Afrique en fait, c'est ça l'Afrique, c'est ça l'Africain, être ouvert à tout et voir l'autre comme sa sœur, voir l'autre comme son frère, et je vous félicite de cela. Je voudrais... On les oublie souvent, c'est comme les chauffeurs, ceux qui nous conduisent, généralement on les oublie. Je voudrais remercier les interprètes. On ne les voit pas, on a tendance à les oublier. Je voudrais vous remercier et vous féliciter. Vous avez permis au moins que nous nous comprenions, nous nous entendons et je vous suis très reconnaissant. Je voudrais aussi remercier ceux qui nous ont servi à manger, parce qu'il fallait de l'énergie pour venir. Le disque jockey aussi, parce qu'il vous a fait danser, c'est très important. Je n'aimerais pas continuer comme ça, je voudrais juste vous dire bon retour. Je sais que vos maris étaient inquiets parce que vous venez au Rwanda, donc pour 3 jours, vous les avez abandonnés avec vos enfants. Il faudrait retourner très vite, les retrouver. Et je vous souhaite un très bon retour chez vous à la maison. Retrouvez les vôtres. Comme on dit dans les Écritures, il ne faudrait pas que votre pied touche cogne la pierre. Allez sans cet accident-là. Et à très bientôt. Merci.
And now I give the floor to Mr. Blaise Rima, the representative of the RDB, and in this instance, the government of Rwanda, to make his few remarks.
Thank you, Loretta. I would like first of all to break the protocol, because I know that when it comes to close a conference like this one, we start thinking the authority. And from the bottom of my heart, I would like to express myself in French, because I master well the French language. Than English. And first of all, I will express myself as a person, and then as an official of RDB and the government of Rwanda. As a person, what I see here, it's my first time to experience this. C'est vraiment quelque chose de nouveau pour moi. Les 3 jours que nous avons passés ici ont été extraordinaires. Donc, toutes les années que j'ai passées dans ce domaine, je me demande moi-même pourquoi, à l'interne, au niveau du pays, on n'y a pas pensé bien avant, quoi. Et c'est bien ce que le WIPO a fait. Et dans son agenda, d'avoir pensé aux femmes et aux jeunes, parce que l'Afrique d'aujourd'hui, l'Afrique de demain, c'est aux femmes et aux jeunes. Pourquoi? Parce que, en premier lieu, la femme est génitrice. Et la femme africaine, c'est elle qui tient le ménage. Je ne sais pas si je me trompe, mais l'histoire nous dit que c'est la femme qui tient le ménage. Dans ce siècle où on est aujourd'hui, la femme est entrepreneuse. Et je pense bien que la femme peut faire beaucoup pour ce siècle-ci. Évidemment aussi, les jeunes aussi. Et je suis curieux de voir ce que la femme fera dans 5 ans et 10 ans. L'énergie que vous dégagez est impressionnante. C'est la première fois que moi je vois ça. Et vous n'êtes qu'un échantillon de toutes les femmes africaines que nous avons ici. Et nous espérons que dès que vous rentrez chez vous, que vous soyez des ambassadrices. Passez le message à toutes les femmes entrepreneuses sur ce domaine qui est, pour moi, pas nouveau, mais qui commence à émerger aussi en Afrique. La femme rwandaise, désolé qu'elles ne sont pas assez présentes aujourd'hui, pendant ces 3 jours. Certains, c'est par rapport à leurs activités. Monsieur Marc, j'espère que vous comprendrez tout ça. Certains, à travers les informations que nous avons eues, ils sont en campagne café. C'est le plein campagne café l'été. Et j'espère que prochainement, elles seront présentes, si pas au Rwanda, mais partout où WIPO, ARIPO et OAPI, les invités à travers le programme de Japan. Pour le gouvernement rwandais, nous attelons à réaliser beaucoup de programmes pour les femmes, les jeunes, vous le savez. Et nous comptons évidemment exploiter ces nouveaux créneaux, la propriété intellectuelle, et faire le lien avec tous les programmes que nous avons au Rwanda. Sur ces, je conclure que cette conférence avec un grand merci pour les femmes en premier lieu, parce que j'ai dit que je vais inverser les rôles de protocole et vous remercier énormément. Soyez toujours vibrantes, avec beaucoup d'énergie et continuez sur cette voie-là. En inversant le protocole, je reviens maintenant près les officiels que nous avons qui ont permis cette conférence qu'elle ait lieu. Nous remercions en premier lieu le gouvernement japonais through the GPO Bureau. Without you, I'm not sure that this conference will happen. And also thank our colleague and the distinguished representative of WIPO. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Marc. Je ne pense pas que c'est la dernière fois que nous rêvons dans ces programmes, ou tous les programmes WIPO. Je suis sûr que ces domaines vous passionnent énormément et que vous reverrez encore une fois. And for Ms. Loretta, thank you so much for your kind word, the preparation, everything. I think that you are very the right person to help those women. And also, nous disons merci aux distingués délégués de OAPI. Comme je l'ai dit au départ, étant maître de cérémonie, c'est la première fois que nous avons au Rwanda des organisations, ou trois, mis ensemble. Nous disons merci. Le Rwanda n'est pas membre de OAPI, mais on est frères. ARIPO and ARIPO are sister organization to build the IP in Africa. Passer nos messages, des remerciements auprès du directeur général de OAPI. Et je n'ai pas de mots pour notre sœur Joy. Joy, pour l'expérience que vous avez et la passion que vous avez pour les femmes. Continuez dans cette voie-là et on pense dans le futur avoir beaucoup plus de femmes entrepreneuses en Afrique. Et en dernier lieu, pour le gouvernement du Japon, comme je l'ai toujours dit au départ, vous êtes passionné de l'Afrique. Vous avez cette envie d'aider l'Afrique, l'Africain, l'Africaine. On ne peut qu'être joyeux et vous en remercier énormément. With this, I would like to thank everyone, comme Marc l'a dit avant, les interpréteurs qui sont là, toute personne qui a eu à contribuer pour le succès à cette conférence. Et avec ça, nous concluons cette conférence officiellement. On behalf of my government of Rwanda, thank you.
Thank you so much. But I think we are all in trouble because we made a huge mistake. Mr. Kagwa, representative of ARIPO. I knew there was one person missing, but forgive me, and please let me break protocol, Blaise. Even though you have said we're closed, I am supposed to have called Mr. Kagwa. So please forgive us and make your few remarks on behalf of ARIPO. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. Maybe it's because I was hiding there. So, yeah,
we hide like that.
Good evening to you all. the Director, Regional Bureau of WIPO, the Deputy Director, OWAPI, the representative of RDB, the head of African Women in Trade, and the Director General of JPO, the Trial Board, all protocol observed. I speak on behalf of the Director General of ARIPO, and as he mentioned in his opening remarks, he likes supporting women. So ARIPO is there to support women, and we have had your challenges, we have had your experiences, but I would like to let you know that we are working with the member states, we are working with our cooperating partners to make sure that IP is something that can benefit everyone in Africa, and especially the women entrepreneurs and also women who are in agribusiness. So we are here for you. There are a lot of activities that we are taking on with WIPO and our sister organization, OWAPI. Even at the national level, we are doing a lot to make sure that IP is something that everyone appreciates and is able to use in their businesses. I would like to appreciate the speakers of this conference for sharing their knowledge and experiences. I would also like to thank the JPO. Through your funds, this activity wouldn't have been possible, so thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. So I say thank you, and the challenges are there, but let's keep in touch, let's build the network and keep sharing the experiences. This is the only way you can be able to grow, through sharing knowledge and learning from each other. So with those few words, I say thank you and safe journey.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think we have come to the very end, but someone just whispered in my ear that we have spoken so much, but we need the participants to also say something. Apparently, they want to say something to us. And so the one who came to talk to me about it, I am going to call her to come and say something on behalf of all the participants.
Thank you. I know the protocol has already been broken. If our leaders have spoken, nobody should speak. But we thought, hey, it's not good to just leave without saying thank you. On behalf of the beautiful, talented, smart, intelligent women in this house, I would like to say thank you to WIPO and your partners for organizing this auspicious ceremony. It's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you to facilitators. You were not mean with your intellectual property here. You imparted everything you had. We learned a lot. And definitely what we learned here, we promise you we will use it. We promise you we will grow our businesses. We promise you this will take us to another level. And we will be in the world map that African women can do it. Yeah, I'll be very brief. To those who are working behind scenes with the logistics, we thank you so much. It's not easy to organize such a conference of this magnitude with different women, different languages, different cultures. It's hectic, I know. So thank you so much behind scenes organizers. Like Margaret Fuller once said, if you have knowledge, let others light their candles in it. So with these remarks, ladies, go home and impart the knowledge you have learned here. Don't put it under the table. Don't put your candle under the table. Develop your community. empower your women in your areas accordingly. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. Thank you.
And one last thing. One lady came all the way from Canada to share her experience with us, and for some strange reason, her certificate disappeared. And so, I think it is just right that we give her also the photo opportunity of her taking a certificate, and then we'll mail the real one to you. I think it makes sense, doesn't it? So, as Nompumelelo, right? As she said, protocol has already been broken. So let's just do this. So may I just call on His Excellency Mr. Yasuda to kindly come down and present this certificate to Madam Elizabeth Daniels. That at least you came here.
Can you call the name?
No. You're such a naughty girl.
Madam Nana, first class degree qualification.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It shall be mailed to you, Agnes. Thank you so much. So I think with this, let us all just give ourselves a big round of applause. And not forgetting our presenters and our facilitators. Oh my God, they have been extremely amazing. Dr. McLean Sibanda, Dr. Getachew Alemu, Madam Rose Mboya, Ms. Sanaz Fahazi, Mr. David Jeng, and Madam First Class Precious Murena. Thank you so much. Thank you for being there for us. Thank you for supporting our beautiful, powerful women. And with this, I think I can invite you now for us to take our photo and then go for our cocktail. We are tired, aren't we? Yes, please come. Let's take the photo. Vite. Sorry? With the certificates, huh? You can come with your certificates. And let's take a big, a nice photo. Quick. Precious, I think this is your area.
Yeah.
Getting them.
Okay, let's move. Let's move, guys. Let's move to the front. Bring your certificate, please. Please, bring your certificate. We want you to show your certificate in the picture. Right, exactly. Bring your certificate. We want you to show. Bring your certificates. Please come to the front. Oh my. I think some should sit. There should be chairs. Yeah? Can we just take a chair so that some of you can sit? Sorry. Guys, ladies, please can you take some chairs so that some of you can sit, because now it's... Please, take a chair. Just take a chair. Hello? Those at the front, take a chair. Ma'am, take a chair there. Yeah, put a chair there. Take a chair. Hello, take a chair. Bring the chair. Okay. Sorry? The ladies. Okay. Yes. The officials. Hello, our officials. Can they come and sit in the front? Then the ladies, you hold your certificates in the back.
Please. Please. Our officials, please come and sit in the front. Ladies, officials are sitting in the front. Where's the photographer? Are you here? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Sit here. Officials are sitting in the front, ladies. Okay, please sit, McLean. Yeah. Exactly. Sir, Emmanuel, please come and sit. Madam, please sit. Loretta, please take a seat. Thank you. Sirs, on the sides. Thank you. Sir, please take a seat. Nala, Sanas, sit. Sana, sit. Sit. Right, a photographer, are we good? Okay, hello, the photographer needs space here. Guys, ladies. Yes. The photographer is there. Guys, please don't. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Okay. Hello, guys. Let's listen. We have one instructor. There's one photographer right there, and he's taking the picture. So let's look at the guy and follow the instructions. Okay. Okay, so hey, when I count 1, 2, 3, certificates up, and woo! Are we good? Thank you.
We are already late.
Okay.
Very late.
Ladies, the cocktail is ready upstairs in the cocktail. We are already late for the cocktail in the rooftop. The cocktail is ready right now. Right now. Cocktail. Right now. Huh? Someone lost a scarf. A scarf right here. Scarf. Don't leave your scarf here. Okay. DJ, please put the music. We can't go without the music. Countdown, come on. DJ. Ladies, we are going straight to the cocktail at the rooftop. It's ready now. Now. Thank you. Cocktail upstairs, rooftop, right now, right now, right now. I am in the picture. Who is taking the picture? Ah. Ah, you ladies. Huh? Huh? There you go.
Are you the one taking this? Yes. C'est même pas en bouteille en plus. So we take a photo or it has been taken? Who's taking? She's taking. Huh? Show me. T'avais dit lui.